Check. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, and Bangalore so it's a good one. 3, 2, 1, we clap together loud and clear. 3, 2, 1, go. There we go. That sounds better. Great to have all of you on this previous edition. Say the fourth, the third, or the second. Put your hands up. Okay, one, two, very few. So we could repeat our jokes and messages and we'll still stay fresh. But it's absolute delight to have all of you right here. Today we're not going to discuss the future. We're not going to just discuss about the future of fintech. We're going to design it together as we've got all the leaders, the stakeholders, the champions, and the pioneers in the house. Before we get started, warm up, just to set the tone for the day. Show of hands, by raising your hands up, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and I want you to raise your hands if this is relevant to you. Like, for example, raise your hand if UPI has saved your life at least once at a chai shop. Yes. Raise your hands up if you used UPI in the last 24 hours. Okay. Raise your hand if UPI, you've used UPI just to avoid asking for change. Raise your hands up if your parents still say credit card mat use karna. Raise your hands up if you're here not just to discuss, but to design fintech as a future and to collaborate and to innovate and to celebrate. Put your hands up. I'm sure everybody will. And with the same, I want everyone to give a high five to your neighbor, to your friend, to a new network right here, and say, welcome to the edition of fintech right here in Bangalore. A handshake. Come on, everyone. A high five, a handshake to all of the leaders and let's energetic. And of course about the future. On let me take this opportunity to welcome you all officially and formally. A very good morning. My name is RJ Amar. I'll be your host and host for the entire day, and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the edition of BW Business World's Festival of FinTech in association with BW Disrupt. This one-day annual conclave serves as a platform to celebrate and illuminate the remarkable efforts of fintech brands and leaders. Moving on to this, our theme for this year, future-ready fintech, secure, compliant, and inclusive, will shed light on multiple trends, their impact, and the future. During the day, you would definitely like to explore the knowledge-sharing sessions by industry leaders and experts. Booth spaces are there, which exhibits our esteemed partners and their products and services, exclusive and engaging networking, lunch and dinner, of course. And much more in store for you. A series of enthralling sessions and engaging discussions. We will venture into the realm of recognizing industry leaders with the BW FinTech Awards. Before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on the screen as we present to you the event AV, please. There we go. Once again, welcome you to the fifth edition of the Festival of FinTech, BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Gupta, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief and founder of Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India with a network spanning across 25 niche business communities and 10 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic and global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive leadership in the digital space. BW's portfolio includes 25 niche and B2B communities, as mentioned, that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Our latest issue of BW Business World spotlight India's rise as a global automotive powerhouse, from the surge in electric vehicles to pioneering voices shaping the future of mobility. This issue captures how policy, innovation, and manufacturing strength are driving unprecedented growth. I request the team to have the AV of our issue featuring creativity, tech, and innovation, please. Console, could we have the AV, please? Financial institutions, with its automated next-generation tools and solutions, the paperless trade appraisal and monitor can easily profile high-risk borrowers with our due diligent underwriting facilitators. Our bouquet of in-house developed financial analysis solutions lets you quickly search your borrower's documents, statements, and KYC genuineness for MSME loans, business loans, retail loans, new age fintech loans. Our powerful AI-enabled system runs stringent checks by analyzing the data from various sources, verifies the documents and the information provided in them, choose scoring, to minimize financial risks and continue credit monitoring. With a demo or schedule a call to streamline the manual underwriting process.
Imagine making a purchase or transaction online and not receiving any acknowledgement. Next time, you probably wouldn't do business with the brand. Whether it is an online or offline transaction, every customer expects an acknowledgement. These acknowledgement emails, like OTP emails, account updates, transaction details, etc., are transactional emails, and Zeptomail is a transactional email service. It is built with the sole purpose of delivering transactional emails. These are emails that carry crucial information your customers are waiting for them. By eliminating marketing and promotional emails from our platform, we improve credibility and ensure that your customers are not left waiting. Subdomain is used by more than 700 organizations to send an average of 400 million emails every month using more than 25,000 domains. Zoho's Subdomain comes with a feature-rich interface and a pay-as-you-go payment plan that makes it reliable and affordable for all businesses. Sign up to Subdomain for free today and start sending.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those were the videos of our partners. Could we have a big check for all the partners who made this fifth edition? Thank you for being a big find us future next. Exhibit partner, Zepe, Smart Office, furniture partner, Featherlight. And a good news from Featherlight is that there's going to be a lucky draw wherein one lucky winner will get a chance to walk away with a Featherlight Amaze chair. For you to be a part of it, all you need to do is drop in your visiting cards right at the reception. If you have not done so, during the breaks, you can do it. One lucky winner gets to walk away with that. And knowledge partners, Komi Solutions, real estate partner, Ruchira, health partner, who's also a gifting partner, Right Shift, barter partner, BXI. A big shout out to our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandrum, Beanley Coffee, IWM Buzz, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, Impact, and Pitch. Can we have a big round of applause to all our partners? And with this, ladies and gentlemen, now let us begin a day full of insights and, of course, thought-provoking session. To get started, to say hi, hello, and welcome us all, we have Devika Kundasan GM at the gathering right here. Can we welcome you with a round of applause, please?
Check mic. Thank you so much, Amar. Well, good morning, everyone, and a big welcome to all of you at the fifth edition of the Festival of FinTech. 4 years of journey. It has taken a lot of efforts, patience, contribution, support from each one of you present in this hall, people who are watching us online, people who could not join us this year. Everyone has given their contribution to make it bigger, better, stronger. We stand here on the fifth edition, and I feel extremely proud presenting this to all of you. Well, it's all about celebrating the incredible journeys and the work done in this space. As we are moving towards the Viksit Bharat, why not we also look what's happening in this particular sector and how this is evolving with time and contributing to the same. There's a lot of things going to happen. Really looking forward to all the sessions. The evening will be even more exciting with the FinTech Awards happening, be it for the companies or for the leaders. Really looking forward to meet all of them. And I hope all of you have a wonderful day. Take back along with you insights, knowledge, networking opportunities available here for all of you. Thank you for joining us. And I'm really looking forward to this entire program. And thank you for making it big, better, stronger, and what it is today. With gratitude in my heart and folded hands to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Devika. Before we get started, I introduce the first speaker. Today's digital broadcast is being streamlined live all across BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels on www.bwbusinessworld.in. And also, we request all of you to be a part of the conversations. Use the hashtag BW Best of FinTech with your posts and your conversations online. With this, John Main welcoming the first keynote speaker that we have right here with us. And it's going to be as a catalyst of Viksit Bharat. Let's put hands together for the Chief Executive Officer, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, to join us on stage and take it away. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. And let's start the morning with James. Please. Good morning. Over to you, sir.
I'll have to change this picture. It doesn't suit the way I am dressing up today. Otherwise, I would have come in a different style. But nevertheless, a learning lesson from a very good morning to all of you. And first of all, warm welcome in the FinTech capital of India. Am I right? Right? Let Mumbai be the finance capital of India. The FinTech capital of India is Bangalore. Warm welcome to the city. The city is also a very promising city because recently in the world ranking of startup ecosystem, Karnataka has increased, the Bangalore has increased 7 points up from 21 to become the 14th rank in the world. So a hand of applause for all the entrepreneurs, ecosystem players, and everybody else. And I could see many friends here sitting in the room from table 1 to table 5th. And some of them are very close with family members as well. Lovely to see you here as entrepreneurs. The topic that has been given to me is about Viksit Bharat. And I was just trying to understand what our Honorable Prime Minister is talking about of Viksit Bharat and what exactly it means and why finance. So first of all, Madam, you talked about of today in the morning that FinTech is a sector, right? Let's do a little bit discussion whether FinTech is a sector or not. Because when you look at a Viksit Bharat, it's very different. From a Viksit Bharat perspective, friends, if you see, there are 4 or 5 important characters which is going to play a role. One, youth. Second would be the, I would say, poor or poverty people around which is less given a privilege to be earning potentials, women in a large community, and obviously the farmers. These four are very important players for Viksit Bharat. If these are four important players, what is the vision that the country is looking for Viksit Bharat? They're looking at a $30 trillion economy by 2047. They're looking at creating absolutely zero poverty for anyone to be proud Indian citizen. Looking at a very affordable access healthcare and education system for everybody who is born on the soil of the country called India. And we're looking at creating 100% skilled workforce, which is employable, right? So if you see the vision of the Viksit Bharat, it also talks about of 70% of the women as a participation in the workforce. Today it is very, very small, 25%, somewhere to 30%. These parameters are my Viksit Bharat ambitions. And if these are Viksit Bharat ambitions, then what we need to do, actually? We need to grow our GDP by 9x by 2047. We need to grow our per capita income by 8x. And we need to grow manufacturing by 16x. So this is the way that we want to reach to the Viksit Bharat journey. And in this journey, FinTech is what? The question that not a question, she made a statement that FinTech is a sector. I humbly request you to consider, not to consider FinTech as a sector, but consider FinTechs as a growth engine. An engine, an enabler, which is going to drive the GDP growth for the country. And how it is so? If you look at these, some of the numbers that has been given to us across, the FinTech is, as a growth enabler, as I said, is also looking at from perspective of what is the infrastructure which has been laid down so far in the country, where we can say that a FinTech is not a sector, but FinTech is an enabler. The one and most beautiful is the digital public goods or infrastructure, DPIs, the Aadhaars, the UPIs, the Jan Dhan, and etc., the banks which has been created, accounts which have been created, and etc. But also looking at how we are making the access of credit to the individuals. Looking at how we are growing the innovation in the ecosystem of various kinds. And also looking at how youth is coming up together with the support of the policy and governance ecosystem. Now, in these areas of our enablers, the FinTech becomes the growth engine for the economy. But the question which comes on the top of this is this enabler requires a regulation? Is this enabler requires some sort of a self-governance? Is this enabler also requires some sort of a inclusion of the members of the society within the country? And these questions are getting answered by innovations, which is happening around today, right? We see this as a very simple model. And if I just put up the Mr. Amitabh Kant, you know everybody. He put a very simple model in G7, which says about how the FinTech and the Viksit Bharat is connected. So you have a FinTech as an engine, then you have an inclusion as a very important element. With the help of inclusion, you look at the credit flow, which goes into, and from credit flow, it goes to MSME growth. And MSME growth, it goes to GDP expansion, and GDP expansion, nothing else but the Viksit Bharat. So there's a very strong line of connect, which beautifully done by Mr. Amitabh Kant. And I'm just reiterating that. This is the Viksit Bharat, and the finance and the FinTech will become the engine. Now, if it is so, now let's look at the numbers. Today, if we look at the global FinTech as a segment, and if we say this is the enabler, how much is contributing to the economy today in the world level? Approximately $330 or $340 billion as on today. The FinTech as an enabler is contributing this much. And we are looking by 2030, it will go up to approximately $700 billion. Now, if that's the $700 billion going forward, reaching the stage, 2047 will be what numbers? Expected $5 trillion. That means this journey of the number game of the contribution is pretty big. And if you look at the the CGR, which has been going approximately 16 to 17% per year basis contribution to the global GDP as well. FinTech revenues has actually grown very big. In fact, from $245 billion today, is expected to go up to at least $1.8 trillion by 2030. A very amazing numbers. If you look at the market for, say, just for the sake of saying your name, sector, then the market size and the contribution isn't much. But for me, it is an enabler which is contributing to the GDP at that level. Asia Pacific, 27% of the CGR, and the North America is somewhere around, roughly around 17, 18%. This is a global picture. Look at the India picture right now, where we are today. And friends, very happy and very proud that 87% of the FinTech absorption rate that we've seen in India today, which is very, earlier it was just 30, 40%, reached to 70%, today it's 87%. I'm pretty sure in a couple of quarters and couple of years, you will find this 87 number percent reaching to 95%. All of you see this huge market for yourself as a consumers who are sitting in front of you to look at 87% become 90% and 95%, the adoption of the FinTech. That means today, the grandparents to the grandchildren are engaged into the FinTech activity. And still, 500, roughly around a 400 million population of the country, which is not 100% connected on the internet, huge market for within India market itself. Right? So you see a large place where these numbers can be grown up. Why we are saying that the Karnataka is the FinTech capital, and Karnataka is the FinTech capital, the reason is because these unicorns which has been born in the FinTech so far. How many unicorns has born in the FinTech so far? Anybody guess? You know it very well. You are all are, maybe somebody is unicorn already here. Or maybe soonicorns, soon to become unicorns. Any guess? More than 10? More than 15? It's more than 15, 16. Right. Out of those, 10 unicorns is born from Karnataka alone. So those unicorns, when they set up those FinTech companies here, they shifted their base from anywhere. Somebody shifted their base from North to Bangalore because they want to scale up. Somebody put up a very amazing GCC on FinTech. You know, Revolut? Revolut is a company, a FinTech company from UK. They set up a small GCC operations here. I was fortunately invited to inaugurate their office. Today, there are 3,000 people plus in Karnataka, just 3 years back. And they're setting up their business here of the FinTech as a service model. Now, not only what Karnataka is offering as an entrepreneur for the local market, but also the global players are coming down here. And our own players are reaching to the global. Do you know the Razorpay has set up offices in almost 5 to 6 countries in the world? And there are 10 countries where they are pipeline right now to look at it. So what we did as a government agency and a KDM perspective, we invited all these heads of founders of these big unicorns and other enablers like banks and others to come down and set up a FinTech task group. The FinTech task group was done because we wanted them to give their wisdom and experience to say how we can make the Bangalore as a FinTech hub of the world. And in that scenario, they came out with a beautiful recommendation report of that, which is publicly available. So you can download this report from the KDM website. Have a look at this report. There are 5 important pillars on which they have said what could be done. And out of which one is that if India's FinTech market, so to say, is $1 trillion, then the Bangalore will look at $500 billion to consume as a part of that. And we're looking at around 50 plus unicorns to come from Bangalore itself and Karnataka itself in the FinTech field. So by any chance, if you are not in Bangalore, don't worry. I'm open to invite you to come down to Bangalore and work with me because you will be making your journey towards that growth. And you have a friend here called Sanjeev, an organization called KDM, to work with you to make it happen. In this share, the other strategy which I found out is that what is the funding which is going on across for the FinTech segment or the FinTech companies? Friends, ladies and gentlemen, 57 to 60% of the funding of India in the fintech market happens in Bangalore. So that means I don't know, 165, $170 billion has been raised so far by the startups in India. Around $170 billion. Can you imagine how much is raised by the Karnataka-based ecosystem players? Almost $75 billion out of 165. The rest is everywhere distributed in Delhi, NCR, Hyderabad, Chennai, everybody else. 99% of the VCs of the world, if they are in India, they are in Bangalore. 25,000 startups which operate from Bangalore. Out of what we say, tech startups, not the anybody else. Tech startups. We're also having ecosystem which is very strong here. It's a saying in Bangalore that you land in Bangalore on Monday. You will be meeting two friends on Monday and Tuesday. By Friday, you will be having a pubbing session with your friends in Bangalore. That's the Bangalore for all of us. It's a very different kind, but if you see from a business angle, any testing of the product of a startup, they would like to do it in Bangalore. Why? The reason being is because the cosmopolitan market size of, and the sample of your customers that you can find anywhere in India is in Bangalore. You can test your product. ONDC, when they developed this biggest digital public infrastructure, they wanted to test the product. There came no other place than Bangalore. The Aadhaar version of the world version of Aadhaar, which is serving the countries of the world, is being operated from Bangalore. The IIITB is serving countries on Aadhaar services of a tech stack from here, of India. Where you will find this type of ecosystem. So I'm coming from a Viksit Bharat journey towards the India FinTech, global FinTech, towards India FinTech, and then coming to the Karnataka perspective. And then now I want to connect the audience here with their heart and soul and says, by any chance, if you're here, you're blessed. If you're not there, let's make it much more blessings for you and figure it out a model of working together. Couple of more points before I sign off today here. Karnataka state and the systems here can be talked about of, let's say, what happens if the political circles changes in the state, right? For us, business is separate than the politics. Fortunately, governments has changed, but the policies, the industry partnership has not even single disturbed at any point of time. So you're in a safe hands. A. B. The way that the government operates today with the industry, especially in the FinTech, is more like an open nature. We talk on WhatsApp. We walk in for a meetings. Sometimes we just use single names. That's the way the professionalism which is being approached by the bureaucracy here. The third point, whatever commitments the government gives to the industry is still to you. It might be less or big, but whatever commitment we give, we deliver. We don't go back on the commitments that we gave to the industry, and especially to the startup ecosystem players. Fourth, when the industry says that, look, we need to represent something to RBI. Example, RBI keep on changing guidelines on something or the other. For FinTech people, it's like a बहुत बड़ा बोझ है उनके कंधों पे. So what we can do is, we represent on behalf of the industry to the RBI. Please set up a sessions like this. And we are fortunate where I sit in my office, 2 floors up, RBI has a center of excellence on FinTech. So what happens is we just walk and talk and help the industry. What you're finding is the last and the fifth point is the talent. The trump card for the FinTech or any startup or any innovation is the talent. Ladies and gentlemen, 60% of the deep tech talent of the country comes from Karnataka. Over 100,000 AI resources are deployed in the companies from Karnataka. We have 27 Center of Excellence, and recent one, the latest version, is the Center of Excellence on FinTech in IIM Bangalore, funded by the government. I can go on talking about certain initiatives. Last submission to all of you before I sign off. You have me here, you have a government here, you have a bureaucracy here, you have an industry here, you have a VC circle here, and your old friends of FinTech are growing very fast. They want to become a mentor as well. Anytime you need anything of this kind, reach out to us. And thank you, Business World, for inviting me and giving me an opportunity in this morning session to connect with you all. Jai Hind and Jai Karnataka. Thank you.
Thank you, and absolute honor to have you right here with us. And quickly, we request Ms. Devika to join me on stage. She's around. As we have a small gesture from our end, a gift to be given away. Could I request Devika to please join us on stage? And sir, if we can have you in the center, and a big round of applause. From Right Shift, our gifting partner. Thank you once again for your time, presence, and all those insights shared. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the next address, a special one. Trust, Transformation, and Triumph, India's FinTech Moment. And to talk to us about this, we have the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Multi Commodity Exchange of India. And we have a chair from stage. Good morning, and she also loves the sound of applause. Come on, everybody, a huge round of applause. Let's have the energy, and over to you, ma'am.
Hi, good morning, everybody. These are quite interesting mics to manage here. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. So we've got a very interesting topic today, which is trust, transformation, and triumph. Of course, FinTech is all about transformation, so that one was a bit of a no-brainer. And I was wondering how we will actually sandwich transformation with trust and triumph. But the trust part actually comes easy because, needless to say, finance and hence FinTech, which is basically finance powered by technology, is one of the most regulated sectors, whether it is globally or in India. And it has to be that way because it involves the flow of money. It involves people's life savings and everything that they will live for. And being the most regulated sector is for the sole purpose of creating trust. Thank you. Yeah. So this sector, when we look at the foundation of trust, and you'll sort of see this coming up, but I thought we'll represent this by looking at a foundation. So foundation of FinTech being trust. And what really is trust? Why is this trust important? The trust is to do with a user being confident and being comfortable, being secure, that anytime they want to use a particular product or service, it is going to be available to them. And it will work in a manner that they can rely on. They will not be surprised. They will not be put to an inconvenience. And their interest will be taken care of. So that's really the fundamental of trust. And that's true for all of us as human beings, as individuals. We don't have to go into deep psychology for that. And so what does Where does this come from? So this comes from the fact that a system, and when we talk of any fintech, and let's look at all the fintechs around, the unicorns that we just spoken about, and he also interestingly spoke about all these complex regulations that the industry needs to bear with, but that really lends itself to creating that foundation of trust. And customer interest, protecting the customer's interest, is fundamental to that. So when we look at the various facets that get covered on this, you of course have availability and reliability. A system, a fintech system, has to be available when I have to use it, right? So it needs to have really high level of uptime. It needs to have a very high level of reliability. So that means security. And today, when we look at security, security doesn't just come from regulations. There's a lot of very strong support that is available, even from the policy side, from the government side. Numerous agencies are there. If I take the example of NCIPC, so they really look at just critical infrastructure, which could be, power, which can be, large networks, exchanges, so on and so forth, to say that all critical infrastructure of the country is protected. And, recently we've come out of situations of a lot of, geopolitical stress at the borders. And, we were unscathed by it. Not that we were not attacked, but we came out unscathed by it. And that really is the foundation of security and reliability. And then we look at transparency. So transparency means same rules for all. The rules are available. The rules count as being equitable and are accessible to everybody. So a lot of regulations actually focus on the fact that there has to be a lot of visibility. How quickly do any sort of change in rules, any data that is available is made transparent, put up on the website. I mean, you'll see some of these regulations looking very, very nitty-gritty. Why 24 hours so-and-so data has to be uploaded on a website? Those are the kind of circulars that come out sometimes, But this creates the transparency. It makes sure that whether it's a journalist or whether it's a fintech service provider, whether it's a consumer, whether it is a researcher, anyone has access to this data on an equitable manner. Now, when we're talking of access has two components. One is to say, hey, yes, of course, it's fair access. If A wants to access the service, B wants to access the service, they're both going to be treated at par. However, access is not available to everybody. At least access was not available to everybody. And that's really the power of what fintech has brought to the table, where the whole digital revolution of the last decade and a half has made access possible. So it's created reach. And when we say it is fair, transparent, equitable, it's truly taking that access to everybody. And that's a very fundamental and important part of trust. So we also look at, and I want to talk a little bit about this regulation piece. And interestingly, I took over in my role about 7 to 8 months back. And one of my first meetings with a senior officer at the regulator, he said, of course, you are a market infrastructure, you are a first line regulator, but you're also a fintech. So yeah, so everyone is a fintech today. Fintech is not curtailed to the definition of fintech the way we understood it earlier, which is basically startups who are disrupting and become fintechs. Today, the whole financial industry is for fintech. Either they are powered by fintech, in the back end, or they are, enabled by fintech in the front end, or they are acting like fintechs. So when we bear that lens, then a lot of other measures associated with customer protection start coming in. So one of the examples, in any network or exchange will really be what one would call the SGF, which is the Security Guarantee Fund, which means it doesn't matter in an interoperable network, no matter one entity were to have a challenge. This makes sure that there is sufficient liquidity available, that the pool will compensate for the fact that somebody is not able to do good their liability. And that ensures that the end consumer, either somebody who's making a trade or making a payment, doesn't matter what, is protected. That they don't have to worry at any point that because some counterparty in the ecosystem went down, that they are going to have any trouble. So I just wanted to call out some of these elements as aspects that are actually have created that trust in the system. And when we look at grievance redressal, so earlier this would have been, call up the call center and, go to your mobile app, so on and so forth, all of which also happens today. But there's also an element of digital redressal. And this is again something that regulators are getting more particular about, so that as easy that it is to make a transaction, a financial transaction, it is as easy to resolve an issue. And I think that's a bit of a journey that we are still in the midst of. And you can see that in sort of different stages of life cycle across various parts of the financial ecosystem. So let's move to transform. And, I thought transform really is the various pillars that stand on the foundation of trust. And what are the elements of transform? What have driven transform? What is transformation? We don't have to talk to all of you because, you are people driving transform. But what really is creating transform? On one side, there is technology, because this is finally fintech. And on the other side is the user need, the user experience. When a user experience is broken, when the user experience has friction, when the user experience is not smooth, takes time, then all of those are needs that will need to be satisfied. And that's really the role of transformation here. So at a very, very fundamental level, it doesn't feel very transformative, but it is, because that's the kind of impact it can create. So if we try to solve these problems in an incremental manner, it does not really make a big difference. But when we look from where we are today, use technology to move few steps ahead, then that creates transformation. And that's the role of technology in solving that problem. So yes, technology exists. How are we using that technology? Is it smart technology? And what do I mean by smart technology? Is it agile? How fast can technology move? As one is recognizing user needs, user problems, how quickly can this be solved? And it's very interesting, though we are so proud of the fact that we have this great technology sector, we have great fintech, we are fantastic in products and services. Great design is very rare. It's actually very rare. The ability to modularize, the ability to change in a manner, that does not break something else, to have the kind of controls by which change can be fast, frequent, and yet not compromise reliability, is still not something that we are there with. As India, we are still in that journey and we need to get there. But it's played a very important part to come to where we are today. Smart technology also has to be frugal. And I use this word frugal very intentionally, because frugal is not to say that, we are going to do some hack. So frugal is not hacks. Frugal is to design in a manner that builds economy of scale, that builds efficiencies. So it means that as we scale, we're not just throwing hardware at the problem. We are not just throwing, more money to solve the problem, because ultimately technology user needs have to define and come down to some level of value. Give value to the customer, give value to the user. And as fintechs, no matter how much funding continues to flow in, you have to become profitable. So this technology has to be smart. And how does that economy of scale come in? It goes back again to the kind of design that is there, so on and so forth. And I think wherever transformative technology has kicked in, that element has come into the fore. And, there are enough examples today. If you look at the kind of hardware in the market, one will have to be courageous in technology to look at continuous process of redesign, redevelopment, change code every 2 to 3 years to take advantage of the kind of hardware that is available today. Otherwise, a design that was made 4 years, 5 years back, while it might have been cool and slick and sort of, created disruption when it happened, is no longer fit for purpose because hardware has moved on, network has moved on, all infrastructure has moved on, and the cost to serve can significantly be reduced from now on. So I think these are some elements of transformation that I thought I'll talk about. And last but not the least comes to the whole user experience piece, right? Because when we're talking of fintech, and I remember I was here last year talking on the subject, and it's a favorite subject of mine, which is really the entire financial needs life cycle of a user. So when you look at banking, and then you say payments, and then you say savings, then there is insurance, and then there is investment, and there is investments across various asset classes. So I think that cycle is something which also is creating this opportunity for transformation. And we are highly developed in some parts, certainly when it comes to banking, and we say, hey, 800, 900 million bank accounts, and we have now 15 billion UPI transactions and all of that stuff. But when we look at number of demat accounts, it's a very big number. I think the number is more than 1 crore plus, but still long way to go when we're looking at people who are actively investing, who have, no matter how much the kitty is, it may be 10,000, 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, you may be an HNI, whatever it is. But some part of that kitty actually providing some returns by way of investment, by investing in SIPs or investing in whatever that people feel comfortable with. I think all of this starts playing an important role. Insurance. So, there is the insurance regulator has said by 2045, they want the whole country to be insured, protected, secure. And we are in that journey still. So that's the journey that we have to pass. And the MCX example of innovation in this space will really be that when we look at commodity as an asset class for investment, there is a product called the 1 gram gold. And, it's really one of my favorites because it's available as an investment product in a commodity that everyone understands, which is gold, and is available in a sort of ticket size, which makes it very affordable as well. And I think these are all the drivers of transformation that we see today. So yeah, as we look to wrap up, and I'll spend a little less time in this because everyone knows how great we are, how fantastic we are, and we keep chest thumping. And I wanted to remind everybody that triumph is triumph. Yes, let's be proud and let's be happy and let's be charged up about where we are. And it's very important to know what we've done well, so we continue to do that. But we are only at a milestone. We are at a milestone and we've got fantastic, we are at some very phenomenal milestones here, but we have more to go. And, that's why I wanted to kind of, and I don't know where that is, but sort of represent this, house of houses, so to say. So yes, we built the first one, but we have the whole, colony to go ahead with. To create lasting value, I think triumph is not about just these numbers, but how do we build lasting value? And as we look at, again, some more numbers here, the kind of SIP in mutual funds, and I took about a decade's time to see what we've done in the last decade, because triumph is not something we should look at on a short 1 or 2 year kind of time frame. So this is what we've done in the last decade, and this is only in the capital market sector. And across sectors, of course, we've done some very, very cool stuff. And the next decade is really what we should be planning for. And what will that look like, right? Where will the next set of actions come from? And I see a long series of excellent topics for discussion today. But some of the things that came to my mind, India's role in actually creating infrastructure, to have Indian players who are creating cloud infrastructure, We are users of cloud infrastructure, yes, in a big way. When we say cloud, we think of how do I deploy my software on the cloud? But when do we start building our own cloud infrastructure? Our own cybersecurity software, our own cybersecurity controls. How do we look at compliance software? We spoke about how compliance is so important for the financial sector, RegTech, SupTech. I think we're still sort of struggling on the sidelines over there. So there's an opportunity. FinTech really, as a global code contributor, we use code, we use source code. When do we get to be a contributor there, right? And how do we really master this wave of AI? How do we look at distributed ledger? Already discussions have started about use of distributed ledger. How can we take, let's say, for example, immovable assets like land, create fractionalized value. Fractionalized value becomes tradable. It sort of opens up value. So yeah, I mean, that's all the way. It has some risks. It has some points of view. There'll have to be some guardrails, but we have the opportunity to get ahead of the wave there. And I think that's some examples that will come into play as we look at the next milestone of Triumph. And with that, I want to just leave everybody here that keep disrupting and keep creating and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you once again for your time, presence, and all those insights and anecdotes shared. Could we please join hands one more time for Ms. Reena Roy, and I request Ms. Devika to honor her with a small gratification from our end. Ma'am, if you can have you right here in the center for a picture as well. One more time, a big cheer. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we get into the everyone's looking forward to it, building a secure digital finance ecosystem. And to chair this session, we're going to have a co-founder and managing director at Tableton Tech, Dr. Vaibhav Joshi. Could we have a big cheer? We'll just give it a couple of minutes for us to get the panel discussion set up. In the meanwhile, as you know, right at the beginning, there is a lucky draw from Fatherlight, our partner. If you have to be the chosen one, you're going to drop in your visiting card at the reception desk. If you've not done so, please make sure that you drop in your visiting card late of heart. When you have a break, you can step outside, and post lunch, somewhere before we conclude, we will have the lucky draw where one person gets to walk away with the amazing Featherlight chair. And now, once again, giving you a heads up about the panel discussion. Number one, building a secure digital finance ecosystem. And we have our session chair, Dr. Vaibhav Joshi, co-founder and managing director, Tableton Tech. And as the panelist, Chief Executive Officer at BCT Digital, Ms. Jan Vaidyanathan. But all we need to join our hands together. Let the rhythm be on. Continue to beat. Let's also welcome Chief Product and Innovation Officer, Protean eGov Technologies. We have Mr. Devin D'Souza in the house. So let's welcome Chief Executive Officer of Tech Solutions and Independent Director, Swasti Microfinance, Ms. Jaya Janardhanan. Joining the league, up next, Senior Director, Analytics Hub India and Egypt, CRIF India. We have Mr. Tridhar Basu. Completing the league of this fantastic panel discussion, Head Partnership and Strategy, Pine Labs Online, we have Mr. Ankur Gupta. Okay, he's a little late in joining us. If he joins, if he comes in, he'll be joining us. All right, can we have a round of applause to the league right here and over to the session chair, please?
Thank you, and a very good morning to you all. Welcome to all the fellow panelists. It's a very interesting topic when we talk about, building a secure digital finance ecosystem. We have seen in the, past decade, access to digital finance has become more and more easy, more and more, on the click of a button. And when that happens, it is also important to understand the entire ecosystem that works towards making that happen. Whether you are accessing the digital finance through an app that you have downloaded, through a BC agent who is there giving it to you on a physical model, through maybe, an MFI agent at the last mile, or through, an API or an SDK on a partner-driven model. And when we talk about, ease of access to this digital finance, it becomes extremely critical to understand that there is a whole ecosystem that comes into play. There are regulations, there are legal compliances, there are technology, there is an architecture that goes in, there are API layers, so on and so forth. And then there is the entire risk framework that comes into play to ensure that, when that digital finance is being made accessible to you at that point in time, it is done in the most simplest yet the most monitored and secured manner. So with this, quick introduction, I think, let's jump into the panel because we are running a little bit late on the panel timing. And, we have Bertram from Protean. So Bertram, I'm going to start with you. Protean, formerly NS Delhi Governance, of course, has been pioneer when we talk about digital public infrastructure. So whether we talk about the PAN and then moving on to, I remember last time I was in your office, somebody mentioned there were some 256 or 156 API stacks that you had created, just enabling all these services. A lot of this, I'm sure, also contribute to the digital finance ecosystem as well. So Bertram, to you, I would like your views on open infrastructure when we talk about CKYC, when we talk about PAN, NPS, digital security, consent-based security, resilience, architecture. How do all these things from your point of view, or specifically at Protean, do you, put into play when it comes to, making digital finance accessible?
Thanks, Vaibhav, and thanks Business World for having me here. So at the outset, I think Protean, like you mentioned, needs no introduction. The company has been, for the last 30 years, very silently been building a lot of the nationally critical infrastructure, starting with a depository back in 95, 96, and then building on towards multiple other things. More recently, working on new ecosystems like e-commerce, insurance. Recently, we spoke about Bima Shugam as well. So I think the way we look at building digital infrastructure is more like building a railroad or building a road. It's the physical infrastructure equivalent in a digital world. And without building that road and building it with the right controls and with the right thought process of how vehicles are going to use that road in future, I think that's where it has to be enabling. So one of the challenges obviously we have when building something which is touching the lives of almost every Indian. And I think when we looked at some of the data, we realized that we kind of serve almost every Indian in some shape or form with some of the initiatives that we do today. And if I look at two dimensions, one is today in a digital world, which has kind of really spiraled in the last decade on the back of the telecom network, on the back of some of the work that we have seen on the India stack, the way the digital banking and the digital ecosystem at large has really rapidly scaled up and evolved. We see the need for two controls to kind of come into play to build a more secure finance ecosystem. One is consented data. I think we can all agree that today, looking at the number of calls that we get, whether it's a telemarketer or whether it is a cross-sell that we receive, sometimes that little intuition that you had a conversation and your phone just throws the ad a few minutes later, it's kind of a really scary phenomenon. Whether it's a coincidence, nobody knows. But the fact that there's data out there which is being actively monetized is something which is a concern. So how do we kind of leverage some of the thinking of even the government when it comes to the whole consent framework and the new DPDP Act, which is in process of being implemented? I think that's one pillar which we really need to streamline across the ecosystem. I think we are already invested in that space in some shape and form as an account aggregator. But I think AAs are more, as we see it, as sectoral consent managers. Similarly, we have done some work for the agriculture sector in building out what's called AgriStack, which is again an AA equivalent for the Ministry of Agriculture. If I look at a non-regulated or a non-sectoral space, which is broad-based under MITI's guidance, I think there is a lot of unknown elements out there. Like how will a citizen tomorrow give access to data cutting across multiple sectors? Is it going to require him to provide 5 OTPs? It's going to be a very cumbersome experience. And that's where I really worry if some of this design isn't really thought through well from the start. We are going to have a problem both at the experience level and at the implementation as well. The second dimension I wanted to talk about was on the fraud side of it. And I think we can all agree with digital booming the way it is, the kind of fraud that we see in the banking sector, specifically, whether it's mule accounts or fraudulent transactions or phishing, I think we are far from saying that we are in a secure digital, ideal state. And that's something which we really would love to solve at an ecosystem level. Today, when I look at the problem of mule accounts to start with, if we just take one example, the problem is even if one bank catches a fraudster, it becomes extremely difficult in real time to let everyone know that this is a person that should not be trusted. And unfortunately, today, you don't have those controls. There is no easy mechanism of how to build that. And I think that's, again, something which both regulator and the ecosystem will have to kind of come together and solve it. But happy to take on more questions later. Thanks.
No, so very interesting, Bertram, and we'll spend maybe a couple of more minutes on 2 points that you mentioned. So one is, yes, how telco played an important role to be the backbone, and now how we started from there, and based on that, there are so many consent-based data accesses available. Recently, Airtel introduced this Airtel spam, and especially iPhone users did not have, what do you call it, Truecaller, right? And that's when this Airtel spam really now helps. At least it helps me, because there was a brief time in between when I used to get a lot of spam, and I tried to register, and the DND registered, nothing worked. Again, on the consent based, and it comes from the fact, a couple of apps that I launched. I remember a discussion with my CTO where he was saying that, Weber, just make the user, I agree, I agree, I agree. It's a single I agree, by the way, on the terms, and the app will have access to almost anything and everything that the user is doing. And it was really scary for me to even think from a user perspective that the type of digital footprint that I am leaving just inside my mobile phone and the type of access that people may have to my digital footprint can reveal so much information about me, right? And now we are talking about, of course, staying on the topic digital finance and the type of digital footprints that are already available in the market, what you just said, and access for, lenders, and let's leave it at lenders, whether it's fintech, regulated entities, will not get into that, but access that the lenders probably have to those, to that data for that matter. And consent plays an extremely important role over there, and through which manner the consent has been given by the user also is extremely critical over there, because a consent can be, a simple something that I did not realize, but hey, I gave the consent, because I was just scrolling to something and I clicked on yes, I agree, or okay, yes, take me there. And that can be construed as a consent, but of course, how the regulator views it is also very critical. And the second one, the second part, where you talk about, use case specific, so doing things on the agri side and stuff, that is becoming very critical today, Bertram, because, there are so many innovations that are happening on the agri-tech side, that are happening on the clean tech side. So whatever data, MITI, NPCI, RBI, everywhere, whatever data is available, if that data can be leveraged into the way, I know at least at the transport level for the Vahan and Sarthi, the way the data was leveraged through APIs, very simple, but it did the trick. If something like that can be developed on the agri side, that would be good. So thanks for that. I'm going to take a cue from what Bertram said and come to you, Jaya. And we will come to the risk part of it, because BCT Digital has been, one of the pioneers globally when it comes to, risk-driven frameworks and models around that. I want to understand your views, probably also at the global level, not just at the domestic level, with terms of the use of AI in risk framework and how we probably look at leveraging it to ensure that the entire digital finance ecosystem accessibility is done in a very safe and secure manner.
And this enables you and the regulator to also kind of take strongly those accounts. And therefore, you look at it from a preventive perspective rather than a preventive perspective. So this is challenge most countries like India has was one something used to run. You have to go through a lot of legal activity and even a court process. This varies by country, so it's a global perspective. So the challenges are different across different countries. Some countries have the problem of how to use the data. It's not about the insights that come. And in India, we had the problem from a government perspective, even from a loan side, to look at both vehicles and ability. The vehicle constitutes the fraud, and the second is the ability to solve the fraud. So when you look at how AI is used, it's both about ability action, it's about real-time action, it's about insights that go beyond the regular industry, and it's to also look at it from a preventive perspective rather than a corrective. Now that's just an example of how fraud analytics, but AI is also used to look at creation of data sets that go into what when you don't have a lot of data, what do you do? When you have a lot of data, how do you pass through it and kind of look at what's the activity? What is the qualifying score? How do you produce data that you don't have through other means? So these are some of the elements that they are that really useful. And from a regulatory perspective, I think China is one of the few centralized around the world, and it's actually cooperative. So it's a sandbox that talks about real-time use devices using AI without this. New market of AI is one. We were in new markets. Go back to this point, sort of a failure. We wanted to start as an example. And that was like an early warning statement to look at what the people like to be able to solve. So a lot of interesting use cases, a lot of applications, the challenges are different across the globe. And it's also about what is happening, what is happening, and what is happening to get.
Thanks, Jay. A couple of very interesting points there. But I'm recently I've been extremely intrigued by the unidentified patterns part when it comes to these frauds that are happening, because there have been a lot of solutions, there have been a lot of logic algorithm about identified patterns. Okay, mule accounts, yes, it has been an issue at least for half a decade now. And it has been a persistent issue, and there have been a lot of solutions that have been coming towards it. But the unidentified patterns part is becoming very, very critical. And I've been doing some research and trying to find some solution, because recently we faced this problem. Okay, in one of the fintechs, where I'm a part of it. There we faced this. Funds came from somewhere, it passed through some 7, 8 accounts, and then by the time the ecosystem realized it, and it was within the hour. Okay, the funds had actually vanished, and vanished means it had moved out of the system, and we were like, there was no way to trace it. Okay, and then we tried to do some research on that, and we identified at the bank level, we identified that this was persistently happening in one of the channels. Okay, and that is where that entire aspect of unidentified patterns when it comes to this kind of frauds came in. And while on that subject, I'm going to move to Atridev, because yeah. I think, and banks in India have, have started being open about it. They have started being, at least I can talk about the, the private banks, the small finance bank and the payments bank. I will not speak on behalf of the PSU banks. I'm not too privy to the thought process over there, but banks have started being more open about it. Recently we saw some solutions getting deployed for, bringing the false positives and stuff. But yeah, Atridev, coming to you, you represent the bureau, right? And when we are talking about all the data points that Bertram and then subsequently Jaya spoke about, now there is a lot of reliance on, Jaya mentioned there are some, the moment you enter the consumer details, you probably get some 3,000 data points, right? A lot of these data points will be coming from bureaus like yours. There has been heavy reliance on the bureau data, okay? Bureaus have been established for, a while now. There is a lot of heavy reliance on that. But then there is a lot of alternate data that has also been taken into consideration, especially when it comes to digital finance. Okay, because a lot of these lenders today want to give a small ticket loan, which is, a 2-minute loan or 5-minute loan. On the MSME side, there is a lot of supply chain finance that happens for, new to credit customers as well, because probably there is some anchor who is ready to, take certain risk or give a stop loss supply kind of a comfort. But when it comes to this alternate data and, probably clubbing it with the bureau data, what are your views on that? How can those be, clubbed together, combined together to give a more better access to this entire digital finance ecosystem?
Thank you. I think my voice will be slightly alternate because I have a bad cold, so apologies on that. I think from a digital finance standpoint, where the customer is faceless in terms of where you only have the information of the name of the customer, maybe the mobile number and the email ID when they apply. The question is why alternate? Because sometimes the visibility of the data points in the credit bureau is not there, in the sense that they might be a thin file, meaning the total number of trade lines that they have in the customer in the bureau before is very less. It could be the depth of the history that they have in the credit bureau is very less. And this is the information where I don't know much about the customer, right? And that is where the problem arises. So the first question when anyone is looking at digital finance is that what percentage of my customer base is this? Just to size the problem to begin with, right? And there would be a percentage where they have enough bureau depth and enough bureau history. Okay. So if I break this where there is enough bureau depth and enough bureau history, the first rule is to maximize on that information to provide that risk differentiation. How do you provide that differentiation? Traditional bureau scores, which is, let's say, the CRIF score, which predicts the standard 90 days past due in the next 12 months, doesn't work in small ticket loans. You need a much, much more aggressive product-specific bad definition to solve for it. That's number one. So even when you talk about alternate data, it could be slightly alternative scoring algorithms on traditional data that also solves part of the problem to begin with. And let's say that is a percentage, because if I look at who applies for the small ticket loans, be it on the consumer side or be it on the MSME side, at least 50 to 60% of those players would have bureau depth. Okay. And that is where you plug in alternative scoring engines, because that is information you cannot lose. The second thing is that when now I come to the alternative data where the bureau thins out, what are the alternative data points? You have data on their SMSs that you can take in terms of, you have data from their banking. If they are giving their banking, you have the AA channels, account aggregator channels to get the data, and then you can also understand in terms of what has been the credits, debits, check bounces. You can have access to their GST data if there are entrepreneurs where you can mine them, right? And it is already in the practice where you are creating scorecards with GST data. We created one for one of the players. The banks are creating them. The NBFCs are creating them. So it's not new. You are doing that already. You can create scoring algorithms from banking. We have done it. Others are doing it. And it is a product also CRIF has where you create banking scorecards based on the banking data. Now, the question is, and this is where I come in, how do you use them, right? Now, each data source, be it the bureau or be it the non-bureau, would have its own risks of stability and precision, okay? So for example, let's say you are having a meal, right? And you have maybe a vara and maybe, let's say, a desert together. And this is what gives the flavors of the data, traditional and alternate. You keep them separate, right? You don't have it together. So the basic premise is that if you're getting data from alternative sources and traditional sources, keep them modular. Number one, so that you avoid any risk of one source of data contaminating the other source. And if you're creating an algorithm of prediction, right? Create an algorithm purely on bureau, purely on banking, purely on GST, and then stitch all the three together. Because if anything happens on each of the data source, you are at least insured on the other two, which would still fire in the most effective manner. Okay. Coming back to one point that Jayman mentioned in terms of AI and ML, what we have also understood is that typically in these kind of data sources, which is the bureau, which is the open banking or the banking or the GST, these are mostly structured data sets, right? And what we have realized is machine learning is enough for that matter in order to crack these algorithms. Because AI is somewhere where we bring in where, of course, the data is very complex and it is not being able to done. So, and if I touch the compliance angle, it is okay as per the Indian compliance to implement machine learning models. It's not a problem. It is just that we need to explain it in a better way, right? RBI never says that you cannot. You just need to explain and make it open when you are putting it. So bringing all together, the usage of alternate data is valid, but please also maximize the usage of traditional data first, because that is basic and you cannot neglect it. And it is only empirically. So today, let's say I take an example of our competitor where, okay, if the CIBIL score or the CRIF score is above 700, the customer is good. We have this hypothesis within, because that is a saying that we go with. It's not true. It could be very, very different when you empirically test it on the kind of consumers that you're catering to. So please empirically test it out to understand that what works first, rather than having a premeditated guess that this is good and this is bad. So that is what I would have to say. Thank you.
Sure, Atridev, and to the greatest extent, maybe 9 out of 10 times I agree with you. I disagree on one thing because, especially if we talk about, certain segments where we are talking about probably a micro entrepreneur, where, there is a -1 new to credit kind of a entity or a person there, probably the scorecard A, scorecard B would play a far larger role. But yeah, 99 out of 100 times and that is where we should be focusing on, because that is where the entire digital finance ecosystem is today focused on. Taking a cue from what Atridev said, Jay, I'm going to move to you. Okay. And, this entire digital finance ecosystem is become a connected world today. Okay. An interconnected world rather. Now, there are a lot of aspects when it comes to, governance, policy, framework, the technology architecture, the digital transformation. A lot of times these processes are available, and a lot of times the processes or journeys are not available within the regulated institutions. And that is where it also becomes critical for the for that institution or for the fintech, which is partnering with the institution to, fast track that so that the digital finance product actually reaches the last mile in a, a time bound manner. So what is it that you feel can be done to fast track or intertwine these things together? And how is it that, through your experience, you are contributing to that?
Thanks, Vaibhav. And I think, like my other panelists, they're all from the product segment. I come from a very different segment, which is, and with my 27 years of banking experience, I can say for sure, one of the challenges most of us face at the ground level is with respect to implementing what we have. And that integration between what we want as a product that we have and what we really want is the real challenge. And to quote it, I'll just give an example. So we have UPI, which is truly a digital payment, and we all swear by it in the entire in the global system. And then we have the AA, the account aggregators who come out with consent, database, data-driven approach. Now, both of these are so well, people have got adapted to it so easily. But what is critical? Critical is about making sure the data is secure, data is compliant, and data is foremost trustworthy. That is, we are able to believe the entire system. Now, coming to the, I think there are four critical pieces that we need to look at when we talk about all this intertwining the entire pieces. The first is compliance is not an option we have right now. Compliance is foundation right now. Without being compliant, without ensuring that every data is layered with security, layered with making sure that, there is no leakage of any kind anywhere is very important. So making sure that whatever solution that we deploy actually ensures that there is the entire data is trustworthy and there is no leakage of data happening anywhere else. The second point that I want to make a point is that compliance is no more a checklist. It's actually strategic. Every organization must have a very, very strong compliance or driven, the whole model has to be so strong and all the layers have to be so intertwined with the security aspect of it so that, there is it is not just a check saying, okay, I also have a fraud system. I also have a, compliant based system. No, it cannot be. How do you manage a customer complaint? Okay, the redressal mechanism has to be so strong. You cannot wait in today's scenario to be a reactive mode. You have to be proactive. You have to have methods and technologies in which things come to you forefront rather than thinking about it. Because today we have so many cases where customers get duped because they click onto a link and then finally the money is lost. And then you have to run behind all these, the various structures to get back the money, which half the time you don't get back the money. The third critical piece, which I also feel is that, there is no more a life of silo now. Everybody needs to collaborate. That is, be it fintech, the regulators, the banking system, everybody needs to be collaborative in their approach. It cannot say that, I have a process and it works seamlessly, but it doesn't work. Most of the time we feel that many things fail or gets dropped between the cracks because the implementation between the segments are not made very clear. And that's very, very important for us to make sure that there's a seamless integration of the process end to end. And fourth is the very critical, the other last point that I want to make is with respect to knowledge and education of the people who use the technologies, right? Because many a times we find that people click on a link and then lead up to loss of money. The rural segment, the semi-urban segment, where there's so much of digital, we push digital processes through, but we really fail to give them the digital knowledge, right? The digital literacy that is required. The need, what is the risk involved if somebody does something wrong? It's very important for us to make sure that. So these four aspects, which I mentioned, are very, very critical as far as the compliance and the security angle is concerned. And what we have seen most of the time is everybody does their job, but everybody does it very independently. There is no end-to-end integration or a collaborative approach to make sure. So today there's no
it's not time of saying that, I have done my job, or, this is my silo, I have done what I want. It's not that way. It has to be a very collaborative approach, end to end, to make sure that the entire ecosystem works together to give a very, very, trustworthy, secure, and a compliant output as far as our digital products are concerned.
Thank you, Jay. And I somewhere also feel that the entire stitching together of right from where you conceive the product to where you deliver the product becomes extremely critical. And, just a PPAC or a product note is not the answer, but getting the right people with the right set of technologies and the right, algorithms to stitch it together is very critical. And we have seen it in our banking days, right? Sometimes, a simplest of the product may take 12 months, 14 months to launch, and sometimes the most complex of the products, with, of course, the involvement of all these organizations that are here, right, from Protean to CRIF to Creontech to BCT Digital, can probably be done in a 3-month short span as well. And that is, my friends, the power of, FinTech. And while we are, celebrating the BW Festival of FinTech over here, so we are at the fag end of the session, and before we dwell into a last maybe a 30-second, 1-minute kind of a closure note from each of the speaker, one point that I wanted to make is the convergence of these products that you see at the last mile. When you access these products, there is a lot of things that go in the back end. It's like this: when you see a movie that is on the theater, okay, or on your OTT platform, you see the end result. It is the same with FinTech. It is the same with BFSI as well. The loan that you are accessing, okay, the payment that you are making, the banking transaction that you are carrying out, the insurance that you are probably paying the premium for, okay, the mutual fund that you are booking, the stock that you are buying. At the end of the day, the transaction is one click today. But what happens in the back end is where this entire, things goes on. And today, this entire day, I'm sure, the speakers will dwell into a lot of details of what gets orchestrated at the back end for that thing to happen. Do keep it in mind that there is a lot of orchestration happening at the back end. It's a combination of, risk, compliance, legal, technology, multiple entities, multiple, regulations and stuff. And with that, maybe a last max 20, 30-second closure remark from each speaker, and we would be done. Jaya, we'll start with you.
I think my parting line would be, we don't need to choose between innovation and trust. We somewhere need to kind of engineer trust into innovation. And I think the way we have seen in the last decade, digital really get to where we are today and celebrating the milestones we have achieved as an ecosystem. I'm just thinking 10 years forward. And if we continue kind of scaling with all of these new interventions at the same space at which we are today, what would we need to do in the next 10 years to kind of address a lot of the open issues which we see already in place today? So like we already spoke about some of them which have been unaddressed. What more can we do and how fast can we kind of solve for that?
Yeah.
From my side, I would say that processes have to be intuitive. It has to be user-friendly, and also, it has to be secure, compliant. That's no more a compromise or any of these right now. So I think, I think most important is all of us have to work collaboratively to deliver this last mile of the strong world called being compliant and secure.
So last comments from my side would be, what are we doing to enable this segment? And if I look at in terms of what the CRIF journey has been, we have created alternate scores on traditional data to enable FinTech. We have developed a product which is on banking and open banking, which we are engaging with a lot of customers. So if I look at in the last 6 months, we have engaged and with multiple FinTech players to enable them with a balance of risk as well as scale. And I think we would continue our journey of innovation in this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Have a great day.
Could we have all of you for a group picture right in the center, please? One more time, could we join hands for all the inside shared right here, the panelists, as well as the session chair? And also request you to stay back as we have Ms. Devika to the gratification from our end for your time, presence, and all those insights shared. Ladies and gentlemen, there was our first panel discussion. Building a secure digital finance ecosystem. And now moving forward to panel discussion number 2, regulatory frameworks for a digital future. And to spearhead this as the session chair, we have Mr. Arjit Ray, Chief Executive Officer and Founder, the Unlock Company, to please join us. Could we welcome him with a big round of applause? And joining to be the panelist, Head of FinTech and Startups, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, we have Mr. Akash Nadu. A big cheer, please. And also join me in welcoming the Director at SCOME Solutions, we have Mr. Shashank Sharma. A big cheer. And also joining in as the panelist, we've got the founder, board member, and chief executive officer at QET Council of India, Ms. Reena Dayal Yadav. Put your hands together for our partner at Ketan and Co. We have Mr. Prashant Ramdas in the house. The next panelist to join in. And also joining online to be a part of this discussion, we have Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, President and Chief Executive Officer, Startup Policy Forum. Over to the session chair. Take it away, please. Before I start talking to you about any panelists, I thought we would get this update about your thoughts, what we did. But this get educated in the FinTech festival and for a great name. I thought of round up, the position is done, in and half round up, what this fintech strategy is, and then we come to the. So I think what fintech is really characterized by something that we call relationship innovation. You know how bad that things might kind of chance upon this phenomenal word that Nandini talking about. He talks about something called founding over innovation. Immediate actually interacting with each other. If you look at our India stack, if you look at JAM, if you look at whatever technologies come after that, ONDC, the account application network, everything has kind of leapfrogged the financial services sector into it. So from a cash, low volatility, offline accounting, today we are online, high productivity, and cashless. Today we say that the information is the new right. Can you imagine about, it took us about 60 years to reach about 156 million workers in fewer. And in about 3 years' time, BPI from 60 and 1 million to reach about 60 million players. Can you imagine how many QR code transactions are happening today? How many QR codes do we have in India today? Who does it? 700 million QR codes. Any guesses about how many UPI transactions happen every day? So every day. 600 million transactions. So, and this innovation revenue has touched every aspect of the life. Even capital markets, last 3 years back, LIC, 50% of the applications of LIC IPO actually was to your. Today, 54 crores actually subscribe to BW. So what's happening is this step backward is creating and stirring a series of changes and transformation is coming in every aspect of our life, whether it's underwriting, whether it's human, whether it's savings accounts, everywhere. And the fintech industry is growing at a compound annual growth rate of 50%. And actually, I think that 57% is adoption rate. So now, fintech industry is transformation. So it's obvious and it's imperative for the regulatory framework is also transformation. So how does the regulatory framework, how does it not stifle innovation? How is it calibrated enough to kind of make innovation side? How do we, build the guardrails for safety? Regarding that, we will open up the discussion for all the family. And I think it's quite big and prudent to start with Akash Naidu. Akash actually heads the innovation hub in Bangalore, right? Yeah. So Akash, I want to ask you, in fact, basically, a lot of very things that happen with the various framework. A lot of old initiatives that we given by, I think, especially in a multi-degree environment. A lot of these benefits and losses, we are going to sustainability. A lot of things happen. So why don't you give us the background behind the thinking and some of the things we thank you, education, thank you. This paper pointer and my compliment to you, but your compliment using a studio and today, we came to try to go up to speak about and not directly to the point. RBI has been one of these project regulators who have set up a fintech department. This whole importance of working with fintech and the importance of using the government funding for fintech to operate. Even in context, the fintech department has already engaged with fintech to different forums. Some of the initiatives are catalyze the company along with fintech that the RBI directly has with this fintech. And they granted about 16 regulations across India. We want to say that the regulators are actually open for a dialogue, the company with the fintech, and that's what
On the repository platform itself. And then a couple of other initiatives of the RBI group is unified lending interface, where we've been able to unlock data from various sources and make it accessible to lenders to enable lending for underserved segments as well. And finally, the Mule Hunter project that I want to talk about, which is essentially a solution that we developed to tackle the pricing problem of new accounts. And these are some of the initiatives I thought here. And great, so a lot of conversations, a lot of experimentation going on. And most importantly, RBI has got this ear on the ground to kind of make sure that proactivity is a very important part of the. So, Prashant, I want to come to you. You've been a part of the industry and you've been watching this whole regulatory framework evolve, right? From DXIs and growing technology coming in. So, how have you overseen uh, how do you see the regulatory framework evolve from the DXIs to FinTech? And what are some of your experiences?
The point is that PPT is huge. So
I think typically, these very regulations are very highly individual. So when comes first, then the regulations come.
After this,
Customers,
yeah, that will be removed.
The customer or this kind of amount to ensure that there are no fraudulent players, who cheat customers and customer protection. That way, this is one of the paramount kind of objectives of innovation and regulators. So in that context, we can see the mechanisms which regulators kind of describe. So that financial services to customers should
provide those windows, so that customers can resolve their grievances easily, right? And the other paramount kind of factors regulators look at is that any innovation, should not imbalance, systemic risk, in the ecosystem, right? So regulators are, Indian regulators definitely are very prudent in ensuring that various risks associated with new technologies in the BFSI space are effectively managed to make sure that systemic risks are tackled. From a regulatory standpoint, I think after so long, in the efforts which India has made, there is also the security fund regulators, insurance regulator, and all regulators, supervise various regulated types of regulated entities which fall under them. And obviously, fintech companies, come at an outer layer where and they provide various tech solutions and services, to these regulated entities. So typically, the regulatory framework for outsourcing of services, by EFSI, regulated players, to fintech companies has obviously evolved over time. And the regulators have kind of prescribed that when regulated entities outsource activities to fintech players, they have to make sure that there are prudent processes in place to monitor what is being outsourced, and you go up to the service provider. You ensure that there is security, these systems, are adequate, and business continuity risks are effectively managed to make sure that the customer is not left in the urge to borrow its first service provider does not, perform their services effectively in that sense. So obviously, the outsourcing framework across various regulators kind of have this similar theme, to make sure that the services to the customer, are protected in that sense. The other kind of approach which regulators also take is to look at it as a case to case basis, right? You have, in the RBI context, you have, for example, digital, where you've seen how, after COVID happened, the growth of digital lending platforms, it's easy to kind of, get a personal loan today, in a matter of, few minutes to a smartphone. And obviously the regulator, typically follows an approach where they take the study of what is happening in the market, and they, consult with the market in terms of what regulatory approach is to be adopted and come out with, regulations on this. So one thing which is, I think, fundamentally in Indian context is that each new regulation which comes is always preceded by a consultation process where market participants have the opportunity to give feedback, to the regulator about how, the regulation is to be tweaked, to ensure that, sometimes it does happen that new regulation might kind of stifle innovation or growth in some form or shape. So it's always a challenge to balance regulation and innovation. But at the end of the day, as the compliance burden on businesses increase. And to that extent, it becomes kind of, it is good that, in the Indian context, there is an opportunity to kind of provide feedback. So the regulators are aware of what's happening, what are the pain points, and how, regulations can be around the future to address those.
Excellent. So the consultative framework and systemic risk are, that's I think the foundation. So Shashank, I'll come to you next. You've been working with Swami and Swami plays a pivotal role in underwriting. When you were actually doing the rebranding of London to SMFG, personally did a lot of research, talking to various stakeholders. And one thing that came out was, customers, when they're applying for a loan, they don't want to wait. They don't want technology coming into the way. So if there's a, hitch in the technology platform, and there's a hitches, and the the response time gets affected, customers don't like it. So obviously the technology, the underwriting as well as involved in the years. So how do you think has underwriting technology, especially in light of fintech, how has it evolved over the few years? Thanks, sir. Maybe you can talk about discussing the account aggregator network. Yeah, sure.
So I think where we have evolved in the last decade or so is that we have moved from a stage of a lead generation. Then we moved to a stage of in-principle banking. Today we are sitting at a stage of direct disbursement. I think that's how technology has evolved when it comes to digital lending. And I think a lot of this got to do when I RBI came up with digital lending guidelines, I think a lot of stability, a lot of clarity came into light when we had the lending guidelines established. And on the lenders front also, this became very evident that now they can create digital workflows. So I think the first change which came into effect was to create digital workflows for existing products of the bank. Why is it that for a personal loan, I should go and visit the bank? The personal loan should be available to me through a digital journey. The similar activities get, I would say, got at of other verticals of the bank, and then MSME verticals started coming up that why can't we create working capital digital online journeys? All of this was happening parallelly was also, the advent of, I would say, even account aggregator, we had DTI, we had inclusion of GST through consent-based architecture. The data also started going into the entire issue, right? So the mindset of the lender to go digital and the mindset of the regulator to create digital, I would say, ecosystems and frameworks for the data to flow freely. A combination of this, became the backbone for a setting up of a digital lending platform. Now, when I say a digital lending platform, it does not only, I would say, talk about a single product. It talk about entire lending of the bank being, platform based and a temporary version, where we have digital scorecards, where we have digital rule engines. So as a customer, at least, for the baseline products of any institution, you are not required to do so. And I would say that, this got validated with a statement when it comes that if you today look at leading digital lending activities which are happening, if I take MSME and the sector out of it, major of it is happening in tier 2 and tier 3. And within the bank's portfolios also, if you look at products which are being, I would say, operated under a digital lending model, you will see Mudra loans as one of the, I would say, prime products in terms of adoption to digital lending. You would see SSG loans, dairy loans, KCC loans coming up in a very big way. But this got, act of, I would say, RBI service. I think that is where we move from setting up digital workflow to setting up an operating system for digital lending. And I think that is where the unified lending interface was introduced. The intent was to look at all digital footprints of, different, I would say, domains and demographics, try to bring it on a single platform. And now I think ULI is also taking, a second generation shape where they are trying to engage more with fintech companies or, so overall fit together, the platform-centric approach of these lenders, the data being made available through digital channels from the regulators is what, I think has led to this entire advent of digital lending. And now with compliance and RegTech, taking that roll up. So, when we look at a digital journey, we don't have to just look at digital lending guidelines. A digital loan life cycle takes digital lending guidelines, takes digital KYC guidelines, takes digital payment guidelines. Because, all three are happening in the same 1 minute of the user's experience with the lender. So, a lot has been, I would say, regulated and put up very clearly. That is where we have been able to, I would say, move aggressively in terms of adoption of these.
Digital lending workflows, digital lending framework. I think foundational things that set off change. Shweta, are you online?
Yeah, hi, Arijit. I can hear you. I don't know if you're able to hear me.
Hi, Shweta, how are you?
Very well. How are you doing?
Yeah,
Apologies, I couldn't be there in person. Apologies to everyone in the audience and the panelists as well. I had to be in Delhi for an important government meeting, but great to be on the panel. Thank you.
Great. Shweta, just I want to ask you, you kind of interact very closely with the startup ecosystem. A lot of the payment players are a part of the space. What do you see as some of the challenges going forward? We were discussing the NDR, the merchant discount rate, and the fact that, government has kind of put up a policy that merchants, so do you think there is a, scope to look at revisit the NDR, the no NDR kind of regime?
Absolutely, Arijit. In fact, that has been a long-standing, I would say, request or demand from the fintech industry, particularly the payment players. First, I think it's very important to understand that India's digital payments journey has been absolutely fantastic. It's one for the books. It's one that the world is watching. And among the startup ecosystem, I think fintech is in some ways the crown jewel, or I would say the most exciting and successful sector that has seen absolutely remarkable stories coming out. So I think kudos to the government that had set up, I would say, the foundation for India's fintech industry, whether it's by way of Aadhaar or UPI. And I think also to the vision of the government under the leadership of the Prime Minister, where digital payments was an important plank. And to enable this digital payment penetration and financial inclusion, naturally, the government has followed what we call a zero MDR regime, or a zero merchant discount rate regime, where there are no charges on UPI transactions. And that has been a game changer for enabling just the kind of transactions that we're seeing. And also, I would say, fantastic leadership on part of NPCI under the Lipasbe and others to have enabled this to be such a powerful force for India in terms of the penetration that we're seeing. At the same time, we do think that there is a need to perhaps rethink the zero MDR regime at this point. And the reason is that as any ecosystem grows and scales, we do need more checks and balances to come in place. And part of that also is ensuring that we're able to have, some sort of guardrails that will ensure a safety of a system that is also monetizable, and that is also able to generate, I would say, meaningful returns to the players in question. Because at the end of the day, there are only limited players we know that have deep pockets that can sustain something like this endlessly, or for the government to subsidize it endlessly. Either ways, if the government is providing subsidy to the players to compensate them for zero MDR, or it is the players themselves that are adding to their burn and sort of subsidizing this in order to achieve market share or to achieve penetration, that is not a sustainable model in the long term. And we do think that there will be a time where there will have to be a rethink. We have received a clarification from the Finance Ministry that as of right now, there is no rethink on it. But we do think that some workarounds as well as a long-term solution will come into play to ensure that India's UPI system is not just, one that is clearly making us a global leader in digital payments, but is also something that is sustainable.
Excellent. So I think what you're saying is, for the long-term sustainability of the payments platform, the zero MDR regime probably needs to be relooked at. Great. Thanks for the perspective. I'll come to Reena there. Reena, you've been doing some stellar work over the last few years as the CEO of Unity, and you've been working with the National Quantum Mission, been working with startups, the education space, and trying to impress upon everybody and the government the tremendous potential of high-end quantum computing. So, in the context of the regulatory framework and fintech, how do you see quantum computing making a transformational impact or being a game changer?
Sure. So I think one of my jobs as like also India, the ecosystem entity, is also to make sure that there's more interaction happening with sectors which are going to be very impacted by quantum. And banking, financial services, and fintech is one of these. So when you look at quantum, we are talking about a completely new paradigm for computing. So all the devices that we have today, starting from the large scale supercomputers to the small devices that we hold in our hands, the sensors that surround us, they're all business close to classical physics, a little bit of quantum involved. But now we're talking about a new class of technology which is focused on quantum physics. And to most people, there's so much happening in this space, but unfortunately, this is an era, fortunately and unfortunately, this is an era where we have so many technologies which are coming together, which are creating a banking financial sector also has a great, especially has a great opportunity in certain areas like fraud detection, algorithmic trading, even in terms of how logistics and supply chain feed into the fintech systems, and so many more. That's the opportunity because the banks around the world are currently working on all of this. The other thing is the threat. So what happens is that because of the nature of quantum computing, there are certain algorithms which are specific to quantum computers. A couple of them are called Shor's algorithm and Grover's algorithm. These algorithms, Shor's particularly, actually promises to break RSA for 0 if you have 1,000 qubits computing. Right now, there was an announcement about IBM setting up a computer in about 500 qubit computer. So, but that's a noisy. So there are all these little bits of nitty-gritties about the technology clearly a bit of confusion. But it's today what is the gold standard? Everybody is using RSA 2.0 thinking that we are all very secure. And we just talked about the fact that we have 600 million UPI transactions, UPI transactions. Our economy is completely digital, more digital than many advanced nations. And we as a banking and financial services and insurance sector is actually one of the critical infrastructure sectors for the nation. What does that mean? That today wars are not fought really on the front. They are fought in many different ways. And one of the most critical segments for the nation actually has to gear up on the cybersecurity front because of the threat from quantum security. So what is the role of the regulator? Today, if as a person from the quantum side and look at what's happening in the ecosystem, banks are actually waking up. Talk to some people in Axis Bank, ICICI Bank, and the others. They're all actually talking to vendors now to understand what is to be done. And I have had conversations with RBI FinTech team as well, and with the RBI Innovation Hub as well. But everybody's focus is a little diverted. They're very focused on the link. First of all, the cyber attacks that are happening. Right? So the CISOs, which are associated for the banks, already have their hands.
She's spoken now.
It's additional thing for saying, okay, you can hear us, right? Now, I come from IT background. Before I got into quantum, and so actually it was spoken on banks.
Question happened.
Yes. And what all of you will agree that banks and legacy infrastructure,
She went on video once the question was asked again.
all of that is pretty complicated. It's not a one-stop solution. It's somebody has to migrate all your infrastructure.
After this, the next panel.
Because there is a hodgepodge of different kinds of systems that you're working with. India is slightly better because we started computerization and moving to digital systems way later, and so we adopted a lot better, right? But having said that, it's not something you can do in a day. You cannot do it in a week, months. You actually have to have a multi-year plan. And looking at the risk management of what if so your systems are like tomorrow. What is now should this problem be immediately worked upon only by the bank? No, I think the regulator, especially with RBI having something like an innovation hub and a fintech focused team, and the other regulators, all of them have to come together, and they have to do two things in my opinion. One is to set up a sandbox where different banks can work together, along with elements from the quantum side. And there are more than 50 startups today in the quantum world in India, which might come as a surprise to many. And out of these 50, at least 10 plus are quantum security startups. So if you look at this is an important thing. The second is if you look at what's happening in the West, if you look at US has set deadlines for people to move into quantum security compliant environments. And it has been positioned as a form of guideline for the infrastructure sector, but they're very soon going to get hard deadlines. I think the regulators in India need to provide that support as well as push the agenda forward by setting some sort of guidelines and a deadline of sorts, so that this very critical work can start happening. It's a of yes, of course. All the relevant departments are aware of it. Conversations are happening, but there is a need to accelerate this. There's one very special thing in quantum is called stored now and keep it later. So it is very cheap. Anything on the network, you can, if you can catch it in storage, the moment you have a quantum computer, you take that whole data and keep it. So anything which is critical information can all be caught and keep it later. So there is a need to act now. So this is the most important aspect. I feel the regulators can play a role in monitoring innovation in quantum, as well as in establishing, during the doubts, all kinds of doubts, creating a common framework, common working group where people can come together and work. And people can generate reports that say, okay, if you do this, this is the kind of benchmark that is available. And that will ease the way out for adoption of the rest of the sector. That's how I think are looking at what should happen.
Excellent, great work and all the best. We don't have much time for a second round, so we'll just quickly, 30 seconds each. We're just summing up and maybe the challenges. Thanks. So my points are more a summary because that's something that I already wanted to cover. So two things. One is in terms of the mindset of each of the players. The regulator is focused on consumer protection and stability of the financial ecosystem. And then you have the fintechs who are focused on innovation and customer experience. And then you have the banks who stand in between the regulator and the fintechs, whether they want to adopt innovation, but also want to comply with the guidelines set by the regulator. So given this very unique nature of all the players, banks, the partnership between banks and fintechs is going to be very, very critical. And today, such partnerships take anywhere between 18 to 24 months to fructify and materialize. But at the Innovation Hub, we've taken steps to accelerate that journey and make the first step of connecting with the relevant stakeholders in the bank possible. So through our acceleration programs and also through the fintech repository, it has been possible. I think the way forward this to end is through the possibility of a sandbox environment to be able to get the data, APIs, and all the other elements that are required to showcase innovation to the regulator as well as the banks. I don't think we have time for 40 seconds there. Any questions from the 30 seconds there? Any questions from the audience?
This is to Mr. Naidu. We said about free AI and ethical checking on few things. How do you measure this? Or how do you kind of
Yeah, I think that is more of a subjective question to be answered. I think that's where we probably need like set of experts to look at it. But yeah, I think from the element of I think ethical and explainability, I think that is the key aspect that we want to underscore. That let us say underwriting is taking place. On what basis was a particular customer excluded? And that explainability because largely it is a black box in terms of how it was analyzed. But I think that's where some sort of explainability is what we want to engage with. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, fellow panelists, and thank you, audience. A great being here and talking to everybody. Thank you. Thank you, panelists, and to the second chair. We're going to have you in the front row picture. As we take this opportunity to show our gratitude, a small recognition from our end. Request Ms. Devna to join us back on stage. And now we shift focus from our discussion we head towards a keynote address just after this. One more time, a user of law please. There was a fine discussion about the way frameworks for a digital future. Going forward, we have yet another keynote address. And this time the topic is emerging workplace trends by catalyze. And they're also a partner for this edition of the Festival of FinTech. And there is a nice hook from their end. That is a lucky draw. There's a very special chair that could be won for you to be a part of it. All you do is make sure that you drop in your visiting card right at the entrance of the registration desk. And later part of the evening, we will have the lucky draw and one lucky winner gets to walk away with the special prize. Thank you once again, panelists, reception chair. And now, join me in welcoming the President, Sales and Marketing at Catalyze. We have Mr. Satish Kumar Sharma for his keynote address. If you welcome with a round of applause, and probably I'll increase your chance for the lucky draw. Because you want these friends, the Catalyze, the keynote, over to Mr. Satish. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, let's have a small environment exercise till the slides are setting up. What we do is, for a minute, can everybody please stand up? Look at the right or the left, the member whom you do not know. Please introduce yourself and know the person's name, please. Wonderful. That's okay. Only the name, not beyond the name and the company. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. How is it? Good? Okay. So I think furniture ergonomics go hand in hand. And I think whether it is a BFSI or GCC, banking, everybody working hard. And I tell you, you can have very good ergonomic products. But if you don't take ergonomic breaks, it's not going to help. So how many of you, for a cup of tea or water, stand up and go to those breakout areas to get yourself? Please raise your hands. Wonderful. I think these are the good practices. These are the habits which I think every individual needs to inculcate and feel good about in terms of taking those, ergonomic breaks, moving around, burning certain calories, and taking care of their health. So back to this critical topic, emerging workplace trends. They are changing because a lot of other things are changing, such as technology, environment, societal, the different generations which are coming in, right? So things are actually changing very fast. And if you look at these trends, you look at hybrid way of working, agile spaces, enhanced safety, technology, integration, and personalized kind of spaces. So these kind of the trends are coming across different industries, not specific to one industry, and there is no one size that fits all because every company is very different. But we are looking at these changes in a big way, and many of the employees are looking forward for those human-centric office environments to be a part of collaborations. How many of you like beautiful offices? Please raise the hands. Oh, good. The market looks good, and I think we are in the right place. Okay, let's spend some time in terms of certain more, trends which are going around. And in terms of Bangalore traffic, everybody heard about it? Yeah. So, earlier, whenever I used to interview or still look forward for a job, whether it is 6 days a week, 5 days a week, sir, work from home there. And these are the questions which are coming in, right? And I tell you, these are very basic questions which are being evolved. Today, people are traveling around, and at airport, at the cafe, work is on. The digitization platform, people are, leveraging it. They are answerable to the key responsibility areas, and the work is on. So I think this flexibility is required, whether an employee or an employer looking at these challenges are concerned. So earlier, it used to be, oh, today you're working from home, 50 man, it's taking off that.
That kind of an thought people had. But today I think it's no more. Today, as an employer, you will be very happy for an employee, manage your household, family, manage your work. Nobody minds. Things have changed. The trust factor has actually come in, and the new generation really likes that, flexibility for the employees to do their job. And who's supporting all this? Technology. I still remember when I started my career, many of these organizations had business continuity plan, one office, 30 kilometers away. Yeah, kuch ho jayega. Something happens. What would, I need to have a back office to support. Those kind of things. But today, I think everything is on the cloud and people are quite okay to work around and do their deliverables. So I think things are changing fast. On the technology front, let me tell you, like real estate cost being the second largest cost, right, for the organizations. Even we need to look at, are they being leveraged properly? Per square feet, each area, like the home, are we using it? If you are not using it, look forward for the ways to use it. Because you are paying a money, you are paying per square feet cost, and a certain area, certain furniture, if you are not using, you need to look at artificial intelligence like the sensors coming in, which are going to give you an input, utilization study, and take those right kinds of calls. Now that's the way technology is helping around. Everybody has an ergonomic chair, please raise your hand. Yeah. Ergonomic chair is good, ergonomic table is good, but most important is the ergonomic breaks. Every 30 minutes, move around, look forward. Because today, most of the employers, if you look at the quality of an air, what an employee is breathing is good enough. If not, there is a parameter which helps them. Oh, please look forward for making this environment better for the employees to be more productive, more efficient, and they feel good about it. So I think things are changing around in terms of the health and wellness and the different generations coming in. I'm my son, who is like 20 years old. I try to go in person and tell him, is this Papa text to me? So each generation is very different in terms of the way they react. Same holds good for the office. Is the office good enough to bring all the generations in and look forward for the objectives? So it's the leaders who need to think around in crafting a very beautiful office which manages these generations at one particular place. So these are certain, options in terms of if you're looking at meeting spaces, we all can create meeting spaces like this for supporting your work. If you're looking at certain private work where you don't need disturbance, where you need acoustic properties for the material, right? So that you find much more in control, confined to do your job. There are solutions available. If you look at learning spaces, which is a key, you can create certain landscape like this to motivate the employees. So there are various options, whether it's a social activity, whether it's a learning activity, whether it's a cafeteria, where a lot of things happen. Yeah. So I think these are beautiful things to actually have. And if you're looking forward for your employees to be effective and efficient, the design does play a key role. Small introduction of Weatherlight. We have two divisions. One, office furniture. The second is developers. I think many of you don't know the developers. I'll share certain inputs on that. In terms of the clients who have been supporting us, these are the clients. Thanks so much for supporting us in the last couple of years. We are 16 years in the line of business. And in terms of India, 60 locations across APAC region. Also, we have supporters who are helping us to grow the business. And these are the photos of the factories. If you look at our factories, we have 6 lakh square feet. All the factories have solar roof panel to support on the sustainability. So all factories run to this power. There are a lot of goals on the sustainability which we have looked forward in terms of carbon reductions and in terms of we collating certain information, whether it is carbon disclosure project or our net zero goal by 2040, including scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So that's the way we are looking at. And these are the SDGs which we are actually focusing upon. And as the factories are in Bangalore, any of you feel free to visit our factories. Our team is there to support, and you should see an Indian company with 60 years of experience, how sustainability is ingrained and the diversity on the shop floor. We have more than 30% women working at the factory and our chairman. So if you're feel free to come down. And in terms of DEI, we have visually challenged members also who work with our team. So I think there is a lot of stuff at our factory. The building what you are seeing is at Chennai. It's close to around 6 lakh square feet, which we lease it out. So this particular business, the developer business works at Chennai and Bangalore. And this is our building which is coming up at CBD area at Cessna Park in Bangalore. Going forward, we have plans to construct this building of 12 lakh square feet close to the Bangalore International Airport. Now, that's the introduction. In addition to the furniture on the real estate, we have a counter website. So please ensure that you share your visiting card at the counter. There's a lucky draw in the evening today. Let me take you through our office, the corporate office at Bangalore. Please have it.
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ
Careful.
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಇದು ಪ್ರಸಕ್ತ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ₹500 ತರದ್ದು ಏನಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಮಾಮ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಊಟ ತಗೋಯ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದೆ ಸರಿ ಬಿಡ ಆಯ್ತು ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಎಷ್ಟೈತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಂದೆ ಇದಕ್ಕ ₹200 ತಂದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ನಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಏನ ಭಜನೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಕೇಳೋ ಈಗ ಮೊದಲು ಟೋಟಲ್ 4 ಜನ ಕೇಳೋ ಹಂಗೆ ತಾನೆ
So this is our corporate office at Miller's Road. Please feel free, whenever you are that part of the city, do come down, have a look how the offices are getting evolved, which can support your expansion plans in India and abroad. How many of you have noticed the height adjustable table in the video? Please raise the hands. Wonderful. So the height adjustable table also supports you to stand and work. After lunch, you may not feel like sitting, right? You feel like standing. And that possibly for me, 2 hours minimum in a day, I actually stand and work. If I'm on board, it becomes more. So it is very important to actually use that kind of a product, which is run on a motor. But there are certain other products which are pneumatic, like how the chair works. Similarly, we can come up with a table where it actually helps you to support the laptop at different heights. So the next small video of mine will actually demonstrate
ಈಗ ಬಂದೆ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಟೋಟಲ್ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತಾ
When markets are growing, sales really find easy to sell. And thank you so much for supporting Pidalite in the last couple of years. FinTech has been one of the integral segment for us to actually grow. The next video actually is of a FinTech company, Zerodha. Have a look at it, how their office looks. Thank you so much for your attention. And from this particular session, what is takeaway is please make economic great as far and parcel with your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we request you to do that and must be kind of do the honors. Thank you for being our partner year on year. We have a big cheer for the gentlemen and for the life for being a partner of the Festival of FinTech, and also reminder for the lucky draw to be a part of it. All you do is drop in your visiting card right at their kiosk. And now we settle back. We are back to the next panel discussion. And the good news is, maybe the last one before we take a break, but let's bring back the energy in the house while we set up for the panel discussion. And also, let's take this opportunity to thank them one more time. A huge applause, please. We have a setup back. The next panel discussion is about AI in FinTech, balancing innovation and responsibility. And it's my responsibility to bring back the energy in the house. So what we're going to do is, they say clapping is one of the best exercise, not just to applaud the person who's on stage or to convey a gratitude. It's also for ourselves. It helps us in releasing this thing called as endorphin in our body. What does that do? It's the most amazing natural mood booster. If you have a headache, a slight headache or mild headache, keep clapping for 25 seconds and you will see it change your mood. One of the best painkillers. So we're going to try that and boost our mood right now. We're going to do a non-stop clapping for about 10 to 15 seconds in rhythm. So let's go. Everybody, hands together. Clap, 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 clap. Louder. And then go louder. And we go on. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. All right, that excitement is also because it's the last segment before we go for lunch. And now let me introduce the panel. Session Chair, Ms. Vidhu Verma, Head Regulatory and Compliance, Speak Local in the house. And also we have the first panelist joining in, Head Strategy M&A and Investments, Razor B, who's on the way, will join in shortly, like Mr. Viswacharya. But we have with us Mr. Hitesh Sachdev, Head Startup Engagement and Investments at ICICI Bank in the house. Can we welcome him with a big cheer, please? We also have Mr. Ashika Ghosh, Senior Director and Head Insights, NASCOM. We have Mr. Richard Kumar, Vice President, Sales South Asia, FutureX. Join me in welcoming Ms. Nirmala Soundararajan, Co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, Policy Consensus Center, will be joining with us online. So we have a picture and also let's welcome the Session Chair, Ms. Vidhu Verma, Head Regulatory and Compliance.
Yes, over the moderators.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure, to visit the whole and session. And
Sridhar not joining.
at the same time, I mean, this is a very interesting topic. AI and fintech with a very esteemed panel members. You have heard about their introduction. They're coming from a very diversified background. And before I start, this quick introduction from my end and a round of introduction from you all as well. I'm Viksit Bharat. I head regulatory compliance at Keynote. We're a cross-border payments company. I am in the compliance domain from almost a decade, and have seen this journey of how financial sector has evolved over a period of time, right from the traditional banking environment and we going to branches, to bank coming into our phones and in our hands. So, and this all has been possible because of AI and technology, which is building around this. Just a quick round of introduction, then we'll get into the talk. So we can have.
I love everyone. It's a live. I'm part of it. And like, it's part of investment. So it's not about the Hi, my name is Viksit Bharat. I do insights at Transform. Within insights, Saturn is focusing on the research on what's the Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vishnu Kumar and I think business and operations for FutureX in South Asia. And I have been associated with the banking and fintech vertical since the last 25 years. We have been providing IT security solutions, specifically in the field of cryptography. So these crypto modules which provide the confidentiality, integrity of the financial transactions. And so welcome on and thanks for attending this session.
To begin with the topic, I think when we talk about financial services, we have seen technology and specifically AI these days across different platforms. You things like when we use a banking platform, we are not talking to an individual. Now we are talking to chatbots, which is AI. We are when it's not someone who is doing this underwriting and it is again based on care, based on checkers points which are running the pattern. These are different examples that we look at the financial sector across AI is running right from fraud detection to customer services to invest underwriting everywhere in the. And in fact, I started my career with ICICI Bank. Where I have seen that how branches used to operate, how things used to operate over there. And now working with a fintech where we first talk about AI and we think about the business or a product, right? So Hitesh, my first question to you is being part of the banking ecosystem, how see that startups are kind of collaborating with banks and helping customers and industry as a whole, and what is the role of AI in what we
The topic is on AI. Let me ask you a question from audience. How do you feel that AI is humans? Very clear. Largely yes. Only one person in like AI university. Very is as a some of the jobs, maybe for the scale that is out, maybe be a replacement for humans in that particular job, or maybe 50%, 80% of the jobs actually replace the AI what humans doing. But can we the degree of the improvement which will bring more efficient or and what humans do. So then second, let me ask second questions. How many of you believe that AI can be CEO of your company?
Keyword extensions, right? And if you train your models right with a lot of data and emotions, and emotional data as well, you will see some of the companies where you get the CEO of the company. I mean, every day this background, let me answer the question. So, the entire journey started with intensely competitive balance last time. And then there is a change, right? Both large institutions and started realizing that there is a lot more to be working together and collaborating and create a win-win situation. So startups bring more creativity, innovation, new way of thinking multiples. Whereas institutions, large institutions bring trust, lot of data, financial muscle power.
Are you able to hear us?
Both this can create a superlative product.
Can you just switch on your camera once,
Technology
please?
service. So when we started this, there were a lot of questions that how do we work with startups?
Because I can't see you online. I have
Startups will get closed now. We acquired by someone. Lot of innovations in terms of
Oh,
fear or
okay. Just hold on.
concern.
Just hold on.
And then we say, let's say we cooperate and start working. When we started working with startups for this 8-9 years back, initially obviously they were but when we saw the results, like it really
People are very smart. They don't pick up calls.
almost the entire this is the way to go.
No.
There are only two ways to grow, right? In an organization. One is organic way of doing where you put up your branches, you set up your digital channels. And the other is that you partner with startups. Where partnership can be for for us the objectives are very clear that if you partner, it should help us to generate some revenue, or it should help us to reduce our cost by using the technology or the products of the startups. Or it can be also to help mitigate risk in our businesses, right? So these are clearly laid down objectives, and if you one is if you partner with the right counterparty first, working with right counterparty
Yes,
first, because then you partner and offer this.
Ma'am, it's on the first, it's on the first floor, Vijay Hall.
You don't want
Raj
to
Kanji Road.
because at the end of the day, the customers will look up.
First floor, Vijay Nagar Hall. I just come outside. I'm just sitting on console fixing something. I come outside. Yeah.
So to that extent, we want to be sure that we partner with the right counterparties, right startup. We also do thorough checks on compliance on the data privacy. So we in a partnership model, you also end up sharing a lot of data with your partners. So you want to be sure that the data which you share is safe with them. Let us say we created multiple sets of apps which can writers scale up really well, like for example, video privacy platform. Apps. Still a very using satellite data analytics. You set sure and then model
0905. That is the meeting code link. That is the meeting code.
For partnerships.
One, the meeting code is mentioned on that message. Ab dekho.
They're large scale partnerships. They are handling volumes and then
Ek second. I'll just get back.
be resilient in a scale also.
So, that work.
The collaboration between the larger institutions, banks, and startups is a win-win situation. And rather than thinking about competition or competing, one can bring their own sense of that and offer better solutions to the customers.
Yeah, I think it is like I couldn't agree more on this point that larger organizations and fintechs are collaborating together. Okay, and the financial ecosystem is definitely benefiting from it. But you also touched upon a very important aspect where the data privacy was pervasive.
How do I do this?
And how India has seen data privacy law includes
No, I was thinking, is the link? She's joined. She's saying.
We want to be 100% sure as a customer that whatever you are sharing or particular matches.
Are you on the link? I mean, are you on the main room inside? Are you on the side of the screen? Are you seeing the banners or it's a plain Zoom screen? Okay, so that means you're on the audience link. Shit. Just give me seconds.
PwC and PI, so that
Zoom link
the
is
customer
very
interest
clear.
is protected at the same time the focus something.
I'm feeling like, we probably in the past, we looked at products, building products first, and then thinking about privacy or then thinking about responsible AI, ethics, for that coming in, and then of course the policy framework and all. This sort of serial order, right? But we need to make this go hand in hand in terms of.
I sent you another link on WhatsApp. इसको join करो.
Very privacy critical now.
मैं hold करूँ?
Very ethical model right at the start. And this is something that we've seen in the past also. Companies achieving that now. They're actually trying to ensure that right from day one, they have a consent place, they have the medical AI place, they have your, the privacy as a factor in place, and a continuous monitoring system. How you basically build a continuous monitoring system, which takes feedback, looks at performance, and keeps updating itself. So I think some of that is there. So participating from perspective, I think we work with a lot in the data collection day that came out recently. We had multiple conversations with them. So I think it's not okay. We continue to evolve as we go. But I think if you look at the data, there are multiple layers of privacy. How do you anonymize? How do you ensure that only the right amount of data is exposed and that's not stolen so that it. So I think it's an evolving process. We are something there today that we will still continue.
Yeah, I think policy around AI and FinTech financial services is an evolving thing, and over the long time we can see that how regulations around it have changed and how industry reacts to it.
Any guesses? We do an adoption study of AI across verticals. Any guesses which in India is the highest adopted vertical?
पासकोड मांग रहा है यार. फोन उठा लिया कर प्लीज. पासकोड मांग रहा है जिस लिंक को तुमने अभी भेजा है मेरे को. पासपोर्ट मांग रहा है. उसके 2 पासपोर्ट.
Actually, manufacturing is automotive. The second one is retail. Banking is below average, and the lowest is healthcare. And the two things that are common between healthcare and banking, regulations, right? That actually prevents you from really going forward and adopting at a scale as compared to other sectors. Healthcare, banking is a little bit below average, but the general impression, and when we started our research, we thought banking should be right at the top. Exactly for the same reason that we need clarity before we jump in. And if you look at a startup ecosystem, maybe 25,000 tech startups, almost 1/3, 1/4% of tech startups. So it's not that from a startup innovation perspective.
It's the same thing. उसको audience link मैं क्यों भेज रही हूँ बार-बार? Why are you sending me audience link for the speaker? वो नहीं ज्वाइन कर पा रही है. इससे पहले वाली स्पीकर ज्वाइन कर रही है. ये ज्वाइन नहीं कर पा रही है. सेम लिंक कैसे है? तुमने मुझे जो लिंक श्वेता राजपाल के लिए भेजा था उसमें कोडिंग चेंज है, और जो मैंने निरुपमा को भेजी थी वो कोडिंग चेंज है, और दीपाली मैम को जो गई है कोडिंग चेंज है. तो तुम ही तो बोल रहे हो ना कि सेम लिंक भेजिए. वो नहीं ज्वाइन कर पा रही है. नहीं, वो ऑडियंस देख रही है. उनको साइड के बैनर्स दिख रहे हैं. ऑडियंस वाली स्क्रीन दिख रही है उनको. वो खुद कर रही है और वो खुद ही करती है हर बार. Can you please connect with her on a call right now and guide her? I'll give you her number. Should I give you a number, yes or no?
There are a lot of challenges
मैं hold कर रही हूँ.
which are emerging because of AI.
And I can see data privacy is number one. These AI models are using very large data sets and exposing the attack surface by virtue of it. And these data sets can include personal identifiable information, financial information, which can be attacked, can be breached, and can be misused. So it is posing a great threat. Now, when it comes to AI, we should also keep in mind that attackers are also doing the AI modeling, and they are also using various AI tools for newer attacks. So the challenges are much more greater than the last decade which we have seen. Now the sophisticated attacks are coming from the critical resources, and that's where we should ensure, as Achutian was saying earlier, that the data privacy measures, security measures should be part from the very beginning of the project or from the very beginning of the idea, so that the entire life cycle of this critical information is safeguarded. We cannot do the entire, you can say, execution, and then afterwards we decide what kind of compliance we require, and then just for the sake of compliance, we are just implementing these data security measures. But we should now be very much aware about the best practices. So that, and then I can assure you that all these compliances, regulations will fall in place when best practices are implemented. So I have been associated with digital banking since the days of RTGS, when the first time we implemented some cryptography in the entire system for digital signing and encryption of financial messages over SFMS, which was run by IDRBT. So from that, I have seen a lot of evolution in the entire process. Now, when we are talking about AI, I see there are some problems like biases and fairness. It is lacking sometimes, since unintentionally these AI models can propagate some of the biases already there in the data, and they can affect our business operations for loan disbursement, for financial credit rating, and then for many other purposes. So apart from that, then there are some trust factors and regulations which will be having problems in terms of getting audited, because specifically the artificial intelligence models which are coming from deep learning algorithms, they are just type of black box, and they don't expose. It is very hard to interpret what exactly they are doing inside, and that leads to lack of trust, as well as for regulatory compliances sometimes. And then there is, of course, data security risk. These AIs are exposing larger surface for the attacks. While we are building the AI models and implementing it in our projects, we should also take care of certain regulatory standards, GDPR for if we have to cater to European customers, and then we have a DPDP Act in place now in India. Also, the guidelines from regulators like RBI, SEBI, IRDA, they are also doing some great job in order to publish some of these guidelines to help all the participants in order to safeguard the AI model.
Just would like to kind of get your thoughts around how the policy framework is evolving in financial ecosystem around AI and fintech. Can you hear me?
Muted, of course.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me clearly?
She's muted.
You are on mute.
Sounded.
Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Thanks. If I heard you correctly, you were asking about how I see the ecosystem in the financial sector evolving. Would that be correct?
Yeah, how the policy framework is evolving around AI.
Okay, thanks. So my take is actually quite simple in this. See, at the end of the day, what is AI supposed to help us do? It is supposed to help kind of ease computation. It's supposed to help us in processing a lot of data in an instant, and it's supposed to aid as far as policy making also is concerned. I think in a very simplistic form, if one were to address it, this is what we're looking at. Keeping that in mind, I think at the end of the day, there are two things that we need to be a little, not worry maybe, but maybe keep our eye on the line as far as two things. One is the good side of it. Given that financial data is huge, you have a lot of data that is generated in a split second across different kinds of transactions. I think AI in the financial sector will help make a lot of decisions, fast decisions, and more accurate decisions. But the other side, or it's a double-edged sword, the flip side of that also is, as we know, AI requires training, and at this point, whether AI can be construed as anything that comes from AI as irrefutable, which means that if there is any kind of problem or if there is a liability that ends up, particularly when it involves retail investors or investment decisions, the question is, where does the liability get based? Who will accept that liability? So I think that's the double-edged sword that we're looking at, particularly in financial sector, where at the end of the day, any regulation within the financial sector is aimed at protecting the investor and particularly the retail investor. I think in this context, it becomes very important to look at how AI will actually develop. So the question, therefore, is what would be the usage? To what extent will financial sector entities be allowed to use AI? Would it be only from a back-end perspective where it is processing data and all of that? Or would you kind of move it to the front end and as a substitute for person-to-person interaction? And to what extent would you even use that? Because then it's a question of where would the liability exist? This is how I see. I think these are the fundamental questions that need to be answered. And answers to this is how I see financial sector evolving and coping with AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights. And I think with the conversation, what we are realizing is that AI is helping us a lot, and there are various use cases which not just exist in the financial services ecosystem, but across. But at the same time, AI is running on data points and technology which is being built by us. Now, what we need to consider is that what is the level of human oversight and information is required when we are saying that we are implementing AI. Because what we have realized is that in any AI-based implementation, there is a possibility of having a discriminatory approach, or there is a possibility of having some decision making, which may exist by virtue of the AI implementation. What is the fine balance that exists between this AI implementation versus human oversight, which is required by it? And how we like to get more insights on this.
Yeah, so that is actually what you mentioned. So there is AI models, ML models banks have been using for quite a long time. Whether it is hyper personalization or whether it is predictive frequencies or many other use cases. When it comes to Gen AI, the foundational models came into being, let's say, 21 and 22. And what we have seen in AI journey has three aspects, right? One is foundational models. And we've seen that all the foundational models we are looking today are all built in the Western world. Yeah. Whether it is OpenAI, whatever, it's all Western world. India is trying to build now their own foundational model. Like we have Sarvam, we have Dream, we have now Bharat Gen. And there's a lot of work going on to build India-led foundational models, which is very important because, from the data privacy perspective, from the perspective of over-dependence on the Western foundational models, right? Second layer is application layer, where you'll find plenty of startups, and some of them are, I would say, creating wrappers on the foundational models, right? Modifying Llama to be, fine-tuning it, creating prompt engineering layers. But there also I feel that one needs to really build deeper, vertically integrated approach, bring meaningful, value to the end users. So that's the only application layer. Third layer is your infra layer, where we need to build that under AI mission. We are building, GPUs. 10,000 crores has been allocated, right? For building the infrastructure. Here, I think it will take some more time when we are building that infrastructure. It's very costly. We are also seeing foundational models which can actually work with CPU and versus GPU, right? So how much we invest in infra will be useful that we don't know. So very tough calls, right? And it's not smaller amounts of investment, it requires large amount of investments. So that's the landscape, right? And when we talk about human right, agentic AI is somewhere which is starting getting a lot of momentum. But there will be certain aspects where there will be human in the loop, right? For some functions, some aspects, there will be human in the loop kind of a situation where still, when it comes to emotions or complexities, it will take time for models to learn and imbibe or mimic humans. It's still some, we are not completely there. It will take some time, and then we'll see a lot of humanoids, agentic, and then we'll move towards humanoids, right? Where most of the functions, the robots will take over. It's not very far. Some of the research being done, South almost that must seem also. I think we see those research. So that will also, but we are still some distance to cover there. And that's where we feel that it is like that there will be a human in the loop kind of approach, keep kind of, with that mature.
Actually, yellow ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ. It's a very good DJ.
The next side, we do every 5 years, we look at how the
ಒಳ್ಳೆ teachers are actually. Definitely share. Share. ಇದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಸರ್?
Coding effort will be done by
ಈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Date 15th. ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ. ಬೀಜಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್ವರ್ಸು.
The question is, where do we see more AI? And when for humans, and especially from a example context, we think of repeatable tasks that we define an outcome, which actually addresses human fatigue. Those are areas where we continue to see stronger focus on AI. Tasks like, say, for example, money laundering, fraud detection, customer onboarding, right? If you look at analytics, compliance, some of these features where rules are defined, you are able to analyze large bodies of data, you're able to do that, and those are organizations are working towards that. That doesn't mean human on the loop, HONT, not human in the loop. Human on the loop should always be there in both areas, whether it is AI or human there. The second part is where we continue to see humans there. Wherever you see empathy, wherever you see strategic decision making, wherever you see bias, potential for bias, bias is, let us say, I was meeting a Gujarati friend just now before the meeting, and suppose the model has a bias that you probably would use that factor to discriminate where you come from to decide on whether you want to pay out a particular loan or not. Suppose a person has been laid off, right? But give potential for that person to pay the loan that is there. But is he able to look at that? Because the rule might be is the income coming on a monthly basis or not, right? And so it's not a one size fits all policy. I think for each of these decisions, right, lending, you have to have a human in the system because you will need to make those choices, which won't be defined, which will be on a case-to-case basis. Human in the loop will be there definitely for a really, really long time. That is not going to go away. But it will be at an organization, what the organization is looking for, what is the aim, what is the risk profile of the organization, what are the goals that they have in mind. And that's where the balance between automation and human will come in. So it won't be the same for all of you.
Thank you. Next question. Just but we're running short of time and I've got an update from the week that we have to quickly. Wanted to get your quick thoughts around when we're talking about AI in fintech. What are the key challenges do you believe will come up in the near future?
Yeah, so AI will become as intelligent as much data we can pour into it and define you can say good models in order to utilize it in our projects. Here, AI can also behave like a monkey with a gun. If at all that model is poisoned by someone or we have not taken care of our basics, that is the security of the information, the integrity of the information that we are providing is the right information. I have seen AI quite dominantly coming into authentication where we have now adaptive authentications. We are not relying on one factor, two factor, or biometrics or some defined factors. But the AI can take decision that if a person is doing some transaction here in India and meanwhile his information is also coming from other sources that he's traveling to China, then probably AI can enable different, it can ask some more questions, can ask something more to get to be presented in order to authenticate that person on the financial applications. Apart from that, AI can also play a great role in terms of what information can be provided to person on need to know basis. He doesn't require to access management information or financial information if he doesn't belong to financial group. So AI can put great controls over there as well. But still, we need to be looking at compliances and regulations because regulators are doing a great job. And these regulations are getting involved at the moment. In order to be compliant, in order to be keeping our AI models transparent and answerable, because of course they need to be fair and transparent in terms of justifying their decisions, what they are taking, and on what basis they are taking to the customers and to the regulators. So that is the foremost important thing, and it will basically again what kind of AI model we build depends on the cultural and the human on the culture and human in that particular organization. So I don't think that they will be AI is going to replace human decisions. After all, this is all our data, human data, which we are feeding to it, and there is no limit to it. So in coming days, in coming years, more and more data is going to getting into these models. AI will become wiser. But of course, again, there will be at the top always human decisions and human intellect will come in picture. Thank you.
Thank you. And next one, we received great insights from all the panel members. Would like to try to summarize this in one sentence that AI can be a brilliant enabler, but it can never become a master, specifically in the financial services ecosystem. When we talk about the human intervention, even with the AI, those services and in the financial services as well, right? So, and hence would like to thank each one of you for sharing your experiences and insights on this. Any questions? We have pre-sold home like organized. So we all are here. In case you have any questions, please reach out to us. And thank you so much for all the time.
From the panel, thank you, Secretary. Quickly address the data, please join us. Thank you, speakers. The small presentation that we have, we take a step forward. And also, it's the time that we've been waiting for. That's the networking launch. It's about 1:30, and we request everybody to be back in the hall by 2:15 so that we can continue with all the scheduled agenda. And there's dedicated lunch served for speakers in the speaker lounge, and for all the other attendees and participant stakeholders, the lunch is being served outside. Thank you so much. That's the first part of the 5th edition of Festival of FinTech. We'll see you on the other side.
Please adhere to the timing. We'll see you exactly at 2:15. The first ones to come back exactly at 2:15, the early birds, you'll get to walk away with something very special. We'll tell you that on the other side. The dedicated area for speakers, the speakers now, and all the other stakeholders, the lunch will be served outside.
The if AV, the right left side. Okay. And one Judy AV. What? Judy AV and winner AV also I have. So I'll give it all right. How many space?
Not just format it out. On the printer.
You have a time, send it by today. 15 days delay करते हैं अभी दे दूंगा तो 7 days में करते हैं तो 15-20 days ले लेते हैं
Please, I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay.
Particulars में क्या डालो?
FinTech and BW.
And BW.
I have to store I know. But you are charging 30-40%. But I just tomorrow I'll inform before my now or same thing.
Same out. Yeah.
उधर पूरा कम कर दो पर चलने देना नहीं तो Oh, ये देखो ना, बता दिया करो, मैं यहाँ से नहीं बता मैं तो परेशान हो गया हूँ सुबह से ना यार, कहीं जाए के ना उठा उठा पटक रहे हैं। दिमाग खराब कर दिया, ये नहीं है वो नहीं है। और जान बुझ के कोई गलत गलत कर रहे हैं। तो आया कि मतलब एक ही बीच का लंच है, तब से स्टार्ट रखो। मैं तो बनाऊंगा नहीं, मैं तो इधर आ गया, तो फिर तो मैं ये चीज को क्या रात में सेट कर देता हूँ।
Yes, yes, yes. No, no, I have a.
Hello, Madam. Oh, sorry.
Explain how many people? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Explain how many people? Only thing is the hosting is completely but team building I'll be very possible. Another sort of yeah. Another 50K. All the people should go at 7. Fathers are the 450. That, I mean, that's it, and that's it for building for that. Not a problem. Yes, ma'am.
Amar bhai, there is a separate area, you can go there and shop. अभी नहीं करना, अभी टेबल लगा के ना रख दो। हाँ, उस पे रख दो जरा, वो आएंगे ना 2 बंदे, उनके साथ मिलके करना, वो पेपर लेके आना।
बता दो जैसे ना 39 रिवाइज भी आ रहा है, 39 MP4 भी आ रहा है, तो पहले वाला डिलीट कर दूं, रिवाइज वाला 39, 42, 45 एंड 49 पहले वाले डिलीट कर देता हूँ जिसमें MP4 लिखा हुआ है, रिवाइज एबी वाले रख रहा हूँ। ठीक है।
हार्ड डिस्क किधर आपका? तो जरा कॉपी में
मेरा हार्ड डिस्क मुझे दे दो, सुबह से मांग रहा हूँ, मैं सुबह से मांग रहा हूँ, वो कह रहे हैं आपके बंदे को दिया है, तुम्हें दिया है मतलब।
हार्ड डिस्क खाना किधर गया? हार्ड डिस्क ये किसका है? उसमें वॉशरूम से लगा है। रीचेक कर।
वो उसके पास नहीं है हार्ड डिस्क, वो मना कर रहा है।
जिसके पास नहीं है। वीडियो।
अरे कल तक है, डाल लेंगे आराम से।
नहीं करते मुझे हार्ड डिस्क किधर है? हार्ड डिस्क कहाँ रखे? हार्ड डिस्क बैग कहाँ है तुम्हारा? अरे नहीं अच्छा
हाँ हाँ
इस पर लिखा हुआ है ना, वो नहीं लिखा हुआ ये वाला
क्या हुआ?
नहीं लिखा हुआ जी। हाँ वो तो
हाँ?
ये लो कुमार
टोटल
क्या लिखा हुआ? दुनिया भर का आईडी कार्ड रखा हुआ है ताजवाज का, तो लड़का लोग का, लेबर लोग का आईडी कार्ड रखा हुआ दुनिया भर का, जैसे इसमें ताज तुम आईडी कार्ड लेते हो ना, बनाने का आईडी कार्ड। एक मिनट, कहाँ पर कौन से स्टूडेंट में रखे हो? ना ना वन सेकंड, इसमें कपड़ा पड़ा है।
This is the zip.
Okay.
Left side with. Okay. And this is the winner AB.
Okay.
And one sponsor AB. Sponsor AB. Right. This is the sponsor
No, like not now.
Yeah. This plan, keep the lunch wala things here.
The laptop.
This is not your.
लैपटॉप The laptop will be लैपटॉप यहाँ पे कौन सा है?
आपके पास वो है? मैं तो अभी नहीं दे सकता। लैपटॉप मंगाऊं भाई मैं।
तो कॉपी आपको लैपटॉप नहीं करना है?
मुझे
लैपटॉप नहीं रखा तो नहीं, दो लैपटॉप, 4 लैपटॉप किधर है? 4 लैपटॉप। हाँ
4 में अरे दो ही आया।
2 लैपटॉप आए।
कल ले आना कल शाम को सुनो tomorrow after 6
यार तुम इसका लैपटॉप काउंट नहीं करो, डोंट काउंट हरीश लैपटॉप, दैट इज विजय का लैपटॉप, तो काउंट नहीं करना कभी भी। तुम्हारा लैपटॉप कितना लाया? सर्विस में बस फिर वही कहानी, उसे नहीं करना भाई, अगर काम हो सकता है।
हाँ you can come in the evening or then right now you can come okay okay no
ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ
क्या आदत मिल गया
क्या
आदत मिला
हाँ दिया ना, लैपटॉप चाहिए कॉपी में से चले। यहाँ पे रहेगा या अच्छा कुछ जो फुल चार्जर आएगा, चार्जर भी है देता है। ब्लू राउटर है यूएसबी
हम तुम दोस्ती करेंगे कल
आप बोले बोलो 50 कर लेगा।
नहीं होता वहाँ जरूर नहीं जा सकता
कैसे ले रहता है
मेरा काम
Sir, can you see the call once?
Sorry?
I put this lunch break. Can you
In the
see?
preset, in the preset.
Yeah, I put that lunch break. Just check in once.
See, so I will give you the entire winner AV.
You give me, and let me convert the files.
$49. मुझे बात तो यार बड़े बड़े साउंड भी छोटे जस्ट आपने साउंड ये सब ये सिस्टम you know Naveen
What is it now?
BJ
Is it nothing?
like you
Yeah, nothing.
Naveen, you know the long
Yeah,
talk.
okay.
He has done lots of events. He knows everything. I just send video and
For a company, you do regulars.
yeah, he has done lots of. See, this is the GIF, this is the sponsor AV, and this is the event AV.
This much is
49. This is the GIF, you can ignore.
So it is all AV should be taken.
Yes. One or two guys not coming. So we will play One
This
by
for
one,
avoid,
one by one.
this for avoid.
Yeah. I'll give it to you the winner sheet and we are only on the evening.
If I convert this.
You can convert all the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the same number. Will clear. Will come here. The 5, 6, 6,
Simply they made so many settings. They would have very only this.
will take a time now. Award giving award.
Anyway, it's working. So I have to convert.
Give me another this. You have all the you can also all the responses.
No. Once the event start, then no.
तो वापस ले लो और लिंक अप्लाई कर उसके बोल रहे हैं वो फाइल देखिए ना पोस्टर ले आते हैं सर्टिफिकेट वो सर्टिफिकेट वापस उठा लो क्योंकि वो नहीं कर पाएगी उसका लड़का छुट्टी को चला गया है वहीं पे बगल में एक और दुकान है जब गए वर्षन दुकान दिखाओ फ्रेम का फ्रेम का दुकान है वहाँ बहुत दुकान है फ्रेम का किसी भी फ्रेम दुकान को पकड़ो और उसको दो कराओ ठीक है वो नहीं कर पाएगी उससे नहीं पाएगा ठीक है तो उठा लो
Tomorrow at what time?
Then, why do you close early?
Today, 8:30.
If it will go tomorrow, 6. I believe 5 or 6 something is set.
First time in Korea, don't forget.
No, that was close.
No. What I'm
Next time they see you.
Sir,
We are
not
doing
next time.
I'll tell you.
One second.
Not the first time you are doing. Ask him how many times you have done the same.
I know that. People will be doing that. Yes, I say I did everything. Please give it to 10,000 is very difficult. No one will do full day event until 9 o'clock.
You are doing it. Ask him how much people are there.
That's what I tell you.
Just from last 5 years. Just for the Ask me.
No, I don't need to ask.
No, mine is close. He is close. We already fight. What out of it? You will get always. Yeah, no.
Then with some something is very difficult.
Only can one that is first. That is only tell you. Oh, my God.
ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಾವು ಪ್ಲೇಟ್
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ
ಇದು ಅಯ್ಯೋ
ಇದು ಡಿಸ್ಪಿನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಯಾವ ಯಾರು ಹಾಕಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ
ಅದು ಅಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ ಹಾಕಿದೀನಿ ಪಾಪ ಸರ್
ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಹೌದು ಅಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತ ತಗಬ ನಿನ್ ಮುಂದೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ
ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳೋ
ಯಾಕೆ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಕಥಮ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ನಮ್ಗೆ
ಓದಿ ನಾನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾನೆ 2,000 ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ 10,000 ಬದಲು 12,000 ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು 9 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ₹1 ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ನೈಟ್ 9 ಗಂಟೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ 9 ಕ್ಲೋಸ್
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪಾತ್ರೆಗಳವೆ
ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಕಿಚನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪೇಟ್ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ
ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ನೋಡೋ ತಿಗ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಸಡನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟು
ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಒಂದ್ಸೂರು ಇರ್ತೀನಿ
ನೀವು ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು
ನಮ್ಗೇನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ 5 ಗಂಟೆ ಮುಗಿಯುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಅದೇ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಮುಗಿದೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರಿ ಬಿಡು ಸರ್ ಹನ್ನೊಂದಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅದು ಇದು ಏನೇನೋ ಕೊಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 60 ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇದೆ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜಿ ಬಿ ಹಿಡಿಯುತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಖುಷಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ 20,000 ತಿನ್ನಿ ಬರಡೆ 20,000 ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಅದು ಪಡ್ಗ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಯ್ತು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ ಅವನಿಗೆ ನೀರು ತಗೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂಥರ ಬಾಯ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಬೈ ಸರ್ ಬೈ
ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ
Hello? Hello? Wait. I don't want to बात कर भाई फोन नंबर भेज रहा हूँ तो बात करवाओ ठीक है हेलो वो डिलीट किए नहीं आ रहे हैं
ನಾವು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಬದಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಫೋನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ 110 ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕೊಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ 20 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೂ ಅದ್ರ ಟೈಮ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಏನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನನ್ನ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
नहीं होगा बिल्कुल खाली। हाँ
ಗಮ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ರೈಸ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಬೇಡ ಸರ್ ತಗೊಂಡು.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 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 ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಡೆ ತೊಳ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ತಪ್ಪಿದೆ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ವಾಶ್ ಅಲ್ಲ
Azienda interessante, più interessanti di fatto fai incredibile guarda.
One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, and you will go down with your launch. It was all going back inside. We will continue with the post-launch session in about 5 minutes. Again, this message is for all the stakeholders of part of the Commission of the Festival of FinTech, requesting everybody to join us back inside in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Golpes kawaito. Raise ko.
मेरा की नंबर था तो आपने पंच नहीं बोला हाँ yes हाँ yes और ये सामान दिया नहीं और दूर हम कम वो तो मत नहीं नहीं तो मुझको नहीं बना दीपक मुझको नहीं
Check 1, 2. All right, once again, requesting everybody to join inside, please. We'll be starting in less than 5 minutes. Requesting everybody outside in case if you're done with your lunch. We have a lot to cover. A lot of speakers, insightful sessions, thought-provoking panel discussions, all that in place.
How are you?
Sincere request to all the stakeholders, speakers, participants. We're starting in less than a minute. Let us all sit down, please. Right, one final call, 30 seconds to go. Request all the partners to settle down as well. We're at the back. All right, let's get started. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good meal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the fifth edition of Festival of FinTech. Attention, please. Post-lunch session, basically, is the most difficult one. If you agree with that, put your hands up in the air. Post-lunch session is the most difficult one. For the speaker, even for the audience, even for the listeners, yes or no? Yes. I can read your mind. Everyone's saying yes, but we're so lazy that we can't even say yes because of the nice heavy lunch. Just before we stepped out for lunch, there was a topic about AI and printing, right? But AI is pretty much there everywhere, and it's no more, just case study or anything. We pretty much use it on everything. It's a proven strategy. Yes or no? So now, if I ask you this question, AI is nothing without HI. Would you agree with it? HI means human intelligence. You need human intelligence for AI? Yes or no? Yes, no, maybe. Let's get somewhere. Yes. You know, the thing is, with HI, that is human intelligence, is pretty much on the lower side, exactly at about 2:21 p.m. But by sending the right messages to your brain cells, we can activate them so that we can have a very nice panel discussion and speaker session. So what we're going to do is, we're going to do something where we're going to trigger our brain cells so it gets rejuvenated and it's going to help us stay awake and we can continue with the next segment. So are you ready? Are we ready? Can anybody give me the loudest yes? I'll let you walk away with 2 nights and 3 days holiday package. Anybody give me the loudest one? 3, 2, 1, yes or no? All of you get this package at your respective houses. That's the best place to be. So now I just want you to quickly take your right hand up like this and point it towards your neighbor. If you don't have a neighbor, it's okay. Just keep it like this. Give me a high. Yes. Take your left hand like this and give me a high. Now, we have 2 parts of the brains. Very simple terms, we have 2 parts of the brain, that is left and right. Your left brain controls your right body action. If I'm able to do this, it's because of my left brain. If I'm able to do this, it's because of my right brain. When you get both the parts of the brains to do a thing together, it gets to the center part where it activates both the sides and it helps you rejuvenate. So we're going to do that. We're going to do a task which is difficult for both the parts to comprehend and do it together. So I want you to take your right hand and do this forward motion. Let's move together. Now, take your left hand and do this backward motion. Easy? Now get both the hands together, go forward and go backward. Tell your brain to do that. Tell your brain to do that. Forward, backward. Forward, backward. Not like this one. Like one is this way, one is this way. Yes, right. It's difficult. But while you try to send that message to your brain, it tries to help you do that, by which we help to get the energy back again. So I'm going to give you 10 seconds. Do that quick. 3, 2, 1, go. Let me see anybody who's cracked this. Anybody who's cracked this. Lovely. Keep trying, and without a huge amount of applause to yourself, and go to that, you can see that energy, but all else completely changed. And ladies and gentlemen, with the same energy, welcome you all once again to the 5th edition of Festival of FinTech. And to take it forward, we have a very interesting topic: public digital infrastructure and the rise of FinTech power. To spearhead this,
As the moderator, could we have Mr. Sharat Chandra, founder, Empire Edge Ventures, to join us? A huge round of applause to Mr. Sharat Chandra. And joining him as a panelist, we have the Managing Director and Country Head, Global Payment Solutions India, HSBC. May I together, we have Ms. Mansi Pandey in the house. And also joined with me, we have the Director, Center for Smart Governance, Government of Karnataka. We have Mr. Raghunath KS. Namaskar, Bandhu, and take your lead, please.
Everyone, welcome to this conversation. And before we begin to this session, I would like to state one important statistic. So yesterday, the Digital India program, which the infrastructure and needed to see 10 years. So we had 10 years of public empowerment. We had proposing India staff, payments, identity, and now they're instead of UPI at the time, right? All the UPI on those IT staff and their energy stack, and also cooperative stack where new systems are being built to power in the next level of $30 trillion economy. So with this particular context, I would like to start the first question from Raghunath and give you a sense on how at a smart governance level, at the governance level, how are you using these API tools to save us Karnataka? So far as DPI, backbone of all our as you know, DPI has three fundamental components. One is digital verification, everyone payment gets it, digital shortcut. So basically all events it requires any kind of beneficiary unit rate. So all are the backbone, all our products, the products are the backbone. So I just one example, which we can say all the components of the data. So we can use that our all the so for example, I will take an example of university management system or PRL. So when a student logs in, so he has to use Aadhaar. So from his Aadhaar, we will do e-KYC. So he may not do any paperwork. So he will just like all the e-KYC details. Then we will connect to DigiLock. We will get all these master details. Then automatically, based on the eligibility criteria, so we will update it. Then again, during admission, you will be connecting to some other systems. Again, to DPI transport, to assign is a category like cash. So cash on the criteria on the station. So that is also done all retail integration. Then once you take from the DPI, so you have to pay the fee. Again, so we have two governments. We have to connect in one of the payment gateways. So we have multiple choices. You can choose any of the payment gateway options. So we can make the payment. So once the payment is done, automatically all these artificial details is sent to scholarship focus. So pay. So all the beneficiaries who are eligible for beneficiary this scheme, so we will automatically creditize with the whatever the pre-defined amount. So if once you can see, yes, even once is Aadhaar now. So nothing actually, there is no paperwork, so no need of giving any additional information, right from admission, then exam payment, right, getting all the scholarships, so everything is automatic. So we are doing it on entitlement basis. So as far as his eligible, we are doing all this thing. Then once we also, so his class is automatically uploaded into DigiLock. So DigiLock. Then so some of the universities they are doing this processing within 30 minutes. as soon as they complete the evaluation, within 30 minutes, mass cards are available in DigiLocker. So again, it's a detail of the major component can be. Next, so now we're going to introduce some of the things where these undergraduates, postgraduates who are not getting a job, so they are eligible for unemployment. So now what is the cost of our data will push from that scheme management system. So then through DPT, so the students still they get a job, so up to 6 months, so they will be paid unemployment benefit option. So in the sense, so if using DPI, all the benefits or whatever is the really entitled for that citizen is done away to in the sense. You will not apply, you will not compare any broker. It is actually to helping you to make you what you do. So that's one of the greatest benefits for people.
I think you already pointed out the level of efficiency they are very similar to other services. 3 months, maybe a bank and they are having multiple examples where bank fintech collaboration has been exemplified. One example I can quote is that instead of DPIs, this is also used as a DPI. There was one instance where some state bank of India and partnered with one of the fintechs in Bangalore, and they dispersed the 7 great loans in the state of Odisha and Andhra. So, you being a banker, how do you see the collaboration between bank and fintech, especially leveraging the technology?
I think you mentioned that we are taking with this now form and over this decade, I think this relationship has matured. I mean, there are more cycles to test how this relationship pans out. But we've moved from what I call like a very transactional collaboration to what we now see in recently as a very contextual embedded financial services collaboration. And some of the examples we took are situations where whether it's retail or other use cases, we are seeing an embedded financial service coming into play. And I think banks have now found their space of where they fit in this ecosystem. And you no longer believe that you are abstract, but you genuinely know that you have a place in the ecosystem. And therefore it's now a more the next level of collaboration. The first level was extremely transactional, right? We are only using limited products and services. Some part of that continues, but now it's really your whole building and your whole building on shared infrastructure. And that's really where the stack comes in to achieve scale.
So just what building, how do you see the innovation culture? How is that shaping from leadership in banks and fintechs?
You could spend the day discussing the culture scientific, so it's very tough to kind of summarize it. But being part of the bank, most of us started on this journey in 2010 onwards, and there have been a lot of learnings. I would say that the journey is one where you're kind of moving on 3 counts as to who's in charge of innovation. I think for us, we realized that you can't just look up for the digital or the tech teams or the strategy teams to come in charge of. It has to be broader in terms of ownership, and that's really where the cross-functional part comes in. We piloted and we succeeded, and sometimes we came on bringing in cross-functional teams to really bring on problem cases, etc. We had a couple of API teams, NPT, new to Stevens teams. So the key was cross-functional and having an organization-wide ownership on really building through the feeds from the client, and then collectively ideating on what kind of aspects you wanted to be invested in. The second piece was agility. We realized that when you're part of a tenure organization, you're not built for agility. And especially when you're a regulated tenure organization, that's not really what you're hired for. But for some of these small bits and pilots and stuff that you need to do, you need to ensure that you can do fast prototyping, you can do learn and fail cycles, and actually go back to the last one where it's also agility. It's openness, because You can look at openness in many ways. You can look at openness for inclusion, for ideating, for really coming to the table, even with another fintech as a partner after or joint venture after they, kind of being the big brother. So I think openness therefore is the third learning on the culture story. And the final is just figuring out the feedback to all your experts on how does that feel in water and working towards. So it's not an easy thing on culture, and I think for almost all organizations, we all have our journeys, learnings, and the idea is to keep experimenting, and the human HI component to our friend who was, talked before. I think the human aspect of it is core related to it.
Congratulations, especially on agriculture. This is also areas where the civil and state governments are always prioritized. And there's one news article where the finance minister stated that ULI, the 5 billion interface fiber India, should be open to fintech. Banks should be able to use that as a facility standalone. Would you be able to share some light on the agri stack and how the state of Karnataka is using that? What would be the stack as we call it as fruits, basically. So the idea is to follow the farmer. Like they can use to update system. So the thing is, possibly that the problem is two sides. So any benefits, so for example, goes to bank, any loans. So there is just support the two sides. In better farmer, they will not submit any kind of document related documents. That is already ensured that the two all the documents are available in the system. So that those who are two sides, so those partners are with the loans. That is one part. Second part, government is also giving a lot of pre-credited benefits for some credit platform. So then partner compensated based on the bank availability and the farm. They are small farmers, more larger farmers. So all the details are available. So in case of any termine of flag, so automatically data system through DPT amount towards the government sanction amount to be transferred to the partners. So in that way, awareness of goal. Also, it can take a benefit of all the opportunities and partners impact on. Now, data was appreciated it was new and the data access to data also comes with huge responsibility how to handle plan the customer data. How do you navigate this challenge when you're collaborating with fintech companies?
So I think, and which is very for India, I think we really use the role of banks. So banks, they are regulated, they have years of conditioning on the fact that they do hold data, and then they build on trust, they build trust compliance, and of course, the infrastructure side of the story. And then of course, you bring in the fintech or the client experience, utility design, and I guess the marriage of the two. So far as both sides of clarity, and they have a clear role to play with very defined roles and responsibilities. I think that's a lot to build on. What you don't want is that there is no oversight, and it's kind of pushing to a size where it's so difficult to then know what I see. So I guess that's the core. The rest, of course, is also policy and relevance. Because without that, you really get the confidence. Can't only get the principal case for us because it's too easy. So I guess that's it.
Let us close to 6 minutes there. So I'm going to put another question to you and then do the next. So now details is exploring to other countries. Yes, history details also taking to other countries. So then the finance strategy countries like China and there. India is also looking to focus on economic economy. How do you see the role of banks and fintechs in kind of positioning this way in the markets? What's the role of this?
Yeah. So personally, I think when you look at the underlying, while theoretically we're exporting technology, but in a very high level, you're also exploiting the philosophy. Because what you're trying to solve for is you want to achieve scale, you want to achieve capital affordable cost, and you want to achieve it with the right infrastructure to build on in terms of foundation. So whether you take UPI, Aadhaar, that's a mention that that's the foundation of identity. I think these are fantastic blueprints that can be lifted and shifted, but there has to be the right consequence in that market on who plays what role. And I think banks can definitely help, whether it is Indian banks or also many of them who are international. There are international banks, of course, who have presence in many markets. And then, of course, the FinTech. And there are quite a few FinTechs who are also looking at these markets. They know how to, they've got it right in India, and they have the right insights. Customize it for that market. There is definitely a great curve, which can be a larger play. But before that, we need to have the market constituents and political play to really step in with the guardrails that India and West will have, which helped us to really kind of get a scale and cost.
Thank you, sir. Especially on the governance part, where do you see one of the next areas where you guys will be looking government services more efficient?
No, we are so basically brand is a main component of any
PPT ಇದೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಪಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ for engagement later on it get boring so I'll plug in some pillars
Clouds are better necessarily. I think there are very informed areas where you have these this digital will actually help more banks in areas to reach them last mile and offer those services and more efficiently. So with this, we have to conclude today's session and
just copy it.
Thank you.
Post-launch session, pretty much is a feeling up, but it will get off pretty good. Can we have a big round of applause? And I request Ms. Viksit please join us on stage as we take this opportunity to show our gratitude for the kind presence of all the insights shared. Once again, a reminder for all the stakeholders who joined pretty much now, catalyze has a lucky draw contest for everybody. You drop in your visiting cards right at their kiosk by end of the evening. We're gonna have one lucky winner walk away with a very special furniture from catalyze. All right, going forward, we have the next panel discussion. And this time it is FinTech for Financial Inclusion from Bharat to Viksit Bharat. To talk about this, the moderator, behind together, we have the director, UIDAI, Mr. Akshay Yadav in the house, as the session chair. A big round of applause, and we have emerging crowd, please. Joining him as the first panelist, Mr. Tiruvanagavali, Executive Committee Member, Suri FinTech, Karnataka and Founder, What's Now? A big cheer, please. With the board, welcome to speakers. Mr. Abhishek Berry, Head Government Affairs of South Asia MasterCard. We also have Ms. Smita Bhagat,
Group Head, Branch Banking, Government Business, Alternate Channel and Partnership, and Retail Heads at HDFC Bank. Joining us online, Dr. Dipali Joshi, former Executive Director, RBI Independent Director, Development Economist, and thought leader, who will be with us, but she's joined online. Over the moderator, let's give them a big round of applause. Come on, everybody, can I have the one more now?
He's also following the sessions actually. So he might be, what is it regarding? What is it regarding? I am here, if you're at the venue, you can meet me in 5 minutes, I'm at the console. I'm coming outside.
Also, I am fortunate that I have a set of subject matter experts who represent different startups of the industry. And we try to moderate our thoughts and try to give you a view of the journey that Bharat has to travel to reach the target of Viksit Bharat. Of pointing out is we so some numbers as already. We have around about 55.2 crore general accounts. These general accounts have around about 2.16 lakh crore in terms of monetary volume in them. The average amount of money in each account is around about 4,620 rupees. These are some numbers. But what it tells you is conclusion. What it gets to you is that this is how many people got reached out. What the message you should take home is that we have moved from tier 1, tier 2, and we are focusing on tier 3, 4, and 5. Now, with this as a brief introduction, I will open it up to the panel members. There is a dilemma in our mind that there is a journey, which is Bharat to Viksit Bharat. I would request you to, each one of you, starting with Dimana, give you a brief viewpoint on it, 20 seconds, and I'm sure the organizers have kept us on a time.
Yeah. So after 10 years, we have been trying to join. After 10 years, for investor that what we have starting the doctor. We enjoyed support of the government for the last 6 years. Around 2018-19, when we landed at the doctor, and we are discussing about how FinTech can engage with the government. Said no, it cannot be given to the private sector. We made a mock-up and a pitch. We met the minister and all the people there. That very good engagement access. Even one of the first requesters on DG Doctor, where we could access all the data, like basic Aadhaar and PAN was available, gas card was available. That is
Not hear very well.
Just we were working with
No.
They people had hard time to prepare the hard copy any of the KYC, KYC. They didn't have too much income proof. So I would say giving the best beneficial. And we are proliferate on part of the government. We kept telling everywhere we right our video was up on the DB website saying that the one FinTech that work on how to deliver and sir is speaking about financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is the first level. You are identified, your account is open, the government is going to give you a DB direct financial transfer to that account. But we said, what about the credit inclusion? Said, oh, if somebody, some enterprise, a bank or a private bank or a Gramin bank is giving money out by the bank, the customer, be it a farmer, be it a consumer or a small business. They have hugely focused on about 1 million so far, 1.2 million in the last 5 years. Day in, day out, we do thousands of crores. And the amount of cost, actually corporate cost, we have reduced to 95% to the borrower. And when we're noticing that the banks are spending on 3% or up to 5% on processing that they go, we have reduced that rate again 8% to about 0.5%. So I think huge benefit. And India is gone to Bharat region, and we have touched every literate, semi-literate, with paper, without paper, physical paper, no paper, paper shop.
Much better.
So, Abhishek, over to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Bharat Festival is for me is like I'm not related to Bangladesh from modern people. That's a very simple indicator for me that the overall digital journey of the India's financial inclusion is really strong. The second piece is that whether you send technically, whether you send the online class, whether you send that class, right? And the second year of hard work by the regulator or the government, and they reach the point where the infrastructure is not a challenge, the innovation at scale is not a challenge, adoption is a challenge, awareness is a challenge, and of course we need to continue that is one. That's how I see it. I think excellent point. So we must take note that from our point of view, we have gone beyond visiting branches, we have gone beyond interacting physically with the BFSI sector, but there is a clear 3, 4, and 5 where these journeys will take place. And that's what we are trying to tackle. So similarly, your brief viewpoint on this.
To me, Viksit Bharat or developed India in context of financial inclusion is ensuring for all citizens, irrespective of their background and the geography which they come from, all financial and banking products and services. Because that is the way more and tough. And that's where we have to, enable digital enablement has to be there, data access has to be there, and customized products and services. Before that, the needs and requirements.
Okay, Devika, we have Vipaliji online on VC or?
Yeah.
So, Devika, over to you for the opening query. The journey from Bharat to Viksit Bharat, what are the challenges that you will utilize?
Well, I think for me, Viksit Bharat in the context of financial inclusion and to ensure that no one is left behind, for me, it's economic growth with equity and equal life chances. That is equality of opportunity to grow and flower. And to ensure that no one is left behind. All of us, each of us in this room, including the center and the state, and the institutions which who are the macro policy framers are involved in this process. But it's more important to see that the implementing institutions pull together to ensure this. And real financial inclusion does not mean the opening of a Jan Dhan account or the operation of it once to withdraw whatever funds are in it. It means a laddered progression through savings, credit, remittances, insurance, pensions, and transactions. Because what you have to understand is that, like a bank or a fintech, you're not just achieving a government target, you are acquiring a customer, and you must make available to that customer all the services which you make available to your elite customers, and then only will we have financial inclusion and economic growth with opportunity. Because as the RBI governor is also stressing, the fintechs should now look at ULI, should try to support the smaller and micro enterprises, which will create employment, which in turn will generate growth, consumption, and then only we will be on the path to Viksit Bharat or reach Viksit Bharat. So that's my small take on it.
So I think I completely agree. The inclusion part of Jan Dhan accounts is not about retaining certain amount of cash that has been or finances that have been received on account of direct benefit transfer, but acting as a medium of inclusion, acting as a medium of access to services. So Tamanna and Smritaji, I'll come to you, and Smritaji, I'll in fact open it up to you now. There is a general perception that physical models are a need of the hour. And there is a gap when it comes to the trust factor when it comes to these models. So your viewpoints on it, and after her, I'll come to you, Tamanna.
I actually do my views based on example and what we are finding in Swiss bank. To me, today the need of our definitely is digital model because it brings in convenience of physical touch point with efficiency of digital solutions. And mostly the physical models which exist are assisted models. So it helps in people geography, bringing customer engagement as well as trust factor because there is a human being out there. Now, in context of what they have actually done and seen the advantage or the impact is that HDFC Bank few years back, partnered with Common Service Centers, which is a Government of India company under Ministry of Information and Technology. They were set up to provide government services to common man on a completely digital platform. What we did was integrate our banking product APIs with them, provide banking services to them as well. We have 5 lakh touch points, and there is a human being present there which works on digital platform. And I'm happy to share with you that, unlike what was thought about working with agents that you will open an account and do remittances, we do everything. What a branch in our rural and semi-urban areas do. We do open account, give fixed deposits, do business accounts, give all kinds of loans, retail as well as agri loan, or I would say loan with remittances, and even have started opening broking accounts because we saw after COVID there's a lot happening, and why should these geographies be left out for that? So I see for at least some time as technology has penetrated and all of us are trying to leverage adoption of technology to make business models. This is going to be certainly way of financial inclusion in future, right? And certainly when you spoke about so many Jan Dhan accounts, so we have done the first step of opening account. But unless we start giving all banking products and services, we will not achieve the right financial. And that's what we have done successfully, and hopefully will scale up much more in coming time.
So, I'll just change the cue for you a little. Financial holdings are blocked in 2 major categories across the different geographies of the country. One is gold and second is land holdings. And with this as a base and the grassroots level investor now wanting to come on board for trading, your viewpoints in the same query, the physical model.
Yeah, I'll pick up the land holding side of it. We've been working with many American expecting people what we are doing is we will execute we can complete the challenges. Can you do this completely this format with great assisted self and every form? What is the common things that I can do it and it also? Can you pick it up on the website and you we tested all this, the customer of the land, customers, completion this model. The Kisan credit card from ACC up to 2 lakhs, which is only a identification only. They have achieved 3 to 5 minutes, even if there's no need to account the customer. If there is already an account, if there is no account, then we try to create the account working because that's not presenting itself in wash, press, good life, area. So we use the value as Madam said, CSC, PC modules. Use the value to go to the customer. Don't have to price. This is a material form. So what data we get from other we very good. And I'm getting the land information line, but translate, match it, name matching, face matching, the other one gold is asset base, the lowest asset class for family investment. We'll only KYC for that right asset base, so the design rate per one best more amplified smaller money forms. The size published by Gramin banks, corporate banks, and this is sweet as it is. And
so I think we got a fair view that there is a lot of traction that is taking place to get inclusion and inclusivity as part of our thought process in every strategy that the fintechs are implementing. So coming over to you, Abhishek. We talk about digital public infrastructure, and the first thought that comes to your mind, my apologies, I'm putting my own organization, UTI, around aggregator framework. So I'm not wanting to propagate, that's why I said my apologies. But there is an important element of the last mile connectivity in rural areas.
and those who are underserved. So how do you reach out to them? See, access and vision, right? So, and these two are the focus areas for almost a decade now, right? Ever since 2013, this whole initiative started, this started. Now, 95% of villages or 90% of villages do have internet connection, right? But the usage is still a challenge. Out of 900 million odd, I would say, internet subscribers, 400 million are rural, rest are in urban, right? So there is clearly a rural-urban divide approach, right? Then recently there was a survey done by NFS, where they say that 40% of rural teenage they can access the email, or around 30% of rural teenage they can do internet. Now that is something for which the policymakers have to address. The next part is on the overall digital literacy, right? And when it comes to digital literacy, we know that small businesses they still access a common source of credit. Yes, we have done a lot. Very different banks, financial institutions, and any guidelines, but still there are small businesses who access informal credit, and they do have challenges when it comes to financial management. The next phase is on the trust, right? And there is still today, and the women in the focus, they snatch their cash out of the bank. Why is that? So it's still the rules. The reason being there is some kind of fear, but they call it lack of trust. It can be limited, but there's something which still stops them to avail the service economy by cash. There are billions of platforms for the unit fraction of them. Now, if I join all these challenges, I can come to a point, what did DPI do to address this challenge of outreach in rural? I think the solution is already there. UPI Lights is there, UPI 123 is there, but a lot of people do not know what UPI Lights, that's a fact. Even I took some time to absorb the benefits of UPI. It's a wonderful option. You really start using it, you get addicted to it. The next piece is on the other option. I'm not going to your problem. So a lot of use cases can be developed by other verification. Account aggregator, it's a national platform. Data providers on one side, data users on one side. The more we scale account aggregator, now you have got the Christian ULI. I think BW just had a meeting where they were trying to understand it all in priority, how can we scale ULI. The next thing is I think the community institutions, they can be used to promote financial awareness, whether it is your Asha workers, whether it is your SMG banking network, which now has been for years now, but more needs to be done to empower them, then there is the right message information about the right products and services. And if these pieces are done in a very cohesive manner, I think the digitized product service already there. It's all about amplification of the existing targets, ensuring that the right risk mitigants are implanted, and just keep on driving the awareness for people. So I don't think the wheel needs to be reinvented. It's all about adoption.
Who is not going on the live?
Low cost bandwidth tax. So now minimum cost of a very limited time one million you have a tax, right? So how can you ensure that the devices agnostic solutions are being
You did right now or
each one of these solutions I know that
lunch?
Lunch is done.
I think all these pieces will join together is where DPI will be in a much better, I would say, position to address this absence of access to. That's why
Where is camera?
So I guess Abhishek has spelled it out. There are dots that need to be connected, and the most important part is raising awareness. Dr. Dipali, I can't
He is speaking
you on this. So
picture.
with regards to fintechs creating products or
Picture is
solutions
coming.
which are specifically focused towards gender inclusivity.
This picture is not coming.
Towards the disabled, get them on board, get them a confidence factor, and also enhance the scope of awareness.
Do like that.
As have we lost the
This
connect with
picture
her?
coming.
Okay.
Sir,
So
please
we move on to the time she joins in again. Timana, I will come to you. There are certain innovations that
let her finish.
Dipali, could you get my last query?
Because don't understand what I'm
Hello.
saying.
Yeah, so I was giving a view with regards to what Abhishek mentioned that there is a requirement for awareness to take place.
No, I'm getting a lot of crosstalk from people talking about lunch and picture not coming. So if they pipe down, I can hear better.
Murphy,
Yeah. So would you like me to address the query of risk and innovation right away?
No, I'm
I did that. They don't want it. I please do that.
gender
Please,
inclusiveness
Who said?
with regards to
leave it.
awareness
Who
and with
said?
regards
No,
to
leave it.
creating products which are oriented towards the disabled in
Anybody
terms of
asked?
financial
They asked
inclusion
them,
by
so I did.
fintechs.
You leave it now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but if you could ask those people to pipe down. I think there are people who are managing the consoles because they're saying ki picture nahi aa rahi, lunch ke liye gaye, I don't know, some rot. So tell me, would you like me to address that question now or later? Because in the flow,
Talking here.
as you say.
Yeah, so I would repeat, if you can hear me now, I'm looking at your outlook or views on gender inclusivity.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Awareness, and also with regards to creating products which are disabled friendly from the
Yes, absolutely.
solution point of view.
You know, now if we are talking about, say, fintech products and why they should be sensitive and inclusive of people with disability and women. So gender sensitivity has been something we've been all been talking about for a very long time. And the RBI has also given a special emphasis in all the government programs to women-headed households. It's the whole theory of feminization of credit, that if you give credit to a woman, she uses it for her children's school fees and so on. And I'm sorry to say to all the gentlemen here that if you give it to a man, he's very likely going to have a good time with it and get drunk or some such. So, yes, but to be gender sensitive to the needs of women, we must also design products around a much neglected facet of women, that is women's health. So, there has to be that emphasis and that need. It's, you talked about people with disability. Now, you see, even in the design of the ATM, it's very difficult to go because there are all those stairs and it's not really disabled friendly. So, even that is something which needs to be addressed. How do you approach? Then, the second and important thing is that for people, you have to improve the payments acceptance infrastructure. And for that, there is a payment infrastructure development fund. So there's no dearth of money for this, but the payments acceptance infrastructure should be such that, for instance, right now, the traditional POS systems are not designed with even a braille interface. There should be a sort of accessible, compatible raised lettering, and POS systems can incorporate braille features. That is, they can have tactile keyboards and buttons and keyboards, braille labels on the keypads, braille refreshable displays, and braille compatible card readers. Now, when we were designing currency notes, we had to be sensitive. And after 2016, I have introduced and I take credit for the bleed lines on the notes so that even a blind person can just, those slanted lines which you probably never noticed on your currency note, give the denomination of the note. And if you have only partial sight, you can still count those. And there are certain braille features on your currency note. So, likewise, if you have these braille audio and tactile markings, and these POS devices can be, these devices can, like a card, a braille label on a keypad, can be connected to a POS system to provide a dynamic braille output of transaction info, allowing the user to read the information as it is displayed on the screen. Now, supposing you need audio feedback. So MasterCard has introduced notch designs on payment cards, which is quite a lot like the bleed lines on the currency notes. Now, these help users with visual impairment to distinguish between different card types simply by touch. And they streamline the process of inserting the card into the POS terminal. When I visited Spain, on a G20 conference, I visited the CAXA branch, and I was very impressed that they have indeed designed a braille card, the fintechs there, which is used by the visually impaired. And it's not just the visually impaired, as I said, it's also those who have physical difficulty. It's not easy to go to the ATM, and you should ensure that instead of so many steps, at least something should be there which should support a wheelchair to go. So these auditory and tactile features will go a very long way, and that it will be a big help for those who have disabilities. And if we are not designing things for the people who are disabled in any way, then how are we promoting financial inclusion? So I leave you with this larger question and with some food for thought of how the fintechs are going
is
to
not possible.
design new products and services, because essentially the products will remain the same: savings, deposit, overdraft. But
So we will not speak here.
the important thing is the payment acceptance infrastructure, which needs to be streamlined to assist people with disability. Otherwise, you will never have real financial inclusion, as divides will continue. And it's very, very important to look and assist these people who are children of a lesser God, or they're not children of a lesser God, I should say. So that's my take.
So, I think from Dr. Dipali's viewpoint, I would now request everybody, just close your eyes, take your mind back to the last time you visited the ATM and try inserting that 3.5 mm jack in the ATM. You can find that spot and insert your headphones.
Oh, just one last thing. I'm sorry, Akshay, just one last thing. The RBI has mandated, for persons with disability, the RBI has specifically mandated to enhance ease of access to digital infrastructure for persons with disability, and payment system participants have been advised to review their payment systems and devices and carry out necessary modifications so that all such systems and devices can be easily accessed by persons with disability and low digital literacy. So this is a RBI mandate which is binding on all payment system operators.
I think I could have agreed more. The RBI mandate orders it. The fintechs need to imbibe and incorporate it. That's what the next step is. And that's what our outlook has to be in terms of taking those boxes when we are looking at it, that we do it or not. So, Timana, coming back to you. There have been innovations in the credit scoring model that have taken place, and you have identified customers. So, what do you feel is the advantage that identified customers now can be based on the alternative models of credit rating or credit scoring?
As a banker, we might system. Yeah, for many critical lending there. The camera feed is not coming out. This is the main issue. Wait. We are already moving payment and any loss is made to the the credit models are not changing. Actually, past years, they're not cheap. Even if they're saying, okay, give me the alternate way, they're using it against the borrower, not for the borrower. We have actually declined more number of cases, knowing that these are bad swipes on the Facebook or any other social media. Then you figure out, okay, coming. Where is this? It's taken up to him. The camera thing is working. So I'm just saying the credit marks have stayed where they were. Like the madness rate from length of time. But why is not going on my thing? It's very dangerous thing. Technology. What maybe he needs a person who is manage to work. How is it? Is there any, the joint names that we can do? Then I think we keep matching other names, it's not right. So I'm just saying, what do you see? I'm from that. So I'm just saying you're not able to go to the credit mark. So consume all the technology to certain data and top data, soil data. They're doing some credit cards for a number of years. Just can't be clear. How many times are they to open up the cupboard, which is already open to the spotlight, that's why 71 is actually face the reality, basically. Does he have a problem on the land? That's why we have stayed where we are. Don't do it. That's why I'm done. That's how we should use alternate models are not coming fast. Data is coming, the technology is becoming the part of the market. So you can come on.
I agree on that. You witnessed what the institutional setup the government is trying to do, building awareness at rural areas, running certain drives in terms of PM Janman, DVPT campaigns, the agri strategy promoted. But when it comes to building these data points in terms of whether I have a Ayushman Bharat card, I have a Kisan credit card, and it is a viable option for me to be considered, whether my property is registered by the IBI department, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. So similarly, I come to you, there is a lot of accolades that the public-private partnership always gets. So whether it is the build operate transfer model or it is any other model, there are always gaps that take place. What are your views on these gaps and how do we overcome this?
Mana also mentioned, see, public-private models, they save is the way because give the wider access, it's lower cost model, then innovation will happen for development, etc. But the challenge is to remain, sustainable business model, regulatory framework needs to change. Because banking is how do we enable the Asian network, data access, like you mentioned about UPI, how much awareness is there, how many products can be made. So we have great products which are customized to these areas. And so these four things I would say: sustainable business model, data access, lending products, catering to that market and regulatory. If these challenges are addressed, we know that in our market takes time, but step by step, if things are moving.
There is no way rural India, semi-urban India, we have seen that growth is happening and how people are leveraging technology to, do businesses, etc. So challenges remain, but public-private partnership is the way forward if we want to scale up and, get results much faster or impact faster. I'm a firm believer, and this is why we partnered first with Common Service Center and then later with the private players, because the public and private sector both leveraging resources and their strengths actually gives you a much, much better impact.
So I think the warning light has come up, time's up, and before we call it a close for today, we will agree that the scalability is something which has been tested and proven. The system is robust. It's the intent part of how to take it back to those rural heartlands or geographies where we are yet to make inroads. So before we close it up, I will request each one of you, starting with Dr. Dipali, to give one takeaway point from today's discussion. Dr. Dipali, one takeaway point from today's discussion from your perspective.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, but on the point of balancing risk with innovation, particularly if you see so much of digital fraud happening, I would say that digital financial literacy is very important and an effective grievance redress mechanism. Because if a customer loses trust in your grievance redress mechanism, you don't just lose a customer, he loses trust in the entire fintech system. So the fintechs, I would urge to be very responsible, have defined timelines to address complaints, and do a root cause analysis towards system strengthening, and that alone will good financial inclusion make, because it is the fintechs who have the ability to increase financial inclusion through virtual modes. We've tried with brick and mortar banks, but I still feel that there are huge gaps and there are huge possibilities for the fintechs to address. I would urge them to look at it so that we have growth with equity.
Timana, one key takeaway from your perspective. Abhishek, one key takeaway, and
Yeah.
we'll close up with Smita
Yes,
ji,
so-
and then I'll formally close it.
I think my only message is that do not lose sight of the population scale approach, the Bharat focused mentality. But that is what has ensured that fintech has grown in India. India is known for fintech. And the second piece is that there's a disease called productocytosis. Do not bombard with 100 products within a span of 1 hour. There needs to be some adoption. There has to be some space. Have patience. Under the garb of innovation, do not bombard the nation with hundreds of products. Keep it restricted, what is needed.
Smita ji, your closing thoughts.
Bharat to Viksit Bharat is the only way if we have to see our country developing and all, and the only way if we have to see employment being created and people grow in the ecosystem. Because rest all we have discussed about innovation, products, etc. But that's the only way, and we have to work on this.
So I guess you've got a fair idea of what the experts look at, how they visualize things. When I was traveling from Mumbai to Bangalore today, I thought, let me come up with a conclusion which has some specific takeaways, and we had each point from each of 1 point each from each of our speakers. I couldn't put my finger to 2 or 3 key aspects that I would want each one of you to consider. And I will quote based on what I could then come up with this. We must design with empathy, build with integrity, and scale up with purpose. This should be a base. If we want to look at a point at a target of 2047 being India being a $35 trillion economy, we have to understand we are not in a 100-meter sprint. It's a relay race. The baton is with the policymakers, the institutional regulators, the fintech solution providers, the investors, and most importantly, the end users. So I think with this, our discussion comes to a closure. Any questions, they can be taken one-on-one after we wind up from here. Thank you so much to each one of you. Thank you, Dr. Dipali, for joining us virtually. And thank you so much for the organizers for bearing with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, and a big shout out to our session chair. And quickly, I request Mr. Soumyajit Sengupta, Associate VP Sales and Partnership from BW Business World, to join us on stage for a picture and also to present the panelist and the moderator. A small token of
So,
appreciation.
can
from
you
our
take
end.
the video person in the picture? I think technology should allow you to do that. Okay.
And we have a big round of applause to all the panelists and session chair, and also to Dr. Dipali who have joined in with us online. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Great pleasure. So bye then, everybody. And have a great conference.
Thank you. On that note, we move to the next panel discussion, and this time it is embedded finance and open banking. And to talk to us about this, to head this session, we have Mr. Prithvi Sinha, Director of Payments Transformation at PwC India. A big cheer for him, please. Could we get Mr. Prithvi Sinha on stage with a big round of applause? It's a big round of applause. Come on, we're a full house. We need a lot of energy in the house. Joining him, we have Mr. Vinod G, Head Data Science and Analytics, South Indian Bank. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll make sure that you get some special treatment back in the evening. And now, join me in welcoming Mr. Prashant Mukherjee, Director and Head Security Services, Society General Global Solutions Center. Round of applause, please. And also joining us, we've got the Head FinTech Partnerships at Federal Bank, Mr. Sumit C. And also joining in as the panelist, Head of Strategy and Business, Personal Loans, L&T Finance. Could we have Mr. Subhanshu Mondal to please join us? In completing the league with this panel discussion, we have the co-founder and head technology at Bankers, Ms. Elizabeth Zubair. Over to the session chair.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon. Our topic is embedded finance and open banking, which is prior to our starting of the panel, we gathered outside the room, and I felt that all of us were quite excited about this topic because it's trending. We see a lot of the traditional lenders as well. We have a lot of bankers and people from NBFC also come here. They are moving beyond traditional channels for sourcing clients. There are, new forms of digital partnerships are coming in. So to start with, what's embedded finance, I'll just give a brief, is that today, when banks and financial institutions, NBFCs, fintechs, they embed their financial products in a non-FS sector, right? For example, take the example of prop tech company for like Magic Bricks, where you can see that, you can apply for a home loan there. Or simple travel tickets. You are booking a flight ticket on Make My Trip. At the time of checkout, there are financial options coming to you. Even in healthcare, if you see, you can apply for insurance, or when you're trying to take an appointment with a doctor, there's a checkout, a payment gateway embedded where you can do the payment, right? So open banking more is of, sharing of data in a secured way, of course, with customer data consent amongst all the financial institutions in the ecosystem. If you see account aggregator, right? FS, all the financial services data are being shared with each of the stakeholders in that ecosystem for, of course, faster credit access, better underwriting. And the data is, of course, again, customer consent is very important for sharing of data amongst all the stakeholders. So today, if you see in the embedded finance market, as per projections, I was seeing one of our reports as well. By 2030, it's showing a CAGR of around 30%. The revenues opportunity in the next 4 or 5 years is again going to be around 21 to 22 billion dollars. What we are also seeing is that in terms of, as I said, right, embedding your products in a non-FS sector, financial institutions are also moving to orchestrating the system, right? And they are orchestrating the entire ecosystem, and they are calling the shots. They are doing the partnerships with each of these tech companies coming onto the platform, right? Also, in terms of, we'll also speak about what could be the potential challenges, how each of them in their own organizations are doing this. There are reports around why, what could be the potential challenges in terms of, of course, data privacy, how do you safeguard, what are the guardrails around it, right? In terms of integration as well, between the core systems and the alliance systems. So these are the top two challenges we have seen in lot of the reports. Again, so therefore, again, go-to-market timelines in terms of setting it up takes time. So these are the couple of challenges which can be looked at when you're going to the market. Otherwise, typically who are the stakeholders in this ecosystem is, of course, the customer, the end customer, the embedder, the provider. The provider would be, all of these fintechs and the enablers, right? Integrating this provider and the embedder together, right? So we'll move on to our questions to our Mr. Vinod. Well, I'll start with you. Your work in data science and analytics, has been pivotal in enabling smarter financial decisions. With open banking enabling access to customer data across institutions, how can banks leverage AI and analytics to personalize embedded finance offerings? And also, what role does data consent and governance play in this transformation? Yes.
Here is the thing, that using data multiple external sources, on the internal data, we are able to give kind of an offering to the customer, if the customer be or he needs. Honestly, we can your one. So I think the a lot of it is that kind of customer like some become the norm. Right? And therefore, it's very that the data is that back before the creating something of it. Data
Yeah, so
I think there are 2 points. I think one is giving the right product to the right customer, creating that wow factor. One is customer coming onto your platform and transacting for the first time. And then how do you keep engaging with that to creating that wow factor using data? Second is, of course, as you said, I feel that there's a lot of, there's a challenge around multiple regulators coming onto play, right? Since we are talking about embedding your financial product in other sectors, so we have regulators there. So there again, how the data is being shared, it's consumed, how you're monetizing the data, all of these factors also come. So my next question to you, Mr. President, your expertise in security services and global ops gives a unique view of the financial infrastructure. Given this, how do you see open banking impacting cross-border financial services and securities operations? And can embedded finance models help streamline investment journeys for retail and institutional clients?
The government of having here. Bit of a dialogue that I'm going to go on open banking. Because the consumer banking and the retail banking, there's a lot of experience for open banking. In the institutional banking space, right, where, for example, as a large part of my career, 25 years of institutional banking, and that is the market. The beginning of the and the middle of the market or if you look at open banking, regulations around open banking is basically from a directive that exists in RTP, where open banking is evolving. If you look at the birth of open banking, with the PSD2, there is a and then quickly because of the Brexit agreement, UK has its own open banking regulation. So which means that it was a mandate to open. It was not a regulation that was governed if there are fintechs operating internationally with a large financial institution, and how the governance be and how the control be. It was a mandate. It's very possible to understand, therefore, why it was a mandate. And therefore, a little bit of a start view on the journey why that mandate is. Centuries past, hundreds of years past, when banking originated, banks were the gatekeepers. Banks were also the entities from where the large power intermediation of money happened. Banks from people who have more to people who want it. And in the process, banks will charge a fee and give a rate. Over what happened today, gatekeeping is not the pure responsibility of the bank because money is there. Justification is also not so much of a responsibility because the advent of FinTech, large part of the year. That we are charging subsidy, what is the fees that we're charging subsidy? There the regulators ask, and it's not so difficult to read the foundation pages of the fees, the first two pages of the first year. What is that? You're discussing on a enormous amount of data that you have collected for ages. And now time that I don't really use that and give last of the value of the data can be for the person. You are not really you better open it out. And other fintech partners with you who can benefit, right? Where they can pass on the benefit of use of this data when you do the analysis in any form to the solution. So quickly after that, 10 years of start and what we are seeing and that's what we are doing. What we see, people who understood from banking, right? From a fintech perspective, there are people who are very passionate about retail, consumer banking, and there's the core of these cases that was in the last time. We were very, very often discussing about account aggregation as doing cases having a state for a very long time. We discussed about the payment services space, the core of these cases. But there are not too many use cases today that have discussed about institutional banking in the capital market space, where also there is an enormous amount of data that we have. That is today not known, right? So today, what I'm going to do is if you all either or what we use cases can be, so that what is our review, if there is either a few use cases that what is theoretical data, if you would be a differential contribution to the open banking space. So what do you do in this? So if these large banks are trying to partner with different fintech, the way how with KYC and fraud detection is happening not the retailer, but the institutional segment. Last part of the chapter is because in many cases of the large banks having none of the banks will come out of issues that happen in the retail space. Maybe the capital market or institutional space that banks come out. So there is a concept of large banks and small banks collaborating, making a solid database of transactional data and mass and economic data of entities and individuals, and thereby to fraud detection, right? Rather than leaving it for the bank to do research, because fraud detection is not an individual organization mandate, like individual entity mandate. It's a government mandate. That's why you see aim and regulation. Fraud detection regulation that is coming very strong. So all the geographies who are working in this authority, the data is integrated from marketing and organization, and the open banking is taken second from the link to fintech and large bank. The fraud detection is one of the big issues. That's how we see many of those problems in the Indian ecosystem. The rest is definitely good. There's a lot that is happening in conjunction with open banking, distributed ledger tokenization and blockchain to ensure that banks do not compete a lot of cost of repeatedly doing KYC for the same entity for the same individual. So the identity of individual entities do things and do from that. So if aggregation of data, KYC can be done once, but just like you do other authentication, can the KYC be passed on to an authentication to open banking framework and all banks can start taking benefits of it? That's the second use case. The third use case is beyond the settlement side, there's a huge amount of cost that banks bear today on direct settlement, on claim settlement. Now, at the same time, these banks are having previous years of history of these institutions, tradings, and settlements. If that data can be opened up, can settlement area be predicted to the marriage of AI on open bank? But we don't see this use case also running. So there is a huge amount of opportunity there to see if settlement areas can be predicted. The fourth use case is, if you also think about how collateral optimization works, right? Banks today are global. They are able to trade and settle and to be provided to whom it needs to be provided to, and that to the cost of collateral has to be optimized. There are algorithms that can be built and how collateral optimization can happen by reducing the cost. And this is also not something that is thought about in open the last context of retail and consumer banking, right? The fifth use case is also the trade finance space where working capital limits, working capital life cycle can be optimized by opening the data up. So I would rather say these possible use cases are very increasing costs as these used to work on. It's not a time enough for us to deep dive on many of these use cases, but as off channel conversation, if anyone wants to discuss on any of these cases, then be a great opportunity for us to but there is ample of opportunity, as I say, in the open banking space, in the institutional banking, in the capital market space, that's front and back office, which is large and that we talk about banking, we generally just talk about open banking in the retail banking. With a whole lot of users that's for FinTech by the world that are making the
Thank you. Very, very interesting use cases. Yes, mostly the existing use cases around consumer base. And these are some of the use cases, of course, which we can think of. On the MSME piece, little bit work is happening, like, for insurance for a logistics company, insurance for the consignment, or, for supply chain financing as well, which is being embedded for, in an MSME journey. But yes, larger institutional clients also is something which, use cases can be worked on. Yeah. Thank you. So Moth, my next question is to you. You're leading FinTech partnerships at Federal, which has been the forefront of digital collaboration. What are the key success factors for banks like yours when partnering with FinTechs to deliver embedded finance solutions? Also, can you please share examples of how curated product stacks have helped banks to reach new customer segments?
Thanks, Pratish. Hope I'm audible. Yeah. As you mentioned, we have a lot of, Federal Bank has done a lot of partnerships with fintechs in multiple areas. So there are 3 or 4 key points which Vinod was highlighting about the data privacy, and I'll come to that also. Points which we normally look for when choosing a partner and when doing some collaborative work with these partners. First of all, I would like to say we normally don't see fintechs as maybe competitors, but as maybe collaborators or co-creators for the products. So that's how we look at the partnerships and the products. So maybe the foremost will be, I will tell, is this maybe the strategic alliance or the alignment with the partners where there should be shared goals. There should be shared goals between both the institution, financial institution and the partners, as well as the shared business values deriving out of that particular business model which we are co-creating or collaborating. Then only that will be the priority for the bank or the financial institution as well as the partner when we form an alliance for the partnerships, because ultimately we work towards that particular goal where both of us should be winning formula, should be have winning formula. So that's the primary thing which we normally look forwards in the partnerships. Second thing, all the more important, especially since we are talking about the embedded finance, is the customer centricity and the customer experience, where of course we know fintechs are more agile. They create a lot of customizations for the personalizations for the front-end customers and all. And bank normally expose their back-end APIs to create that ecosystem. So for the customer, particularly in an embedded journey, privacy is of course important, but for a customer experience, he or she should not feel that they are coming out to that particular journey to avail a financial product. So how the embedded journey is designed through UI, UX, and the APIs or the SDKs embedded into the core platform maybe of the fintech is very important. Of course, keeping all the data privacy, data sharing points in mind, but that is another important point. If you look at, my fintechs are more expert in that creating. So what Federal Bank has done is that, of course, we have created around 700 plus APIs of multiple use cases, whether it's for account openings or for KYC or for payments. Multiple APIs are there. So which along with those, we created multiple SDKs where the partner or the front-ending fintechs may not have visibility of certain data, which of course for a financial institution is very important, but as earlier panels also discussing about the data sharing. So that they will not have the visibility for that data because it is embedded into that SDKs. But for the customer, then we are giving a seamless experience without going out from that particular platform where he is trying to interact to avail the financial product. So that's the second most important point which we look at in forming any partnerships. Third point, of course, on the technology side or the technology architecture, where we look at the technology robustness of the partner, because they are actually front-ending to the customer for creating the apps or the sites or the SDKs. In that journey, actually, bankers also built in core platforms, as I mentioned. Actually, when we started the journey, maybe 5-6 years earlier, we started with say 10 or 15 APIs, core functions. Then based on the partnerships, based on the requirements from the consumers, partners, we increased that stack, API gateway stack. Now it's almost 700, 750 plus APIs are available in the sandbox for partners to experiment, work with. We can choose which journeys they want. So that the technology robustness from both the sides is very important, crucial, because this has to talk to each other in any journeys. And maybe last and another important point is the agility of the partners, because the customers nowadays, it seems, maybe if you can ask a question do you watch YouTube videos or YouTube shorts most often? If you ask the young generation, they'll say either YouTube shorts, that's us they are watching, or reels that they're watching. Because the attention span of the customer is coming reduced. I have read somewhere, the attention span of the Gen Z, Gen X customers is now 5 seconds, 5 to 7 seconds. If within like 5 to 7 seconds, if you are not able to catch their attention, they will immediately move on to the other channel. So how the customer centricity of the experience and the usage which we are giving to the customers is very important with the technology platform robustness they are giving. So that's another important factor which normally look at when we select the partnerships. And Ratish, you also asked about one or two use cases which Federal Bank is telling. So normally whenever we tell about embedded finance, the first product which comes to our mind is BNPL. That's almost oft-repeated word that embedded finance is BNPL. So we actually had a tied up with a travel fintech. We offer all those ticketing services, ticket booking, visa services, and all, where we offer a co-branded credit card with those partners, where along with the travel bookings, if you want a financial product, you can avail a credit card along with the journey, where the bank underwrites the customer through APIs, all the underwriting policies. So along with that, what we have done is, instead of BNPL, it's a TNPL, travel now, pay later. So we are offering along with the partner, we are offering a 6 months no cost EMI for that particular travel booking. So that's again, as soon as he books the travel, the TNPL, and he's already have a credit card with that product, the TNPL comes with the picture, if he can avail the TNPL. So that EMI is availed on the fly along with ticket booking. So that's one of the innovative products which we have done. Another one, especially the last session, was on financial inclusion. We have done a partnership with a company in Gujarat, and we tied up with the Amul Milk Marketing Federation, where based on the milk pouring data, the farmers have got apps along with the cooperative societies, where when they supply the milk to the societies, all the data is inputted into that particular terminal. So based on that milk pouring data, we underwrite that customer for the farmer, the dairy farmer, and give the loans for their bovine purchases or their bovine loans. So that's again embedded into that. We are not collecting any of the data other than basic other something. Based on the milk pouring data of a decent period, we understand the process of the farmer, the capacity of the farmer to repay, how much milk is daily giving to the society. We underwrite and give the bovine loan for him. And we embedded this into their bovine, there's a bovine marketplace where the customers go and buy cattle. So this embedded into that particular thing, based on he can avail a bovine loan and purchase a cattle through that platform. So these are the two maybe examples that immediately comes to mind when we embedded these financial products into the normal journeys of the customer. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think the last example was interesting on the dairy products, which you said. Yeah, I mean, other part which you said on creating that stickiness for the customer, and especially with the younger generation, you have to wow that customer, and also once the customer comes onto your platform, there should be, we are all looking at, right? There should not be any break in the journey. If there is a break in the journey, if you go back to step one and start from there, the pitch is gone. So yeah, of course, that's important. And the other piece which you said in the non-FS sector, that how it becomes kind of because today Indian consumers are anyway transacting for a non-FS journey, right? Be it for booking an appointment with a doctor or paying a donation to a temple, or buying travel tickets. But how do you embed your product there, make it a habit, and then the customers engage on your platform and not switch between different platforms? Yeah. Thanks, Sumant. Subhranshu, my next question is to you. So you have deep expertise in strategy, in the lending sector, a space that is currently quite ripe for embedded finance innovations. So how can embedded finance, embedded lending models integrated into e-commerce and lifestyle platforms help entities scale their lending business? Also, I was seeing a report where in terms of various sectors, it is lifestyle and e-commerce which is the highest, in terms of revenue earning sector, that will be the highest in embedded finance, followed by healthcare. And the second would be, what challenges do you foresee in balancing risk, compliance, and customer experience?
Yeah, thank you, Prithvish. And thank you all. I think I'll just start by saying that, look, I was perplexed by a number that I saw yesterday. I was in the TransUnion Civil Conference in Mumbai. And over the last 10 years, what it showed that there have been 51 crore consumers who have borrowed, out of which 19 crores have been, young borrowers, and 41 crores have been new to credit. And since you asked me on my thought around strategy, I think these are the two buzzwords, which is how do you expand your credit to young borrowers and to new to credit customers. And the other one is how do you deepen your relationship. Now, fundamentally, if you look at young borrowers, as in, I have been in this ecosystem for a long time to tell you that, look, the age-old way of distribution is now gone. You have to now go and look outside and see what all new things people are kind of latching on to kind of come and get onboarded. And which is where, of course, embedded finance is a wonderful use case. I was even surprised to see that, look, out of 28 crore consumers who are active on credit now, roughly 3 crores are on fintechs. Now, when did this growth happen? It happened all over the last of 4 years. Now, clearly, that's what is the opportunity that we at my organization, and I'm sure Sumod spoke about it, Vinod alluded to it. It's about trying to get to that young borrower first. And I can just share you and data for your reference, and which I did in my previous organization, which was that globally, it is evident that if you catch a borrower young, almost 40% of them continue to have a relationship with you. Now, so if you superimpose all these three trends, you're increasingly realizing that there is no time that can be wasted in kind of onboarding young borrowers. You will have to kind of start differentiating your offerings to cater to their requirements. And then with the genesis of advent of technology, data, platform, AI, ML, you're just talking about real-time interactions that are more meaningful and productive for the customer. So if you stick to that balance, I think that is where we wanted to explore more in L&T Finance. I was just talking to the panelists before coming here. I said, we just went live 3 months, I think 6 months back, by a product called Cyclops. And it is India's first three-dimensional credit underwriting engine. So what it does is that in addition to what we know as bureau and details about the customer that they provide, we consider something what is called trust signals. So today, because of our diversity of products and offerings that we have and our presence across the country, even our when it comes to MFI, which is lending to our women borrowers under the JLG route, we are able to take a picture of the borrower and then kind of get a sense about his surrounding and then kind of get a understanding of who the customer is. We are not looking at bureau. Yeah, if you go back, and I was taking the example of BKC is a wonderful example, which is of course has a lot of tall buildings and corporate offices, and then you have slums next door. And for all those bankers in the room like us, you realize that we have this concept of negative PIN code. And we always used to say that if the customer is on a negative PIN code, then don't lend to him. And then if you take BKC as a negative PIN code, they don't lend to any of the guys who are coming to the offices. So we did something, we talked with Google Maps and we said that, okay, look, can we do something to create microclusters? So, and it was a brilliant thing that we did. So we are able to now kind of use proprietary algos to look at the height of a building and then say that, is that address of the customer looking like to be lendable, to be kind of lent to. Now, we could do only as much as we could in terms of investments in tech and engineering that we have in-house. But a large part of it is which we collaborated with fintechs. And that is where I think the ecosystem is kind of developing quite fast. There's a thriving relationship that we have with fintech. I think I'm not kind of boring you all with the names of whom all we partner, and in fact, a lot of them would be here in this room today. But this ecosystem of fintechs, lenders, banks, NBFCs, regulators, if we can kind of partner together, I think that is where you kind of have a model which leads to young borrowers, which helps us in expanding credit. So that's the bit on strategy. And of course, since you asked me about the other question, let me put my business hat onto it. And which at most times I do is, you have to generate return on assets. Now, how do you generate return on assets? Younger borrowers anyways have shown never always show the best behavior in terms of delinquency and loss rate and all those things. So which is why I think the approach has to be on a risk calibrated scale up. And that is why I think the other use cases of open banking is, how do you use it for proactive risk management? And incidentally, that's again an area of investment that we are doing heavily as an organization. But more of it next year when we speak. But I think that's the beauty. I think you have to kind of start leveraging data on how to kind of get people onboarded to your platform first, and then kind of keep an eye on an ongoing basis as to how they are performing. So I think the secret recipe, there's no secret recipe, it's known to everybody, but it's a thriving and evolving setup. And we are very happy to be kind of working with all the big fours. I think we just went live with Google Pay today. So we are probably the only financial organization or let's say lender today who is partnered with all the big fours and doing embedded finance lending in a big way. So yeah, I think in bits and pieces, that's what has been the thought and that's what we're driving.
Thanks, Subhranshu. Yeah, so I mean, fintechs and lenders or banks, NBFCs have to coexist and cannot work without it. They have to work with each other. And as you said on the project Cyclops, I was also closely following the news articles around it, and I'm sure alternate data has helped reduce your delinquency, and it's and yeah. So thanks, Subhranshu. Thanks for it. To you, Dr. Elizabeth. You've been deeply entrenched in pioneering work across fintech innovations and AI-enabled solutions, and have helped multiple organizations to integrate AI into their business strategy. So in the context of India's rapidly evolving digital infrastructure, powered by UPI, India Stack, and of course, account aggregators, how do you see agentic AI shaping the next wave of innovation in embedded finance and open banking? And what use cases do you envision around hyper-personalized financial services or credit access for the underserved segments?
Thank you, Prithvish, and the Business World for inviting. After hearing all the panelists and the bankers' statements, being a technologist and a young entrepreneur, okay, it's an exciting time for me to be in fintech, that is in India, right? With UPI, India Stack, and this account aggregators, something remarkable we have built, which is the digital plumbing. That means consent-based data sharing, India instant payments, and embedded finance, not just possible, but scalable. So these are the digital public rails the rest of the world is looking at with admiration about India. And when we look at the other side, where the what's happening in the artificial intelligence, especially in the agentic AI and the public infrastructure of digital India, right? We are able to make an inclusive, okay, and intelligent and scalable, okay, platforms, which is one of the platforms I proudly say that's Bankcase. This is my flagship product where we consider the agentic AI as a brain and India Stack as spine. It's not only digital, but this is also intelligent enough, inclusive, and it gives a customer a kind of an AI co-pilot, which is hyper-personalized, which will talk to you in your own language, which understand your money, and which also ensure that your financial decisions are taken, very thoughtfully in an everyday manner. For an example, I'll just say, if you want to talk to your personal co-pilot in any of the language like Kannada or Hindi, say I'll speak in Kannada, ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ 80,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿಯ ಒಂದು ಐಫೋನ್ ಮೊಬೈಲನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿದೆಯೇ? That means English, I'm planning to buy 80,000 rupees worth a mobile phone. Is this possible for me at the current situation? With your consent, this co-pilot will have access on all your income, savings, upcoming bills, and your spending habits. And then it will personalize its answers in such a way that it'll give you, kind of a suggestion saying that go for a lump sum or an EMI. It will also access your cards where it will say that you have upcoming bills, right? Or you have a card which is giving this offer or a cashback that's there. Let me take another use case where, there is a shortfall in your bank account and another one more week is left, right? But your co-pilot will go through and assess with your consent, your mutual investment, okay, and suggest a small amount which can be withdrawn to manage your, a kind of an payments or, insufficient fund kind of a thing. So these kind of at the personal level, okay, a hyper personalized co-pilot working with you day by day and helping you to ensure your journey with the savings, borrowing, and growing it gives entirely a different ecosystem. That's where we think like, gone are those days where, consumer are being asked to go to bank, but now bank is going to the consumer. That's the embedded finance. Plus, if you take the agentic, it is a game changer because of the smartness it provides the end user, the ease to use the platform it provides with all the intelligence and all the efficiency, right? And personalizing deeply being a human.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Yeah, so in fact, I was seeing a live demo of, as you said, agentic AI of voice and chatbots in multi-language, interacting with the customer. But yes, of course, I mean that solves a lot for the relationship managers of that organization, financial institution. But of course, there are how the agentic AI chatbot is interacting with the customer is also a concern which needs to be addressed. This voice and chatbot, the agentic, the models deployed, what is the kind of access they have to the company data? So all of those, discussions are also. Thank you so much. Thank you to my panelists. I think our time's up. And thanks. Have a lovely evening. Thank you so much. Hope we have been able to give some good insights about the topic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you once again. That was a powerful panel discussion. Can we have a few applause to the panelists and the session chair? I request the gentleman to join us back from BW Business Week to another panelist. Somajit. Right Shift, our gift partner. And with this, the next this one. And the request all to be in 10 minutes, you can get your coffees, your beverages inside. As we're running short of time, we need to make sure that we have all the speaker session that starts. We want to inside in next 10 minutes. Please do get your coffees, your chais inside and be seated. Thank you. Check 1 and 2. Over. Requesting everybody to step inside, please. Will you join in? Or once again, requesting everybody. Once again, over. We are just give, just find the path there. Just find. Stop. Between the two, between the two, the center, right, at equal distance, I'm gonna reach out between the two partners. Who's your partner? Yeah, so both of you need to have one water bottle, and yeah, correct, exactly. Have it at equal distance, right? So what is reflex action? When it gives, it awakens our brain cells, body cells, rejuvenates us. I'm going to give you different instructions. I'm going to say like, give me a hug, give me a hug.
attention, stabilities, head, knees, nose, whatever. When I say that's when you go top of you, let's see who gets the bottle. But if I trick you by saying you cannot touch the bottle. If you do, then you're forfeit. Right? Let's do this. All right, just make sure we have same distance. Ready? Yes, weapons. Let's do this. Give me the eye. Head, shoulders, knees, chin, cheek, cheek, head, shoulder, knees, toes. Now the sound effect comes when we say toes. Shoulder, head, shoulder, eye. Head, shoulder, toes. Grab. How many of you got it up in the air? And give me a cheer. 3, 2, 1, say cheers. Those who did not get it, pick up the other bottle and say all of you together. 3, 2, 1. Cheers. And it's going to be a very cheerful conversation right now, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Now there's a lot of cheer around. It's going to be a very interesting topic. That is, she builds Bharat. Imagine FinTech and I think the topic itself is a huge joining her as a panelist, we've got Chief Business Officer, Cash Advisory, Miss. Please join us on stage. And let's also welcome at her many talks. We have Miss Nesri Mahesh in the house. A huge over to you.
Amar, next time if there's vodka, I'm sure I'll grab it. So, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, Arpita. Welcome, Nisri. It's going to be a very crisp conversation. We'll try to keep it crisp. It's 20 minutes. And I've requested both the women founders on the panel to share as many and, enrich this discussion with as many anecdotes, use cases, examples as possible. So we'll keep it less technical, more about their journey and what their platforms offer and how they're changing lives. Before we start, I would request both of you to do a 1-minute self-introduction, because I understand that Amar has a very difficult job to keep up with the agenda, and it might just be an announcement of the title, but both these women have spent a lot of time building what they have. So I would request you to just a minute on, how has your journey been, or, an introduction to yourself.
Thank you, Sneha. And hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity for being here. Myself, Nisri Mahesh, ex-banker, writer from Kerala, doing business pan-India. That's what I would say. So I'm running a platform called Her Money Talks, which is focused on financial inclusion for women through education, community, and driven by action. That's about me. Lovely.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Arpita. I'm the co-founder of Cash Advisory. So for my background, I actually am an engineer. I did rocket science, in fact. I did aerospace engineering. So it will take way more than 20 minutes to talk about how I ventured into personal finance, but I'll give a very quick intro. I come from a very middle-income household from a tier-2 city in India, and I moved to Singapore on full scholarship at the age of 16, pursued my entire education on scholarship. And living independently in the world's most expensive city taught me one thing early on, that financial literacy isn't a luxury, it's a life skill. So that's what has inspired my mission for Cash Advisory. So we'll talk more.
Thank you, Arpita. So, yesterday was a very, it was a very inspiring day, because the Prime Minister talked about the 10th anniversary of the Digital India Mission. I'm sure many of you caught that note. Some of the things that stayed back with me
where things like in 2014, we had just about 25 crore internet connections. Today, we have 97 crores. The amount of optical, fiber that the cables that have been laid out, I think it was 42 lakh, kilometers of cable that has been laid out so that the most remote areas can have a good network. The kind of, investments in India's AI mission, I think it was about 1.2 billion. You could correct me if I'm wrong on those numbers, but overall, it was a very inspiring note, and it ended with something which stayed with me, that while we have data and dashboards, these kind of digital movements are more for, more for and by the people. It is to make move or pivot from India first to build India's global leadership. Now, the reason I'm very excited to kind of moderate or host this panel is because I see both these women in a way contributing to India's digital mission and India's AI mission. So I'll start with Nisri, I'll start with you. You, from a literature student to a banker, and then a content company, and then again to building a financial platform for women. I think you have about 1 lakh plus women on your platform now. Could you talk to us a little about your platform? What does it do? How did it come into being?
I'm an ex-banker, like I mentioned, and I'm also into writing. So the beginning of Harmony Talks was combining these two, the banking knowledge as well as the skill for writing. Because we felt 50% of the population, Indian population, are women, but the financial literacy rate of women is very less. I would say it is less than 20%. And if you take women who are investing independently, it is hardly about 20%. So there is a gap existing. And on one side, government and the banks are doing a lot of things for women. But on the other side, there are very less takers. That awareness or that action to avail the schemes and things happening are very less. So we started a platform, Harmony Talks, to be the voice of women who are financially empowered and helping them take action through education, community, and a curated marketplace of services and products. So initially, when we started, we thought we started as a platform where just disseminating knowledge and women could come and read and get the knowledge. And then we realized that as the topic is finance, women are not going to come forward, call it society or culture or different reasons. There's always a feeling for women that finance is something overwhelming. So that's where we understood that we have to reach out to them. We have to talk to them, understand what is the problem. When I started, there are people who ask me like, why there is a financial platform for women? Are you politicizing finance? Money is for everyone, no? Then why should you create a different platform for women? But when we started talking to people, women, actually we realized the set of problems women having and men having when it comes to their financial management are very different. So we started by conducting small breakfast meetups in Bangalore, where 10, 15 women come and openly talk about the challenges they face. These are mostly corporate women and women entrepreneurs. When we started talking to them, we understood like the real problem starts from the families where the husband and wife don't have a financial conversation. Open financial conversation is not happening. And husbands may be investing, but they may not be talking about that in their homes. And so many wives don't have access to the investments or the passwords or the bank accounts and all. So then what happens now if something happens to the male member of the family, the female members, they're not able to track the money. So such kind of problems are existing a lot. So we focus on education, conducting programs, educative programs, pan-India. We work through corporates and other women platforms and any organization who are looking forward to empower women and even families through our educative programs. And after that, we do one-on-one hand-holding. And they can also avail the curated programs or the services available in our platform. So that's our journey. So far, we have reached out to 1.5, or I would say around 2 lakh women, conducted more than 2,000 programs pan-India. And we have women-led chapters in 8 cities. These are women leaders who are passionate about this course and running the chapters for us. That's all about our journey.
I want to share something with all of you. It's the strangest coincidence, but I was with, for the longest time with a company called Exchange for Media, before that with events, education, cost-related communication, all of that. After about 22 years, I decided I want to take a career break and figure out what I want to do. During that time, I wanted to attend as many different things as possible. And one of the things that I, and especially things which are led by maybe women entrepreneurs or something which is different from my field of communication. So I ended up registering for Nisri's workshop in Bangalore. And today I realized, Nisri shared that with me, that apparently Arpita also met Nisri at the same workshop at the same venue 2.5 years ago. This was May 2023. So, it's such a small world, and this is I think the best coincidence. Today we're all dressed in blue. I know it's a very small, silly remark, but some things, just come together. So I'm really beaming today. Nisri, when you talked about the journey, what you do you think, because this is a more AI and fintech kind of platform. So do you think that while there is AI in fintech, there still lacks, so artificial intelligence is there, but gender intelligence is lacking in financial services? Do you think that is the case? And could you maybe point out one example of where, your company helped mentor, just a quick example of how you changed somebody's life with the kind of offerings that you have?
That's a very good question. So gender intelligence in AI, I would say, yes, it is needed and very less talked about. The simple example is that the way women and men approach money. So for men, it's more of numbers. It's more of data. It's more of analytics. That's how the brain wired. For women, it's more of emotions, because we connect with things when it's coming to planning or finances. It's like for our kids, for our family, for our future. That's the way we connect. So when we have financial planning with both men and women sitting with our advisor, the difference is that women will be thinking about securing their future, having a own house. This is the kind of thinking, whereas the man will be asking about how the shares, which stocks is working, which are the shares. That's the way the brain is wired. So there, of course, that kind of gender intelligence in understanding people's behavioral patterns and recommending products and services, I would say it's absent or very less in India right now. And in international forums, this topic is being talked about. Behavioral finance is catching up a lot of interest. So I would say it is very much needed. The role of AI, they can do a lot of things to understand specific behavioral patterns of genders and come up with products which is suitable for women. And I would tell one more example, like we were discussing just before the session, like I was in the loans credit. During those banking days, when a woman founder or even just a woman who wants to buy an apartment or a house approaches a bank, she will not get a loan approved without having a male co-applicant or a guarantor. It's a credit policy, because
my case is proof.
Yeah, she was telling she had that experience. So the reason is that they find women, maybe the credit norms is sticking, okay, women may not be buying houses their own. Or if a single woman coming and buying a house, there's no guarantee that she will diligently repay. But if you look at the statistics or the data, women borrowers, especially entrepreneurs, they are very diligent in repayment. Women who are into investments, they take very careful steps. And actually in long term, they have made their money work. All this information is available only with data. And that's where the role of AI is coming in. I would say very less used, but very relevant. And again, you take the life situations. Both men and women have different life situations. One is longevity. We all know that women outlive men in their lifespan is more, which means in your later years of your life, you have to live your life alone. So the requirements are different. Women have career breaks, men don't have career breaks. So they have to plan for their finances in a different way. So all this will come into place, or you get the right kind of products and services when you apply technology, and that's when AI steps in. We can do a lot of difference. Even banks can come up with good products, I would say.
Sure. Thank you. Arpita, Nisri's company focuses on women. You have a very different cohort. You're talking to, you're talking to younger people. You're talking to them through, a mix of AI-powered platform and a little bit of human intervention. what is it that Cashwisery do, and how did it come into being? And from aerospace engineering, do you enjoy talking to these youngsters who perhaps, come to you with a very different kind of prompts and then say, okay, it's not helping me with my financial planning? Tell us about your
Absolutely.
company.
Thank you for your questions, Neha. So definitely money is very personal to me, although I did engineering, but like I said, my journey has been about it's kind of like starting at from very humble beginnings to finally, working on my financial goals. So one good thing is that both my co-founder Utkarsh and I, we have a background in financial advisory. It's a combined experience of 15 years now. So we have that domain expertise. We understood, what financial planning is all about. But at the same time, we also noticed very huge gaps. We saw that, the whole ecosystem is so geared towards the high net worth individuals who are mostly on the older age groups or the mature working professionals, pre-retirees, right? That's when we realized that the young generation is really missing out on the good quality financial advisory because and that is creating a huge impact for the future because they are missing out on one of the most important compounding opportunities of their lives, right? So in a way, if you start off your wealth planning at least about 10 years later than when you should have, you might end up with less than half of your retirement corpus. So we saw this huge gap. Now, when it comes to the Indian younger population, right, it's huge and it's very nuanced. The segments are all kinds, whether you compare a working professional in tier 1 city compared to rural India or compared to tier 2, tier 3. So the only way to solve for that population is using tech, and that's where leveraging technology and artificial intelligence comes in.
They understand tech better.
Right. They understand. The young generation does not even want to sit with an advisor and have coffee. They don't have time. They want everything digital, right? So which the traditional ecosystem is not being able to cater. And how will they, right? They have an established business working on a different model. So for that, you need startups. You need people like us building new solutions for existing long-standing problems, in fact, right? And coming to the use of technology, see, we wanted to build a completely DIY platform, honestly, when we started off, but we realize India is a do it for me economy. We want things done for us. Even if you have the app in front of them, you want someone to tell you, I want, like, this is what you should do. Go ahead and do this, right? So what we do is we leverage technology. We want to leverage artificial intelligence to do all the hard work, to all do the back end work, while the experts, the human beings can actually interface with the end user, right? Just to give them that confidence that you can go ahead and get started.
A little nudge also. Perhaps.
Exactly, that nudge is needed. And that's the hybrid model that we want to use. And today we've been able to cut down the data analysis time by 75% just with the use of technology. With AI, we will enhance it even further, maybe 10x or who knows, 100x.
We have about 6 minutes left, but I want the audience to know more about, when it comes to, funding. I know that you're self-funded, Nesri. When it comes to funding, but you would have bumped into a lot of fellow founders who are, seeking investors. You're in a pre-seed stage. Can you share a little about how your journey has been on the funding route? What is it that, investors seek from young founders like you?
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So I think being on the founder side of the table, we won't speak on behalf of the VCs, but we can speak from experience. What has really worked out for us and what we see for early stage, at least, we are talking about pre-seed and seed stage. You don't really have like an evolved, a mature business or even a finished product. You're basically working on an idea or an MVP. So the investors are mainly betting on the founders. So, a good domain expertise that we had, a good, a founder market fit or founders chemistry is very important. You would be surprised how many startups fail because the co-founders had a fallout, right? So that strong team is very important. And of course, the problem that you're solving, right? You have to go almost like, obsessively behind the problem because your product will go through thousands of iterations before it hits a PMF, the product market fit. But really, are you solving for that real urgent problem that, the customers have? And you have to obsessively, you have to have the conviction that you want to solve for it. So I think it's more about the why and showing the investors that you are the team that's going to figure out the how.
Sure. And Nisri, I saw your last LinkedIn post. Nisri says that she spent only 8 days at home in Kerala and she was traveling rest of the month. So, I think her business has reached a level which she enjoys doing what she does. She was sharing that with me. How do you, from where you started off, I'm sure there must be a lot of challenges. How do you do this whole work-life balance conundrum? How do you manage it? And you seem to be really enjoying what you do, apart from adding, so much of purpose to people's lives. So can you share a little bit about how do you manage this balance? Do you have talk a little about your team. I've met some of your team members at the last event. I'm sure Arpita also has met team members. How do they contribute to this, your being away and doing well?
Oh, I come from a very traditional family background where they think, okay, it's not safe. Still, I will say in Kerala that we feel that if women traveling alone after 8 p.m. is not safe. So that's a typical background which I've been brought up. But my job or my work is involved in meeting a lot of people, interacting with people. So I'm forced to travel and I'm loving it. Coming to work-life balance, I would say, especially women, always there is a question that juggling between work and life, it's been a challenge for many women. So I've seen a lot of women being struggling in that. I've been from a corporate background, being into banking. Those years, yes, I also faced the same challenge of work-life balance. But when you are an entrepreneur, your company or your startup is your baby, I would say. So I have one baby is my kid and second baby is my startup. So it's like you are just like you nurturing your baby, you nurture your startup, which is your second baby. And your first baby will see how you are nurturing your startup and learn from it. And that helps him or her groom herself or himself to a better individual. That's a simple policy which I follow. So I tell about my background. I got married very early, soon after my college. Then at that time, everybody asked, because women have a feeling that if you are having your marriage, you're having your kids early, that means that's end of your career, or that means a break in your career. And I've seen many of my friends have been postponing having kids or marriage or everything for the sake of career. I would say to all women or even men that getting married early and having kids earlier is in one way better. It's a blessing. It is helpful. The reason is that because early years of your career, no, you can sacrifice a little bit. But if you are in the mid of your career or later years of your career, it's very difficult for you to have a break. And when you are young, you have the support system. Your parents also young, so you get the support system from your parents. But if you are older, your parents will also have health issues and all. Because of you may not get the support system from your family, or even your husband is also maybe dealing with midlife crisis or mid-career crisis, I would say. So it's very difficult to get the support system when you are getting older. For in my case, it helped me a lot because my kid is now growing up seeing what I'm doing. And it's helped me. It's kind of internship he's doing in my startup, I would say.
Nice.
So
really nice.
That's the way I balance work and life.
Lovely.
And I enjoy traveling. I try to connect with people a lot. And
She's a great networker. Not seen her during the break.
No, in my home also, when I was working with corporate, yes, at that time, my husband or my family used to tell that, hey, you are spending more hours at office and all. But when they see that we are creating a value, we are doing some good things, I mean, that support automatically, they love supporting me actually.
Sure.
And I mentioned that we have women-led chapters in 8 cities. All these are driven by volunteers, like women leaders who love to contribute to help other women. So that's the way our team. So whichever city I go, I have friends there, families there. That's how the whole ecosystem is driving us.
That's the format. That's the model. Okay. Arpita, tell us a little about upskilling, reskilling. AI is such this magical creature, but it's also very scary. It's evolving at the speed of thought. How do you understand this technology? How do you, because both of you are in a field where there are newer products that are hitting you, and you have to communicate about the same to your audiences. How do you upskill or reskill yourself?
I mean, no, very simple. You have to keep pace with technology, no matter
To
which
attend-
field you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to, I mean, I haven't gotten the chance to attend too many events, but I do look at videos, I read blogs. I have this Your Story newsletter that keeps coming to my inbox, which is on AI. So I keep saving those documents to read up. So you have to, because, AI is a revolution on its own. And very soon, it's not going to replace people. It's going to replace jobs, and people will have to look for jobs that leverage AI. So, and AI is very much part of Cashwisery's roadmap. So for that, I have to do that anyway. So thankfully, it helps with my profession, but you have to set aside time for upskilling for your own personal growth as well as for your profession.
And what Arpita has not shared is that she runs a very fun and cool podcast, the Cashwisery podcast. Please check it out. While I was, researching on both my panelists, I see that I'm a communications professional, but they have so much communication out there. They're hosting podcasts, they're talking about it. Arpita especially talks to so many diverse people, from design people to real estate people to somebody who started a AI finance company and lost money on his first trade. The conversations are humorous, and I learned a lot from what she has been learning from in her podcast. So thank you. I believe time's up. There's not too much time, but I want to just ask you for one last. I know that you are literature student turned banker turned entrepreneur, and you're the aerospace engineer. But if there was a completely alternate career that you had to choose, what would that be?
I would definitely stick to rocket science because I thoroughly enjoyed that. I would go back to physics any day. But yeah, maybe podcasting now that you have said.
So she's admitting that AI is not rocket science. Okay. What about you, Nisri?
Anything that I could connect with people and more creative. I like changes. So anything that keep changing, keep exciting, I would connect.
Super. Thank you so much. We don't have time for questions because it's a very tight schedule, but thank you so much. Thank you, both of you. It was a lovely conversation, and thanks for connecting again.
And a very candid conversation, I would say. Really enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Agree with this one of the most biggest panel discussion we've had so far. Yes, a huge a small bit of gratitude from our end for your time and presence. A big cheer one more time. And Ms. Sneha has been such a fantastic session chair, so we thought we'll trouble her for some more time. She's going to spearhead the next panel discussion as well. So good round of applause for that. Back to back. The next one is about financial intelligence, and to talk about the panelists. Please.
You. So again, I'm keeping it very crisp. And again, I'm requesting both my very senior panelists to enrich this discussion with as many examples as possible and, make it richer in terms of takeaways for all of you, for all of us. I want to start with a 1 minute because both my panelists have spent more than 3 decades in the industry, and I don't think that is a very fair introduction. So a simple 1 minute self-introduction, please, both of you, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'm Sandhya Vasudevan. I spent too long with Deutsche Bank. I really loved it. Global, regional, local roles. Prior to that, I headed Thomson Reuters in Bangalore, actually. Grew it from 200 to about 9,000 when I left it. Set up the AXA offshore entity, was on the Swiss Re board. Now I'm the Thai board member and FinTech chair. I'm also part of a think tank where I focus on different topics. Thank you.
So I spent the earliest part of my working career in technology consulting management. But somehow I have this kid for complex problems and simple solutions. And I think that's
a Bangalore problem.
So that's what I've been doing for the last 15 years. I had this brainwave sitting in Stockholm on a cold afternoon, where I was reflecting on different development theories of different countries. And we always think that India is a poor country, and then hence we are not able to solve our problems. But 15 years ago, when I was looking at how Stockholm is able to solve its problems better, I figured out that the way we govern ourselves is the problem. It's not the low base, right? I mean, the same. If we had the same richness as Sweden has, still we would not necessarily be the same happier people, well-off people as Sweden is, and hence last 15 years.
Home philosophy.
Yeah, so that was a philosophical movement for me, and last 15 years has been playing the same thing from different aspects, and it's interesting. Got into advising governments on different ways of solving hard problems, set up academic institutions, one being the Kautilya School of Public Policy, which is advancing Western frameworks and Indian ethos and Indian problem-solving techniques. And right now, I kind of spend a lot of time working with startups and seeing how problems can be solved in a more simple fashion. So that's what I do.
Super, sir. Thank you. I'm very privileged to be here with both of you. I brought today's, because we're talking about something which is, it's not a mythical, creature, but I thought I should share this. Today I see, so this is the Economic Times, today's Economic Times, and you see, thank you. There is quarter page, coverage about the AI crash. Okay, but the one thing that caught my attention, and this is a page, the last page, sir, page 14. Somebody's following it up with me. So there's a paragraph which actually talks about why it is important for this discussion. Is this comment made by somebody who's into fraud detection, talks about somebody who has come out with a crowdfunding campaign for some of the victims of this AI crash. It's a fake campaign. And these kind of things are happening. So when we talk about guardrails in AI and FinTech, this is something that really, it struck me that this is very related to the conversation that we're going to have today. And while we, so since you're reading up on that chapter, I would also request you to look up page 4. I'm making him do a little bit of homework with me. There's a tweet by Paul Graham, the British computer scientist. He says, if you care about money or power, stay close to AI. Because for the foreseeable future, this will be the big source of change in both. So on one hand, you have AI causing all this disruption. And on the other, you have somebody says, stay close to AI because money and power are both influenced by it. So coming to my first question, Ms. Vasudevan, they say that the biggest reports, and this is the World Economic Forum, no less. World Economic Forum and Accenture came out with a report early this year that talked about the amount of investments in financial services. I think it was about $35 billion in 2023, and it's estimated to be about $97 billion in 2027. This is like the combined GDP of a few smaller nations put together. With such massive investments in AI, where do you think that we need to start with something called responsible AI? How do you define it? Where do we start with it?
Okay. Yesterday, we had an event where Professor Bhattacharya from MIT Media Labs mentioned that AI is generating, 7 trillion. So if you're looking at it in terms of GDP, it will be the 3rd largest in the world right now. So if it's 7 trillion, and by the way, I have to do an aside. In the previous panel, we were told the women will be more emotive, talking about different things. I gave my introduction and facts, and Sridhar is the storyteller. So one of the things, and it's related to the framework, responsible framework. India doesn't have a framework yet, but in Niti Aayog's paper which it had put out, it says AI for all. That's inclusive, it is fair, it's equitable, it's transparent, all words that you want to have. But I think if I were to put it from all those who are in the financial sector, it is not such a simple thing because you've got to have, you can have the tools of governance. That's very important. You need to have the risk management framework. And I think Europe has a good approach on the tiered risk framework, which it's got. If you look at it, I like China's model where they talk about AI should not be influencing the economic outcomes in the way it should be done. So they're keeping tabs on the end usage of how AI can be used. US, as usual, is very pragmatic. It lands up linking up inclusion, equal credit capability that you have to give to everybody, whole bunch of things like that. And India, while it has not yet kind of come out with a pure document, there are quite clear guidances and approaches which you can take. So for me, I think I like what MAS has done. Usually the Singapore regulator is very pragmatic and they're also quite forward-looking. And because they're in some ways very cross-border in their activity, plus they're small enough to kind of experiment with a lot of things. Their FEAT, that's your fairness, equitable, accountable and transparent approach, is a very simple way to remember, because I think personally, I thought our framework, I find it difficult to remember all the points that they put. It has to be humanistic. And OECD has put out what should be there. So you have enough frameworks around the globe for anyone involved in AI to take it forward. Typically, AI is getting used in either for risk management, a lot of fraud detection, whether it's lending, whether it's your credit appraisal, all kinds of things. So you're looking at a lot of risk-based activity, leveraging data to find the outcomes that you want. The second element where a lot of it gets used is product creation. And the third one is around client-focused, customer-focused activity. And Jamie Dimon talks about their focus being on the client side. If I look at it from a risk lens, and that's what this whole session is about, I'll take a minute or so around that. It is a lot of your data is historic. And until, let's say, 10 years ago, you had only about 150 million people in India who were properly banked. Since then, we've had a massive influx with all the Jan Dhan accounts, which is going in for KYC, and it's going to be an interesting, huge spike for KYC work. But when you're doing that historic assessment, have you got all the components and different diversity of people in that group? I remember at one time, if you were an IT professional, you were not necessarily given a credit card because there's a very good chance that you'll jump ship and go away. Today, that's not the case. You're very wanted if that's what it is. So how do you have an inclusive approach around that? And I think the conversation that you had about how do you have women inclusion, one of the things I would say actually in the formal sector, we've had more women in banking, leaders, including insurance. In the mid-90s, internationally, they didn't have them. We had them. So I am a little uncomfortable with perceived biases. Yes, they've been excluded in many ways, but yet they have been at the helm of affairs in many ways. So there is no single truth around it. And therefore, the quality of data that we have from for any of our AI tools, it's complex. So you say you can start building your AI tool with 50,000 records to kick it off. And I'll give you an example from a healthcare thing. They have 90,000 records. And they have another activity which has about 8 or 9 lakhs of data. And yet it's not good enough if you're going to be looking at predictive analysis. So if you look at the other one, digital inclusion. My father at 88 was fairly good at managing his own finances, but he didn't like digitalized activity. He needed somebody else to do it. And I still would like to push for digital guardians. They have said nominees can do it, but reality is digital guardians means I'm not comfortable with digital activity, but somebody else will do it, and there's proper audit trail of who has used it. And I have given my grandson to do it, or I've given my neighbor to do that work. At least I have trail of that. We still haven't got that. And I think that's a massive risk when you're looking at a lot of the AI related work. A few examples. If you look at the AI agents, it's more rule-based, outcome-driven. Whereas agentic AI is going to be without human intervention. And you're looking at 4 or 5 different types. A little more rule-based. Some of it is model-based. Some of it is model-based, but you have a goal towards which you're taking the decisions. And then you have a lot more complexity. Please leverage tools like XAI, which gives you different models for testing out whether it's good or bad. And you have some very good models which are out there. With that, I think you need governance, you need a risk model, you need XAI type of approach. I think by next year it'll be defunct, I suspect. You will need human interventions. Please remember, you need a hyperloop of getting feedback on an ongoing basis to know whether it's good or bad. You also need to have human interventions to make sure the decisions are correct, and you have escalations around.
Thank you. So it has to be pragmatic, transparent, humanistic. You talked about how senior citizens are coping with this whole, AI.
200 million.
Sorry?
100 million.
Right. And these days we see a lot of this digital arrest phenomena happening, and this is a segment that's targeted the most. So taking from there, and ma'am also talked about the Singapore model and all of that. While we can't widely ape the West because India is a different, ball game altogether, when it comes to transparency and explainability of AI models here, where do you think are the areas that we need these the most? How do you think that we can make this more from that whole cut down on the opacity, bring it back from black box to, a glass box? Could you share a few examples?
So kind of, let's look at this at a balance, right? I mean, what is the balance that we need to do, right? We need to enable innovation. So you need to balance the innovation need and amazing thought processes that are coming in and saying that we can solve this complex problem with this new idea. So that has to continue. But at the same time, how can we give due respect to the stakeholder protection, right? It's like what Sandhya was saying is about saying that is this transaction complete? Is the passbook updated? Can you show me, right? And it's not that there is no trust there. It's just that some people are just kind of, the way they look at things are very different. And so how do you look at giving the right seat for the stakeholders, right? So the first thing that we need to build about is the explainability in any AI model. Right? Whenever a decision is taken by AI model, it should be in a form that it is explainable. You have applied for a loan, whether you're getting or not getting, and why you're getting and why you're not getting should be explainable, right? Then the request can be then taken. Right? The second thing is you need to start moving from black boxes to glass boxes, right? You can't just say that, "Arey, kisi ne decide kar liya, I am not answerable to it," right? And that's something that we are used to it in many other walks of life, and it hurts us whenever this kind of thing is saying that I'm just a messenger, but decision maker is something else, and that's what something the AI and ML model should kind of start talking back, right? Then the third is auditability, right? You need to have a clear audit trail that is accessible, right? And this is something that if you look at the FinTech experience, the finance experience, the banking, BFSI experience for all of us has always been that you spend a lot of time on a call center trying to dispute a credit card assignment that's done to you. And then, before this call starts, they say, "Oh, this call is being recorded for training and auditing purposes." I'm like, yeah, that's great. Can I get the call recording? Because there are two people in that conversation, me and the bank, right? And then we go on and we live in a world of extreme mis-selling, right? I mean, if you don't acknowledge that mis-selling, any regulatory response is only short, it will fall short, right? We have all been missold different insurance products. We have been missold banking products. In a personal case, there was an advance given, and then somebody ill-advised, the bank manager ill-advised the person who got the advance and said, "No, you have to put in a capital gains account." And now, how do we kind of undo that thing? You have to go get it from the income tax. I mean, how can a bank manager ill-advise you to get caught into a taxation instrument that you should not be, right? So we live in all of these things. So that way, you need to have auditability as a design principle, who is ill-advised and what action can be taken about it. And finally, stakeholder communication, right? The same thing has to be communicated to different people in different ways, right? As Sandhya is saying that, 150 million to 700 million people, that's the financial inclusion we have done. But look at the remaining 700 people when they get into banking, right? How do we kind of do justice to two important words when it comes to public policy, which is informed consent? Are they being informed what is happening? Do they even have the ability to consent to what is being told? Right? How many of us have handed over OTPs to other people, right? I mean, even all of us have somewhere or the other handed over an OTP to a delivery guy OTP to somebody else, OTP to somebody else, right? So we live in that kind of a world. So we need to make sure that that informed consent is delivered through that, right? And I and you will always ask saying that, am I giving it to the right person or not? So, so a large bank recently had an AI-based credit score where it was not explainable. The loan decisions were taken without the essential safeguards. And now, thankfully, they are relooking at that, right? So we should understand that tech is important, innovation is important, fintech and AI is important. But at the same time, the human in the loop should be there. And at the same time, the human in the loop should be accountable for the decision. I think that's the way I look at it.
Right, right. Yeah. Talking about the human in the loop, Ms. Vasudevan, and this is also to you. There's a lot of, when you talk about these AI models that are, sometimes they're trained on biased data. So what happens is a lot of marginalized sections, though we're talking about anti-discriminatory laws, this and that, they get, they don't have access to maybe the right lending platforms, all of this because there is some backend AI which is not allowing these people to secure those loans. How do you, how does one change this? Where do we bring in, where do we cut down on the bias and make, you talked about AI for all. So how do we make this AI for all? And this is from your experience, both of you, as a policy maker and as somebody who heads, fintech, who's a fintech chair, and you also talk to a lot of startups who perhaps are grappling with this about how to make AI for all.
I'm going to cover it in two ways. The cost of AI is very high. How many of you within your company have actually costed your AI? It's very high. You need solutions that are going to be better. And I'm going to share one solution. I will plug for quantum, let's say quantum annealing. And we were in a session together where that particular company basically said that they can solve a problem which the frontier supercomputer will take 1 million years with 1 year of Earth's energy to solve within 20 minutes using 1,200 kilowatts. So which means there are technologies which are coming in, which will be quantum AML, which will be cost effective for you to do that. So if you're going to be doing inclusive transformation, you've got to be able to do it at price points that make sense. So that is one side of it. On the bias side of it, my honest feeling, it will take us about 10 to 15 years till you get the quality of data for us to be able to really solve it. The banking sector, until where you had the inclusion, you have to kind of take care of people at the bottom of the pyramid. All of those things used to be there, and the government used to tell you have to give loans to all of these kind of people, and typically you wrote it off. But you had to be profitable. You had to be making sure you were giving funding to the people who are credit worthy. But with AI, if you slightly tweak the model and say, hey, you're 20,000 rupees below the target, or you got too much of debt, if you reduce it by 20,000, you may be able to get additional funding. Or if you increase your salary income by even 20,000, you will come over the threshold for getting a better rate. So I think AI can become more inclusive when you start using the information effectively. I don't think we're there yet. It's a journey.
Sridhar, I take that conversation forward. Ms. Vasudevan saying we are not there yet, and I'm a little astounded with the numbers. She says 10 to 15 years. I don't know whether I completely agree, but yeah.
When I say 10 to 15 years, it'll get solidified.
Okay.
Okay. You will get successes even today.
Right.
You have enough successes, but my concern is it won't be fully there.
Okay. Okay. Right. Going with your background, and you see, there's a lot of struggle between the different stakeholders when it comes to the right policies, the right laws that govern AI. How do you think that, this is a trust-based medium? I mean, fintech is, finance is. So how do you bring all these stakeholders together? What is your comment on the current, laws that govern this ecosystem? How do you think we can strengthen this?
Yeah, so I guess I'll kind of take it from the regulatory perspective, right? I mean, as I earlier said, I'll continue what I said earlier, which is in terms of saying that if the regulator is just trying to solve a problem very superficially, it will take probably 10, 15 years or forever. But if the regulator is now willing to say, okay, fine, what is the bigger problem that I need to fix, right? Like I said, market investments are subject to market. This you can tell it is faster, slower, in whatever way you want, and you can tell as many times as you want. That's but that's not the point. The point is misselling, right? Until unless the regulator shows that I acknowledge misselling as a problem, right? I kind of take stringent action on it, and for that, the symmetrical transparency is essential, right? Have all of us been missold at least one financial product in our lives? Only one? Only three of us? Okay, right? So that's the problem, right? And I and you are somebody who can take this stab on our face, the punch on our face, kind of will kind of get unsettled for a moment and will survive. But what about others, right? We know people who have not survived this misselling, and that kind of puts people into a bucket where they're extremely mistrusting the system, right? In the previous panel, it was told that if you don't make your money work for 10 years, then your future wealth could be gone by half. But the risk is embedded in the system. And the regulator has to acknowledge this risk and say that, you know what, I see this. You can tell me when mis-selling happens. You can tell me when any of the other things, right? So at least now, in terms of innovation, thankfully in India, there are more and more fee-based advisors coming into selling financial products. And that's a great move. Because I know this guy is not just selling this to me because of making that commission, but his interest is to tell you that, okay, you know what, it doesn't matter what you buy. If at all you want to buy, here is the 3 options. Because my financial incentive is just coming from the consulting that you're taking. So enabling these right kind of players to thrive and become bigger players and kind of putting, squeezing the wrong players in the system is the only role the regulator has to. Right? And I think that's where it should happen. And thankfully now when we call one another, we are not listening to a recorded message. I think the regulator has kind of stepped back on it. But we need to understand that, right? We are a country where if any of us is scammed through digital arrest, right? The first thing that we intend to do is go talk to the police guy and say, please help me out. How aware is the cop to say, if I act now, then probably there is something remaining in the mule process, right? And that should be expedited faster, right? I'm glad that Akash mentioned about the Mule Hunter project. And I think that's where we should kind of double down and say, hey, can we kind of do as many hackathons as possible? Can we kind of make it as many stakeholders kind of come in and engage on this process and make it faster? So I'm glad the regulator is now waking up and talking about all of these things. But the people who operate the system are still lost, right? The first 24 hours of a missing person, the first 24 hours of a digital arrest, the apparatus that's supposed to safeguard us is clueless.
So AI is a superpower, and the superpower can be in all our hands, but we need to understand where to draw a line and who we can reach out to when.
Yeah,
sorry, you have some last words.
I'm very itching to say this, right? The beauty of AI is that AI is an amazing tool, right? I would love to use AI wherever I can, but just as a tool. It's a lousy master, right? Because it has no ability to look at saying that what are my blind spots, right? It has no way of saying that maybe, right? It doesn't know what maybe is, right? It's a master hallucinator, right? And if there is a master hallucinator, you better keep him as a slave and not as your boss. I think that.
I should just add, I scared you with that 10 to 15 years. I was actually thinking about 22 languages, hundreds of dialects. And if you seriously want transformation in an inclusive way, that needs to come in. Right now, we're still English, Hindi, at best 1 or 2 other languages.
I agree, ma'am. And I wanted to debate and get more points out of you. That's why I said I disagree. But I think somewhere I agree with you on that. It's a long process. And but one good thing is that we have certain programs in place, starting with Digital India, starting with the India AI mission, starting with a set of bureaucrats who are now looking at it as we don't want to be India first, we want to be leaders. So I think that's changing, and that will also change top down. So let's hope for the best, and let's hope that everybody has this superpower and used creatively in a way.
So we are changing, right? And the best example is the traffic of Bangalore, right? We are all bothered about the traffic of Bangalore. We want to find solutions. But
I'm happy we're ending with this. Very touchy topic, sir.
We shot ourselves in the foot last week by kind of saying that, oh, bike taxis are illegal. Let's kind of throw them away, right? And thankfully, wisdom dawned on ourselves this morning where the central government said, hey, you know what? I don't have a problem. States, if you don't have a problem, you can go ahead and allow bike taxis to operate. And I think that's the beauty of India. We have had amazing bureaucrats talk to us on this. Sandhya and I have been on this journey for almost 5-6 months now, talking about AI. And the forces are changing us very, very fast, right? The day we were having lunch together 2 months ago at IIM Bangalore, the news that came, and I was skeptical before I started the conversation, but then I remembered that one gentleman is investing on crypto and he's going gung over it. And I said, okay, now I need to change my way of looking at it, right? Because that person getting into crypto is a world-changing phenomenon, right? And I think a few weeks ago, our neighbor is going to get onto crypto and he's going to mine coins, right? If our neighbor is going to mine crypto coins, then probably will our regulatory apparatus be far behind, right? So far, we have said it's strong, it's all of these things. So India's regulatory ability is they can be quick. They can be quick only in turn when there is a crisis that hits. Till that time, they will always play really safe. Right? I think that's the beauty of Indian regulatory response. And I
disagree with him. The last 2014, nobody really thought UPI would be working the way it is today. So 10 years, shift happens.
Oh, 10-year shift. Let me talk about, sorry, I'll take one more minute. 2009. No. 2009. I really worked with every bank in this country and reached out to them and said, let's do financial inclusion. We wanted to do 44,000 no-frills banking account. We ended up just doing 4,000 no-frills banking account. Thanks to just one banker. I need to say this, Punjab National Bank. They kind of said, yeah, we heard the Prime Minister talking about it. There are some circulars around it. Let's try and do this, right? I think that is the magical moment, right? For us, my long curve commitment to public policy is that, right? Where I saw that Punjab National Bank, some middle-level managers saying that, Sridhar, I hear you, and let's work this out, right? I think that's the beauty, right? Till that gentleman comes in and says, Sridhar, I understand you, and let's solve this problem. We will kind of keep bumbling along. But I'm glad, right? I'm glad we are making the progress.
But till Sridhar Saab tells me where he lives and who is this neighbor who is investing into crypto, I need to know. Okay, so thank you so much. It was so fun and enlightening. I'm so happy to have this conversation. Amar, all yours.
Absolutely fun, power-packed, insightful. A big round of applause to them one more time. And we request Ms. Neha to do the honors right here to the two panelists. A small gratification from our end. It's getting a bigger, better. Every panel discussion, a lot of insight share. AI governance, it is AI-driven insurance from risk. Thank you so much for that. I request other people also to join in. Go ahead. The biggest
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much.
for being attentive for this long. I know it's 5:25. It's not that easy to sit through the day and listen in. I hope really we're able to do justice to your time. You see a full house here, and we've been tasked to talk about AI. Although on one end of the spectrum is AI, which is very interesting these days. On the other end of the spectrum is always boring and dreary insurance, right? And we have to sort of marry the both. So we have a tough job here. There are, I should say, people from very large organizations like AWS, Swiss Re. There are tech players out here like the Candela Labs and from another startup. And then there is a micro insurer here. And I also am a startup founder working in the insurance space in India, right? So with a quick overview of the panel, first, let me set the stage up in terms of what we are going to talk about, right? How many of us have sort of dabbled with AI here? Just a show of hands. And by AI, I mean creating Ghibli photos or having our happy birthday messages being designed by somebody else, or the resignation letters maybe being designed, right? Yeah, we would have done it all, right? But to be honest, I don't think that AI is just that, right? AI is a lot more. In fact, 2 years or 3 years back, AI was supposed to be a lot more, right? So I think before we move on and talk about AI and insurance together, let's just go back a bit, maybe 2 or 3 years back, and just figure out what AI would mean at that moment, right? Sri, if you can sort of talk about that, that would be very helpful to start off with. Just give us an overview, right? What, in your opinion, is AI, right? And how it is much, much more bigger than how people have been seeing it in the recent history.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the definition of AI itself, right, stays as what it was 40 years ago, right? Which is basically what we call as Turing test, right? So if you're not able to differentiate in a particular use case between a human being and a machine, right, that's AI. So while the definition is only textbookish, how it has evolved and what it can do for us is what is like really interesting for all of us here. So when we started off this entire world in, between 2000 and 2010, basically we were all talking about the quote unquote data analytics, if you will. You get a dashboard as a CXO or a leader in an organization, you get a dashboard, you get visibility and control into what's happening in the organization, right? It's very, very basic. Then we started off more predictive. Okay, what will happen tomorrow? How much is my inventory going to be? How many fraudulent transactions am I going to have? And so on and so forth, right? Then in November 2022, right, something happened, right? As all of us know. Any guess? Right. Yeah. So November 2022, ChatGPT released OpenAI, which was the first version of what we call as the Gen AI today, right? Now, this kind of revolutionized how we were looking at AI, right? Because now you have a machine that can converse with you as a human being, either through, simple English, or you upload document or image or audio, video, whatever. It can actually understand and process, right? And then based on the context of what it has been trained on, it actually, respond back to you, right? Either with a summary or with a response, etc., right? Now, this kind of revolutionized how human-machine interaction happens, right? And that was a stepping stone into the entire new world that we are stepping into today, right? And then came the agentic AI, which is like 2 steps ahead of this, right? Now, this can not only do all those things that Gen AI does in terms of interaction, but it can also reason, and it can retrieve, and it can act. Right? What it means, okay, tomorrow, you suppose you want to go to Coorg, for example, right? You ask, okay, what should I wear? I'm going to Coorg, right? Now, in normal ChatGPT or Google search would have told you, looked at, okay, what other, 10 other people were wearing in Coorg, and then told you, okay, this is what you should be wearing, right? But now this is what it will do. It will understand that, okay, you need to go to Coorg, and I need to first understand what is going to be the weather in Coorg, right? So it will go to weather.com, figure out what's going to be the weather in Coorg, realizes tomorrow it's going to be raining, day after tomorrow it's going to be sunny, right? Then it will come back and ask you, bhai, kab jana hai aapko Coorg, right? Then you tell, no, I need to go day after tomorrow, right? Then based on that, it's okay, day after tomorrow, it's going to be sunny in the morning, so you better wear appropriate dress, but carry a jacket with you just in case, because there is 40% chance of rainfall, right? So now, and then of course, it can book the ticket also for you for your favorite resort or whatever it is, right? So it can reason, it can retrieve, and it can act, right? Now, this opens a completely new set of capabilities for us, where a lot of things that we were doing as human beings can now be delegated, quote unquote, right, to the machine, right? Now, bunch of use cases have exploded, as you know, like in banks, insurance companies, NBFCs. Most of the call centers are getting replaced because the call center agent can actually talk to you, understand what you want, and go back and retrieve your account statement, or understand your complaint and escalate it to the right person, whatever, respond to your emails, right? And all the underwriting can be supported, and so on and so forth. We'll talk about lot of use cases around that, right? But this is where AI is today. So today's definition of AI is that, okay, it's a machine that can understand what you're talking about, process it, retrieve data within the context of the organization, and it can act, right? And reason, of course.
Right. Thank you so much, Sri. Now, if you just notice when Sri talked about word before OpenAI, right? He talked about dashboard, visibility, control, fraudulent transactions, etc. Right? All of a sudden, we are in the spectrum of insurance, right? That's exactly what we talk about all day, right? While there's a lot of similarity or there's a lot of relevance between AI and insurance, we touch upon that later. But very relevant point, you talked about your trip to Coorg. The other day, I was watching a video where the same question was asked to Perplexity, OpenAI, to all the other sort of Gen AI products as of now. Just a simple question, select a number from 1 to 50, right? All of them selected 27 for some reason. I don't know why, right? Probably at the back end, the engine is exactly the same, right? So I don't want to go to Coorg with 100 people coming with overcoats of black color. So I don't want to live in that world. But moving on, I mean, that brings us to the other segment, which is very, very important, right? What has this AI actually perfected up till now, right? Because if we're talking about insurance, if we are talking about other businesses replacing humans, this is serious business, right? We can't sort of miss the bus on this, right? So what is it that AI has already perfected, right? If you can just give a quick overview of the use cases, right? Once you give that input, Sri, we'll move on to the next segment.
Absolutely, yeah. So there are a few use cases that now with what we could call as predictive analytics, along with the Gen AI and agentic AI has perfected, right? So some of the use cases are working extremely well in production at production scale, right? For example, anything that involves classification, right? It's working extremely well. You are a large bank or an insurance company or an NBFC, for example. You get about 100,000 emails a month, right? Now we want to classify those emails into, okay, these are complaints, these are service requests, these are some escalations, these are, whatever, right? And then this is the product line, this is LOB, etc. Right? It could do an extremely good job of, classifying, right? So, and then respond back, or even it can, prepare a draft for you for response, and then you just review the draft and send it off, right? So so anything classification is working out very well in production in large organizations. Second one that's working well, I think we were just talking about that in the back room, is the anything that's involving text and text summary. You give it a text and then ask for a summary, ask a follow-up question about it, etc. Anything that your notebook LM does, right? So that's working out very well. Due to which in large organizations, for example, if you're an underwriter, right, you want a summary of this particular loan case or insurance case, and you want to look at what is the guy, and then his bank statement, his health status, etc. It will give a beautiful summary and give you a recommendation about this is what you should be doing with this policy, whether to issue or not, right? And similarly, if you go to the legal thing, right? So if there is a particular case today as a lawyer, if you want to handle, we have about 8 to 10 interns who sit for like 2 weeks, go through this case and all the related documents of this case and all the similar cases that happen anywhere in India. Right, and what are the judgments around it, and then prepare a summary for the main lawyer, right, the partner lawyer, right? And this is about 2 weeks worth of work for about 8 interns. All that can be done in 5 minutes because this guy does extremely good job of doing that. Okay? So anything that involves text, summarization, or asking a follow-up question about it, it's doing a very, very good job. So where it's not working well is, okay, if you want to take all this, or for example, even Amazon does that summary of the reviews and all that, right? But if you want to put a number to it, right, using some judgment, that's where it becomes a problem. So, for example, there is, for example, say Akshay Kumar's movie is coming for example next week, right? And you want to, so I say, okay, this particular movie is coming, and this is the plot, and this is the theme, this is the heroine. Okay, tell me whether it's going to, how much, give me a rating on the scale of 10, how good the movie is, and also what's the revenue that's going to make, right? Now, it might say with very good confidence as to, okay, this is 7.3 on 10, it's going to be on IMDb, and it's going to earn you, say 12 crores, for example, in the first 3 days, right? Great, and then it gives you 5 reasons why it does that. Tomorrow, give it exactly the same data and ask the same question. It might give a completely different answer and a very convincing reason as to why it gave that answer. Now, so consistency is a problem wherever there is some amount of quantification using judgment is involved. So that's not it working well. It can still work well with a lot of contextual training, but obviously there is scaling problem with that, right? So yeah.
So thank you so much, Sri, for telling us what it doesn't do well. Because my next question is actually coming to the ladies here. So let me give you a quick overview. The lady on my immediate left, she works in a micro insurance firm working on parametric insurance products. Parametric insurance products are typically activated on their own. Say, for example, if your flight gets cancelled, right, you buy an insurance and you get the money back, right? Automatically that happens. You don't have to put in a claim. That's exactly what parametric is all about. The lady on my far left is basically working in an reinsurance company, provides insurance to insurance companies. So a wholesaler of insurance, right? So what they both are going to present or talk about right now is, does this sound real? Does this sound close to what you guys are going to believe on? Or does it just sound something which is built up in the air and you're going to sort of listen to it but discard it at the end, right? Is it relevant enough in the real world? The mistakes that Sri has been talking about, are they going to be catastrophic or you're able to manage still? And I know for a fact that you're yearning to go for it because you are from the Swiss Re Institutes and that too in the risk management side of it. So definitely you have some solid risks which are already identified in the space. So please throw some light. And after that, Mitali, please go ahead.
Start the last half of it. And here I would like to say, we would all agree on the type of statement where it has to be transformative for the insurance industry. So being able to filter through the right customer base with the help of data, asking intelligent, risk relevant questions to reason underwriting, to customer teams able to interact with insurance seamlessly at the click of a button. I think there are use cases for AI to the entire value chain to all the elements. But instead of taking into account by LOBs, I think it would make more sense in terms of bucketing these examples, use cases on the basis of how they benefit. So I think I would put them under three broad categories. One is improved efficiency, one would be enhanced quality, and the third would be better risk management. And let me give you two anecdotal examples to give you a picture of quality. So firstly, improved efficiency. I think insurers and reinsurers are being able to get more and more data because of digitization of existing touchpoints. Thanks to telematics, satellite imagery, remote sensing, digitization of wellness records, etc. Now, the ability of the insurers to translate these data points into actionable insights, that's what's going to really determine how far we this is incorporating AI into the value chain. The second point that I mentioned was enhanced quality. Going back to your point from your parametric product. So I would say Swiss, for example, has a flight delay compensation solution, which is a parametric product. And it based on an AI model that uses more than 200 million historic data points as well as information from 9,000 flight days. And the way it works is very simple. The customer would purchase this insurance solution along with your flight ticket and the delay. There's going to be an automatic payout without final claim. And the final example that I want to give is that of better risk management. Now, an Italian startup quite recently was significant for enabling they called a visual panorama of a moving vehicle. So the moment the engine starts, the video starts recording, and this recording is uploaded to the cloud where it is reassembled using computer vision to remove price sensitive information, face, driver, lens, etc. And this the anonymized video is then studied to classify driver profile driver risk. And this can come really handy in case there's an accident, accident diagram. So these are just some of the examples to highlight that we can do a lot with AI. But having said that, at the very onset, I also want to say that AI is not just a product or a solution that we are trying to sell all the time, internalize into our operation. It is also fraught with a lot of risk, which we as an industry see more than any other industry, because particular reason for claims cropping up in the immediate situation
of the time frame. And just a small example to really keep that in our minds. Another anecdote really. So Air Canada last year lost a small small sessions court case when one of its consumers alleged that the airline had provided him with misleading information regarding the airline's compensation solution in case of a bereavement policy. So the airline's chatbot had led the customer to believe that he is eligible for refund, but actually he wasn't according to the policy. Now the airline very smartly tried to wiggle out this entire case by saying that we should consider this chatbot as a separate legal entity of its own, responsible for its own action. Now, of course, that is ridiculous, and Air Canada won't want to use this case and have to pay a small compensation amount. But this kind of a use case really highlights that we need to start asking that in case something goes wrong, in case there is a liability, then who is liable? And will the insurance industry have to start paying claims because of this? So this is something that, we had a whole phase when we were calling silent cyber. So I think this is more of a consideration for silent AI.
Right. No, thank you so much for that view. And from that, Suguna, your view is also going to be very, very important, because probably you can give us a view of how does relatively smaller operations, right? How does that look at it? Because when you are dealing at a level where Swiss Re is probably either number one or number two reinsurer in the world, then the quantum of data and the quantum of stakes are very high, right? In the common sense dictates that you can actually bet on it only when your stakes are lower, right? And on that front, you can probably go ahead and increase the stakes slowly by slowly when you gain confidence. You can't just go ahead and play international cricket on the first day, right? You have to play gully cricket and then graduate slowly. So have you been doing a similar thing in your organization, or have you already chosen areas, aspects, right, which you are going to use and make more efficient in terms of the AI? Is there anything in that?
Yeah, so I think I'll answer it in two parts. So how, we are consuming AI and how we are, looking at the side effects of AI too.
Right.
So consuming AI, yes, of course, it has gotten a lot of, underwriting efficiency to claims efficiency, which are, I think the low-hanging fruits. And now coming up to what the industry is struggling. So, since we were in, we are very new. So we were incubated by Lloyd's lab, just about 2 years back. And it's all about product innovation. So apart from parametric, we've been also looking at, for example, now we all know that AI is pervasive in, across industry. So how do we build new products, new insurance products as such catering to that? So exactly, like we were just talking about who is responsible if anything goes wrong. So we are actually betting big on algorithmic liability. So we are insuring algorithms. So you heard it right. So I'd like to share two use cases. So this is, again, in the US market. So all of us know that, Amazon has its own algorithmic suspension when it comes to, the seller program that they run. So due to XYZ, now they've automated it so much that, based on the risk scores, they would automatically ban a seller. So what we are doing is that, if that that seller is found genuine. Now, this is a very big problem in US, and there are companies who are, sitting and fighting for litigation, with those sitting in between the sellers and Amazon. So we have partnered with them and created an embedded product. So, either you are back on board as a seller, and what we as an insurance company do is, if, you are a clean merchant, then we would pay for the loss of business or sales. It's a small, small cash, but then this is something that we have created for e-commerce industry. And another interesting use case. So here there is a company, called Instant in US, which builds algorithms around customer identification. So a lot of fintechs use it for, identifying and profiling for, any kind of a transaction approval. So now, of course, there are a lot of false positives, false negatives. So again, there we come in, we are partnered with them that, in case, of course, they say that our algorithm is 90
7%, 96%, but then there is a model drift, there is a, change in behavior. There are new types of frauds, which probably they're not able to, the algorithm is not able to capture. Then, that liability part of it is something that, we insure. So again, this goes very well, as a fail-safe product for the end customer that, you get a, so, screening service, the fintech gets it. And, if anything goes wrong, then, you have an insurance package.
No, very interesting. Actually, the algo insurance is something which is brand new. I have not heard of it anywhere. And very relevant as well. I mean, as a company, when we are giving out loans in an automated fashion, right? It becomes difficult. I don't know in the night I'm going to sleep, and when I wake up in the morning, how many loans are we going to be down with? And they can be good ones and they can be really bad ones as well. I don't know who's going to game my algo. So it's actually very relevant and has got widespread use cases in that sense. Right. Now coming on to you guys, gentlemen in the middle. So while we've talked about what is AI, what does the insurance industry look at it, how it looks at the first thing which comes to our mind is, do they have actually the infra, right? Or do large organizations actually have the capability, right? Right now or in near future, right? To talk about that they will be able to implement all of this. I think from your experience, Vijay, where you were working in AWS, right? If you can throw some light on that and how you've seen it. In addition to that, Yogesh, I'm sure you have talked to multiple clients on this this front. And from your tech background, you would exactly know how large organizations work and what problems they would face if they would want to. If you can just both talk about that, that would be very helpful.
Sure, Prabal. I think very interesting use cases so far, especially the algorithmic bit. Being an Amazonian can relate to the seller and the e-commerce platform dependencies, and great points on silent AI and so on, which have come up. So firstly, right, I think what we have seen at AWS is for anyone to embark on this AI journey, right, there are, there are a few key pillars, right, if I may lay it out. And in my own way, I've kind of put this out in something called Digi, like DIGI, right? Like if I had to simplify it in terms of, because we've seen so many customers get onto this journey, the post 2022 era, like Sri was mentioning. And then they've been trying to say, okay, how best do I go about it, right? Like what are things that can work? What are things that have not worked? The first thing what we see is the D is the data. Right? It's very true that the old adage garbage in, garbage out works even in the AI world, right? Like, so the quality of the data, whether it be structured, unstructured, internal, external, depending on whatever channels you have which are coming in, it's super paramount, right? Like, so it is very, very important to ensure that from a data integrity standpoint, quality standpoint, we are bang on before we embark on this journey. Else, the ROI will not really pan itself out, right? So that's the first, in terms of D. In terms of infrastructure, right? Today, I mean, at least from an AWS standpoint, we can definitely say that a lot of the infrastructure which powers AI is something which cloud enables, right? And it's cloud enables seamlessly, driving a lot of agility, resilience with security, all of that, right? The whole 9 yards comes with the right infrastructure that customers have to choose. And when I say customers, this could be any kind of firm, right? It could be right from the smallest of insurtechs to the largest of insurers and reinsurers, right? Like it's important to choose these. These are literally pillars that we are talking about. So the I is for infrastructure. The G is for governance. The G of Digi is for governance, especially in a world like insurance, right? We know so highly regulated. Answerability is super important. Explainability of models is super important, right? Like, so how do you make sure that the governance frameworks are right? So that from a compliance standpoint, you can tomorrow say that, okay, it's because of X, Y, Z that this happened, right? And that's super important. And the last I is really what I would say integration. What do I mean by integration? A lot of times what happens is that AI projects start as data science projects, right? And it's very important, and I'm sure, Sugna, you would relate to it. It's very important to align a lot of other business stakeholders for it to succeed, right? Else it just becomes like a standalone thing which happens in the, by the side. It's very important to have early buy-in and integration with business owners, business processes, and so on, right? And literally, these we have seen as building blocks for people who are embarking on the AI journey. And we really spend a lot of time with the customers in terms of saying that, okay, have you got these things right? You might not be at 100%, but at least have you crossed a certain threshold, which ensures a high degree of success, right? So that's really what I would want to lay out.
Yogesh, your inputs would also be very, very relevant here.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good points. I'm just going to supplement, some of what one of the key things is I want to start with business first, right? I mean, what happens is when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? I mean, so now that we all have agentic AI, everything looks like a problem that can be solved by agentic AI, right? I warn against that. One of the things I would say is not everything is suited for agentic AI, especially, right, based on experience. Anything that requires deterministic outputs, deterministic meaning something that you need to predict and it needs to happen in a repeatable fashion time and again, right? You can probably achieve good results while doing POCs using all of these agents, etc., for certain use cases, but that doesn't mean that they will, right? So first thing I would say is the business case that you pick, make sure that, and of course, I mean, there are lots of, experts around, lots of partners, solution providers who can help you with that, right? That's one thing that I would say. And of course, Vijay did mention data, right? So one of the key things about data right now is earlier in the machine learning world, your training data set and data was the only thing that mattered. You had a clean, nice, training data set, and that was it, right? I mean, with agentic AI and basically, LLMs coming in, and with enterprise sources becoming data right now, right? I mean, if you have knowledge sources like your SharePoint, your policy documents, your best of breed information documents, these all become now data for the machine, right? So which means that all of these is what the machine is going to, the model or the agent is going to use as its information to answer questions, to make decisions, etc., right? Make sure you supply the correct information. Make sure that information that you supply is not biased, is accurate and doesn't expose any information inadvertently, right? That's one of the key things that I want to bring as a new spin to data. So this is quite very important. People start projects enthusiastically saying that, yeah, we're going to pour our knowledge bases to the, to the AI agent. And then, you suddenly find yourself, either giving inaccurate responses, biased responses, or leaking information, right? That's the second part about the data. Another thing I want to say before I jump into infrastructure, another thing that building block that I want to focus on is, I know there is a lot of hype around AI. I mean, democratization of AI has happened. Everyone's throwing budgets at AI. Everyone wants to build stuff using AI. I seriously recommend against DIY, do-it-yourself AI platforms, right? I mean, people, see, there is an open source model available, they download it and they say, okay, I'll do it myself, right? I've downloaded DeepSeek and now I've built a platform, right? Don't do that, right? Because there's a lot more to AI than that, right? I mean, of course, play around with it, do your POCs, etc., to understand, validate your use case, like I said. Always fall back on mature platforms. There are lots of platform providers. Like I said, Cogitex is one, Sapiens, we provide a platform. There are lots of other platforms available. What that brings you is, it gives you a jump start, right? As insurers, it gives you a jump start. You can start, and the best part is there are a lot of things that you need to take care of while building these agentic AI solutions, right? I mean, you're talking about infrastructure, you're talking about security, you're talking about explainability, observability, you're talking about removing bias, you're talking about deterministic outputs, etc. Usually you'll find that these platforms, of course, do your bake-off, choose these platforms wisely based on your use case. Whether it's, for example, it's pure agentic, choose an agentic platform. If it's something that involves automation of processes, but you need guardrails, then choose an agentic process automation platform, etc., and all of that, right? Another thing I want to also speak about is about infrastructure, right? I mean, I've seen a lot of insurers going about and saying that, what, we'll cobble our own infrastructure, DIY. I mean, we'll do our own infrastructure. Security is a big deal for us. I'm telling you, providers like AWS, Azure, they've perfected the art of, securing and, building secure, compliant, scalable cloud solutions including AI, right? And your AI solutions are not your simple, just microservices solutions that you can just, cobble up and say that, I've got my solution right now, right? So fall back upon our hyperscalers like Azure, like AWS, etc. They've done this, they've perfected this art, etc. And and that's one of the things. And last, I want to end with one of the things that testing, right? I mean, as insurers, I think this is something that you need to focus on, and you need to
10 to 15 seconds.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah, just to summarize, I would say that our is key and it can also lead to always enhance productivity of missions, right? So with this, we will conclude this session. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for being. Thank you.
Was the question, Mr. Tarachandra, to be honest?
In laptop, I'm free. You can go in the input.
Question, yes.
The third. Give me some time.
Micro enterprise. 99.5% MSMEs are micro enterprises. To what extent are the products available for 99.5% of the micro enterprises which are there? Now, what micro enterprises? We are talking about typical, mom and pop shops. We are talking about roadside vendors. We are talking about, store proprietors who are running a small business. We are talking about entities who may not be paying GST, who may not even pay tax liabilities, but they are running.
Your next door Tara, your office, or even be a small, again selling on the road. Those are the kind of people.
No versus
Or they need it. It could be a day's glory, as even concerning.
Absolutely.
Another very interesting aspect that I also Giving credit and unsecured credit to an MSME, starting with a low number, going to a high. That's why I did talk about, my repayment is going. And again, how the repayment is going, no relax, no UPI connect, nothing, there is a QR code. He swore auto scans it and makes the payment. It is as simple as that. So, and coming to the second point, that is something that is very interesting. Let's, have a very kind of discussion on that.
it and trying to check the gold purity. That is a space which is a lot white space, I would say, Weber. And there is a lot of innovation required at low cost assessment and standardization of assessment of the gold, which has been a pain point for this industry. There have been instances where some of these NBFCs have been pulled up by RBI for not assessing the gold correctly at the time of taking the gold versus at the time of giving the gold. They were doing a lot of miscalculations. So that is still a white space, I would say. And that is where some of these innovative things that we are trying to do, we are trying to bring in a concept of digitally assessing and standardizing gold loan and using AI, which has been the favorite topic today, on how we can start to classify different ornaments, different stamped ornaments into different kinds of gold categories, score every ornament and give that scoring to the banks. And they utilizing it rather than having a physical assessor, you versus me, we may assess the gold very differently. So those are the different models that we are looking at, how we can bring in those innovation and at a low cost, so that ultimately the gold is lying with Bharat, not just India. And that's where we need to reach. And hence these models are very, very critical for our growth in this segment.
Amazing. So there is, a couple of things that I will share of what, I'm trying to do in one of my fintechs. So I also run a fintech known as Eclavia.ai. There we are, so what is the gold ETF that we are trying to do? It's specifically targeting MSMEs, all these micro enterprises. So we have close to around 100K captive user base. And these micro entrepreneurs, they are happy earning, 15, 17, 18K per month. So there we are trying to say that, we need you to invest every day 50 rupees with us. And the moment you invest that gets into an investment and, it keeps on growing. And against that, at the end of the month, we give them a working capital in, a percentage of the investment they have made. Similarly, there are some plans that we are trying to bring in where you are trying to do gold, we are trying to do LAP. So when we do LAP, and other than gold, the most important thing that we have is property. So every, self-made entrepreneur will have at least one property, even if small, whether it's his shop or whether it's his home, which is there. Okay. And he would have a typical Indians that we would have paid it off in, first 10 years, at least of availing the loan. Most of us in the first 5 years itself, 5-7 years. So, use that. It's a good asset class. Use it. Try to mortgage it and then use that as a working capital. Only, borrow to the extent that you require today. Not because, your house is worth 15 lakhs and you are getting a micro LAP of maybe 10-12 lakhs. Don't take everything as a personal loan, let it be there as a, let's say, overdraft limit, and then you keep on withdrawing to the extent that you want and use only that much and pay interest only on that much. So that is something that we are trying to do in Eclavia.ai. And I'm hoping that, that also picks up steam. But again, let's come back to these MSMEs and let's stick to the digital credit and beyond.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit more on the assessment of these MSMEs when it comes to, deciding on the type of or the quantum of credit that they should be getting. While secured products are there, it's very difficult to sell secure products because secure products come with a factor known as trust. And in India, the trust factor word is only brought in by banks. So no matter how much Eklavya, Tableton or a Manipal tries to do that, when the customer sees us, is like, is it a SBI, is it a PNB, is it ICICI, right? So that is where probably also your model of being a BC of the bank that we were talking earlier works. But let's come back to the, availing the, deciding on the assessment. I think somewhere it is also critical that these MSMEs are brought into the formal fold of assessment, wherein while majority of them are -1 on the bureau credit, which is new to credit, some mechanism needs to be brought in so that even if they take us some kind of a loan and, or they to bring them into the formal this thing. So they have a bureau score. I am sure the moment they have a bureau score, there will be a plethora of financial institutions ready to give them credit.
So, Vaibhav, I'm waiting for ULI to become really democratized. I mean, ULI to become UPI of credit. And that's when the things will change for us as a country, because while there are multiple sets of data available on a particular consumer, but they're not unified in any fashion, right? I mean, so if I have to underwrite a customer, I still have to depend on certain models which may give me, only say 5 parameters or 2 parameters, and it depends upon the underwriter to underwriter. But bringing in, so we have now a lot of information available about every consumer in this country. We have, monthly 9 billion UPI transactions are happening. We have Aadhars linked. We have, Jandhan, 500 million Jandhan accounts with 20 billion worth of deposits lying in them. So all this sort of information, digital land records, all of these information is available. However, the moment you bring it together in a UPI kind of an environment, which is ULI, which is Unified Lending Interface, which the RBI had tried to launch in 23, and they're now trying to look at how they can democratize it, will bring in that real difference in how the MSMEs are underwritten. But till then, that challenge of bringing them to formal fold will remain unless there are some very significant innovations that happen in the way the underwriting models are today being produced, today being assessed. So that will remain a challenge. Yeah.
See, Pooja, one of the most interesting underwriting model has been UPI. And I believe, while most of us believe that UPI is a payment model, I strongly believe that UPI is an underwriting model when it comes to MSMEs, because every shopkeeper who has a UPI QR code has a data of the money that has come in via the UPI, the receivables data, which has acted as a very key factor for underwriting. And the fintech which actually put the UPI QR there was the fintech that actually ended up giving him some kind of his first credit in some form factor. Okay, so whether it was a Paytm, whether it was a Bharat Pay, whether it was a Google Pay, whether it is a Phone Pay, okay, or whether it is a bank, the UPI QR codes acted as a very strong underwriting mechanism, alternate data mechanism, and things have started building on that. And that brings me, probably because the timer is clicking in our face, it brings me to the last segment where I think ecosystem partnerships, Pooja, also play a very critical role. Because regulated entities either do not have the wherewithal bandwidth to reach the last mile. Okay, their focus is on the cream, the larger entities, corporates, governments, HNIs, so on. That's where I feel the ecosystem partnerships do have an important role to play, banks, NBFCs, and last mile fintechs. And you specifically mentioned fintech, and you are seeing Manipal solutions as a fintech into this space. So that's very interesting. So your closing thoughts on the ecosystem partnership and why it is critical for this?
Yeah. So while consumers want to trust banks, the banks got to trust the fintechs and NBFCs. And that is how this ecosystem can grow. Fintechs and NBFCs are the ones who are agile, who are fast, who are innovative, who have the ability to reach. And typically, you would see that, small ticket loans or loans for the segments that are not served by the banks are the ones which are served by the NBFCs and fintechs. But that's where the entire ecosystem play has to come into picture, where banks and the fintechs and the NBFCs through co-lending kind of models, through models which are far more trusting for that NBFC and fintech, that trust comes in from the banks and they further carry it forward to the consumers is when this ecosystem will be able to drive the change. And so very recently, RBI has come up with draft guidelines on the co-lending model. Some of these are very strict, some of these are good for the economy, but the whole ecosystem has to work together. Like I said, banks have to trust the fintechs and fintechs have to get the trust of the consumers.
Very well said, Pooja. And, just my 2 cents on this. I remember the times when, we used to get FLDG rates from our partner NBFCs for, 16%. And the lending used to happen at 46% to the last mile MSME. And then RBI came out with, circulars and guidelines. And they told the NBFCs that the last mile rate should not cross 36. And I think now the latest one has brought it down to 33%. Correct. So the market has actually evolved, even the MSME space. Okay, and the FLDG rates are also coming down. There are small finance banks who are ready to give FLDGs at 12%, 13%, 14%, wherein fintechs can then further leverage that and lend it at at a 30, 33% kind of a thing. So it's extremely interesting the way this entire thing is panning out. Right. So, but I think time's up. So we are going to wrap it up. But again, closing remarks: 63.5 million MSMEs in the country, tremendous demand. There is a huge scope of supply over there because this is the underserved and unserved market of India. So,
no, absolutely. It's a huge opportunity and it's the onus is on us, whether it's fintechs, whether NBFCs or whether banks, to bring these people into the fold of the economy in organized credit. And so we are working very heavily on that innovation. We are not asking them, we are not asking the consumer to come and take credit to us. We are trying to do innovation to take credit to the consumer, and that's how the Bharat will evolve. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you, everyone.
So just stay back for a minute.
Request Mr. Varun Joshi to please do this. A small gratification to our speaker.
Right. Good. So, very nice innovation in the chair. So clearly some of them who want to work, invest in the next growth in the 1 billion, please sit on that, cycling chair and you can lose weight, be healthier. And, our gifting partner is the right gift from ITC. That's also very healthy snacks. So between both our partners, you can have a healthy lifestyle. We should partner with Taj also to make sure they all don't have to get late in traffic jam. They can sleep here, do 8 hours of sleep, then go for spa next conference. Okay. But on a serious note, we have two stalwarts. I met Mr. Bruce Keith for the first time today, but I was looking at his profile preparing for the session. He's over the last 3 decades. He doesn't look like he's worked for 3 decades, but I did see when he passed out where all he worked with one or two friends of mine, and passed out in 1991, right? Right. So I'm not talking. That was much before that. You passed out from the college. You passed out much.
And since.
Yeah, that we will not discuss. Okay. And Miss Anisha Patnaik, who's the founder of Lexstart Partners, and I've interacted very briefly with her twice because she's won our BW Legal 40 under 40, and she's also the winner of our BW Legal World Best Lawyer of the Award, one of the years. I don't know which edition. And Srirupa is there. She started a BW Legal World community, and now she's turned an entrepreneur and building a legal AI setup. Today we're going to discuss at the BW Business World FinTech Festival. How do we unlock the next billion? What is the next real opportunity? Let me get the opening comments from you, Mr. Keith, and then we'll go to Anisha.
I'm not sure I'm best placed to answer that question, but I can give you my perspective as someone who's relatively new to India, and as you say, who's actually slightly older than I look. When I was growing up, it was all about savings. We weren't taught to invest, we were taught to save. And it was only kind of once you were in your 30s that it dawned on you that inflation killed savings. So the fact that we can get people into the investing industry, we're in Bangalore, the home of Zerodha and the home of Grow. We're in a place that has really opened up access to lots and lots of young people. I think that makes a massive difference to where we're going, because it's not just about savings, it's about savings and investment. And that's what's going to give people, whether you want to think of it, as a side hustle or a way of growing passively, it's how you get to that crowd. And I think the answer's in tier 2 and tier 3 and beyond. And there's a whole lot of issues in terms of getting there. There's issues around language, there's issues around education, but that's where, as an industry, we've all got to be going, because if we do that, there's a lot of people already there that want to do something. And the proof of that is Dream 11. Dream 11, before GST changed, Dream 11 had more active participants than the mutual fund industry. So people are there and they want to trade in some shape or form. We've now got to give them the right kind of education and tools to go and do that.
Absolutely. And now Bruce has relocated to Mumbai. He lives in Mumbai and he's trying to build, investor AI from Mumbai. And thank you, Bruce. Clearly, opportunities in tier 2, tier 3, and we'll come to that. But you're right that we are under-penetrated in almost every category. Before COVID, the retail investors on stock market were abysmally low. Of course, in the last 4 years, we've done some bit of catching up, but the upside is tremendous in insurance, in mutual funds. We have a winner at the BW Business World FinTech Awards. He was with me in the flight and he was explaining to me his business model and how they're serving rural India, how they're doing cattle insurance, how they are making sure the drivers who keep borrowing money in their villages, not even tier 2, tier 3, at 36%. How did they enable it at 18% and made sure that their livelihood? So there is a huge opportunity in Bharat, how to find credible partners. Some of the winners in the FinTech Awards truly represent the opportunity that you're talking of, but we'll come to that. Anisha, your opening comments.
I think I completely agree with both of you. It is the time to build for Bharat. Now, while we know the consumer mostly is there, but it is also important that our regulations, the network, etc., also kind of penetrates into Bharat, right? So the disadvantage today is people are building for Bharat, but people who are in tier 2, tier 3 cities who are trying to build for Bharat do not have access to the kind of sophisticated mentors, network, investors that people building in metro have. So it's very important that our regulators, our investors, and the community builders look at Bharat now and try and empower them.
Right, Anisha, you want to add to that?
Yeah, so I completely agree with you. I think one of the advantages though is the average age. The average age across the country is what, 28? And if you look at whether it's crypto or whether it's derivatives or whether it's any of these things, it's the young people that are driving it. And I actually think we've got to be careful in regulation that we don't cut those people out, because they're going out and trying something, and some might work and some might not. But we've got to allow them to do it. And if we don't trust the young to kind of go and try and do that, we're never going to get them on that journey.
Absolutely right, Bruce. And Anisha, just to say, there is a friend of mine, his name is Abhijit. He runs AHA Ventures, and there are other, right? And all the investors, he has a huge network. They come from not even tier 2, tier 3, some from really villages or let's say tier D, if I had to say. And they all want a piece of the startups there, because some of them invested in startups early on in 2018, 19, and they got spectacular returns. So I think today, because of internet, because of media, whether it's a Shark Tank, whether it's a business world, I think there is a aspiration that exists in their tier, and that is being fulfilled both on the supply side and the demand side. So I think sophistication is in simplicity. And I think the rural folks have that sophistication and simplicity much more than a lot of my friends and me. Okay. I can't talk about both of you, but me. And so I think they will figure out. Let me ask you, Bruce, now, have the valuations become palatable over the last few years? Because you worked in various markets, various sectors. You have invested different kind of capital at 3i. You're doing different, and I saw all of your organizations. So how do you see in 2025, you're in July 2025, how are the valuations? Are they palatable? Are they undervalued?
Can I just say this is a fantastic Indian question, right? Because if you sit outside of India and look in, you say, wow, the opportunity is unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. And when we sit here, we think, oh, is that a little bit too expensive? I don't want to pay that. Actually, I think we're on a 20-year bull run. I think we're sitting, we're going to look back on this in 20 years if we're still around, some of us are that old, but we're going to look back and say, this felt like the kind of US in the 90s and that run that they were on.
Brilliant.
That's where I think we are. It's not going to be a straight line. There's gonna be ups and downs, and it's a bit about holding your nerve. You know, I've got a significant amount of my personal wealth in India. I've got more of my personal wealth, excluding property. I've got more of my personal liquid wealth in India than I do in the UK.
And here UK has 40% inheritance tax, so you're wise. There's nothing. If you're running away from UK, you're like, you're a wise man, clearly. Okay.
My wife's still in the UK, so don't ever mention that.
UK too. I mean, there's no question. But you're right. And just to give you support, a Korean company, which is a Chaebol, a big conglomerate in Korea, they've over the last 7 decades created wealth in Korea. In one IPO, their Indian subsidiary has more wealth, much more wealth than their market cap in Korea, right? And I can give you an example. So yes, we can say the glass is half empty or half full, but the dreamers who see the value are able, and the investors are bigger dreamer, Arun, than the entrepreneurs, because they believe in your dream and my dream, and they also know the value. That's why they put the money at a certain multiple, right? Now, Anisha, you deal with entrepreneurs, you deal with deals, you deal with advisory in terms of deals. What is your response to the valuation question?
I think it completely depends on the sector. There are some sectors that have amazing valuations.
Give us example.
AI.
Yeah. Right.
FinTech continues to be the darling of the investors. But then there are others where, you're not seeing the kind of valuation spikes that you're seeing in these sectors. To give you an example, D2C, right? Some are great, but mostly it's very, very muted by valuations that you're seeing. So it's basically sector specific, and that's always been the trend. Whichever sector is the darling of the investors at that point of time sees incredible valuations.
Okay. I think, again, I would say the beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and the investor is clearly the beholder. Clearly, they see some value, and in some cases, it has been proven right that it may have seemed like a little more over-the-top valuation, but markets are a good judge. If the markets are ratifying that or topping that up, then it's a good call. And I think there is also a scarcity premium for good companies.
Absolutely.
And good ideas and good entrepreneurs. So there will be some premium for such companies. How do you democratize access? Anisha raised this point that there is still an issue of democratizing access to capital, to advisors, to mentors, to the ecosystem. How do you democratize that?
When I think about the investing ecosystem, I kind of think of it in sort of 4 bits. So, the first piece is about education. The second piece is exploration. So once you know kind of why you should be doing it, then how do you find what you should invest in? The third piece is execution. And the fourth piece is explanation. So after you've bought whatever it is you've bought, and something, it goes up or goes down, understanding why that happened. Execution, brilliant, right? Again, we're in the city that founded 2 of the big names. Execution is absolutely...
Exploitation, the 50. No, okay. The private equity guys don't exploit. They're the nicest people I know.
So execution...
It's not a joke why you're laughing, so it's not... They are the nicest people. Clearly, you don't know the right guys, but back to Mr. Keys.
So, I was talking public markets, not private markets. Obviously, we'll ignore private markets. But on public markets, execution is brilliant. There's so much access to that. It's dead easy. Where we're having to play catch up as an industry is about education, exploration, and explanation. And it's all very well saying we're going to make these derivative products available to young people, but kind of how do you get out and kind of explain stuff to them? So I think those are the things. And if I look at, I'm not in the VC world anymore, but if I were in the VC world, I'd be looking for businesses that don't just do execution, but can actually do those other bits as well and hold that as a core value to themselves. I think that's going to be key. I think the other thing that's going to be key is product. So to the valuation point before, honestly, one of the reasons values were going up and up and up, India's such a scale opportunity. You can apply all sorts of numbers to it. And I think what we're starting to see now is we're starting to see more product companies come through, companies that have got IP rather than service companies. And I think that's going to be a really interesting change in the whole kind of valuation piece as it plays out.
Okay. And let me ask you today, the biggest issue is about climate change. It's about ESG investing. How real is that? Is that talk or is big money being put? And what is the kind of considerations you look at in a startup that may not be evangelizing ESG, but is consciously or subconsciously rather embracing it?
So, I mean, is ESG a thing? If you believe Donald Trump, it's not.
Well, Donald Trump, if you, he said climate change is a hoax, right? I mean,
he's got orange skin. That tells you all you need to know. So
he's thinking of deporting Elon Musk. So clearly, he's a very progressive person, I would say.
So ignoring America for now, if you're in Europe, from a European context, it's a really big deal. And that partly reflects that you've got a much older population. You've got young people coming through that feel really disenfranchised and they're looking for something and they're kind of looking at their future and what's happening. Everyone I talk to in India, if I talk about ESG or in the old days CSR, they were like, no, we just want to make money.
Sure.
So I don't think it has, in the ESG label sense, the same impact here. I think there's a different thing that is going on, which is about kind of where we make our capital work and how we think about the impact it has across communities and across people. I think that's a more important thing. But part of the problem we have as investors is how do you grade and score all of those? And one of the reasons ESG gets a bad name is because you get oil companies with a really good score.
And they're doing greenwashing.
Absolutely. So how do you do, if I think about the challenge that we're talking about in terms of the next billion and what we're kind of doing, what anyone's doing there, how do you actually score so that people can roll that into their investment decisions?
Anisha, your take.
Yeah, so I would like to add to the fact that in India today, you're seeing ESG as more of a tick in the box. Several investors make it mandatory for their companies to give them ESG reports. And these are like 8-10 pages reports that every year the companies are just signing. But so you're seeing that trend starting where the investors are trying to get the companies to try and adopt ESG, but there is a lack of clarity on what is expected in terms of implementation.
Right. But let me say to you both that there are funds that are purely ESG focused, like my friend Samir Shah of Peak Ventures. He was the first investor in Wari. He's invested in multiple, and he's got Sanjay and I are the ex-KKR guy to invest in him. So, and there are at least 6 funds like that. And in business world, 5 years back, we started ranking India's top 500 companies on sustainability in a deep way with domain experts. Arun Samuel is there. He's the chairman of Wings, and they're a very well-known entity in the experiential space, and he's expanded. Now today, the biggest thing is doing events that are ESG compliant, that are taking less energy, where the materials being used are more recycled, especially when it's B2C. You go for a concert, or there is a experiential, setting. So clearly, it is no longer just a fad. Today, in UK, in India, there is a huge climate disruption. The temperatures are rising. And if they rise by another 2 degrees, I watched BBC show in the next 6 to 10 years, and I'm not talking like before 30, also it could happen. The earth will be a difficult place to live, right? Why is air conditioning growing in India? We were at 6 million tons of air conditioning 4 years back. We're at 13 plus. And in next 4 years, we are expected to be 30 million. It's clearly because the temperatures are rising, right? So ESG is a real issue. What's happening to oceans? If you read the latest issue of Time magazine, or you read Mr. Attenborough's book called The Oceans, you'll be very alarmed with, if the ocean health is not good, the earth health is not good. It's a good barometer. So ESG has to be very real. Now, let me ask you.
So look, I fundamentally agree with you, but do you think it's real in the eyes of the consumer? Climate change is, but is ESG as an asset class? And I guess my reflections from an India perspective, I don't see enough people thinking I'm only going to invest in that if it's got the right ESG score. I think they'll invest in it because they think they can make money out of it. So I don't think that connection's quite there at this point.
Thank you for being real on that. Anisha, now let me start with you. Where are the next few jewels going to come from? What sectors? Give us something that we don't know, or things that you can see because you're involved in deals, or you see a lot of decks. And the same question to you, Bruce. Give us some sectors that we have missed. Of course, AI is growing, drones is growing, agri-tech is growing. Anything that is technology as a service is growing. But give us sectors that we've missed.
If you have missed something, there's no way I would know about it. But
Only two people who know everything in the world. One is Google/Siri, the other is my wife. There are not other people who know everything, but so I don't know, claim to know everything.
No, so I mean, RegTech, space tech, these are definitely of course, and climate tech, right? We just talked about it. So these are definitely the sectors that, of course, it'll take time. It's not going to happen overnight because, especially if you look at space tech and climate tech, you really need to find scalable business models as well. So, but these are the ones where we see a lot of action potentially happening in the future.
And especially, which are yours, Bruce?
So I was actually going to give you a really specific answer. So this isn't a set. So I'm chatting to my head of my labs business, who's an absolute genius. And I said to him, can you do something with gold? He went, okay. So he went away and he we've got foundational models. He wrote a kind of bunch of models on top of that. And he put 2 lakhs into his Zerodha account. 6 weeks later, it was worth 4.6 lakhs. Just using the model to kind of do what it needed to do. So I think there's lots of money to be made in some really traditional stuff. And if you go back to that old analogy about, the gold rush, sometimes you invest in the spades and the shovels.
Absolutely. The infrastructure business and the real inputs to every business kind of business will grow. Now, I want to ask you the last 2 questions. One is, again, from your experience of 3 decades in investing, we are at a FinTech summit. How is the nature of wealth management getting morphed by AI?
The real answer right now, it's not. It should be. It really should be, but it's just such a small portion of it just now, in my view. I think if I think about the whole wealth management pyramid, so forget India for a second, let's go global. There are 2.1 billion people on the planet who've got enough liquid assets to be advised. There are 2.05 billion people who are not advised, right? The pyramid is so tiny at the top. We've got to get that to move down the pyramid. And the only way that you can do that at scale is through tech. So I actually think that wealth management is hardly scratching the surface just now. I really do. I look at the stuff that we do. I look at stuff that other people like us do. There's a lot going on, but it's scratching the surface in terms of whether it's AUM or the number of people that it's getting to as the whole pyramid.
So the future of investor management and investor engagement is going to be very different than what it is today?
I think so. So I know, take a mutual fund, right? And I know a lot of people in the mutual fund industry in Mumbai. Typically on a monthly basis, when they go and change all their positions in and out, the impact cost is about 1.5%. Over a year, that's 18%. That fund's got to make 18% before it even hits zero. Then you've got the management fee and you've got all the other costs and the distribution fee and everything. They're having to clear more than 20% versus if you just had that equity in your DMAT account and you had a bit of tech that was helping you to kind of do that. Why would you kind of go down that particular? So I think if you take that as a kind of industry standard, starting from it, there's so much you could do, whether it's on the research side, whether it's the customer interface, whether it's, explaining what happened to your portfolio. There's lots and lots that can be done around that. I would be surprised if we look back in 3 or 4 years' time and don't see a completely different model in place.
Thank you, Bruce. Anisha, your take.
I think, I had a question for more than a take. In terms of the business models, right? When it comes to wealth management, because at least when I see an Indian consumer, right? Do you think the potential is more on the back end, like a B2B or a B2C?
It's the old manufacturing distribution thing. And I think if, as you say, there's VCs in the audience, but there's a lot of VC money has chased distribution. Distribution is a tough old game. It's, there's a lot.
It has happened.
Yeah, but distribution is just tough. So, for me, you've got to be in manufacturing. So I think it's a manufacturing piece. Then how you tie up with distribution, and then ultimately, I think we'll see a lot of the current distribution channels will change over time. They have to change because right now they're taking too much money out of the piece, and we'll start to see the consumer go direct.
As I said, my last question, we cannot have a fintech conversation. We're talking about future. What is your view on crypto and where are we headed with it? Bruce?
Okay. I love crypto. I really do, right? And I know everyone hates me for that, but I actually do. I think some crypto is absolute nonsense, but I think there's some genuine use cases. So firstly, do you believe in blockchain? If you believe in blockchain, you have to have crypto because crypto is the oil that makes blockchain work. So that's kind of one.
But let me ask you a very fundamental question. The criticism of crypto is that the price is yo-yo. It is not backed by any science, no demand supply. The pricing depends, and there are non-credible actors. I mean, I can give you examples of the failure.
I completely buy that. I also think there's a whole bunch of currencies out there that are even worse than what you describe. Let me give you an example of a kind of real use case. So my ex-head of product now runs a crypto business in London. And what they've done is they've tokenized uranium. So one of the things with uranium is obviously it's difficult to get your hands on unless you happen to be in a mine shaft in Iran. It's difficult to get your hands on. And therefore it's very important to have an audit trail of what's going on. But if you want to trade it, it costs you the equivalent of 1 CR, a tradable unit. Now, most people aren't going to go and trade single crores in terms of what's going on. So you've got to find a way of creating fractional units for people to. So they've tokenized it. So how you get the uranium on and off chain is using all the normal audit processes you would do. So it's not as if it can disappear off to someone that it shouldn't do. But in the meantime, it's within an ecosystem that can be traded. I think that's a fabulous example of crypto working.
So again, tokens backed by assets is a little different conversation, but having a pure play crypto is a little different. I mean, of course, any financial instrument that has an asset backing it has value. That is absolutely
Gold.
Gold has value.
Does it?
Yeah.
What can you do with it?
I mean, gold makes people happy.
It really does. I agree with you. It really does. Kind of gold and Bitcoin. Bitcoin makes some kind of techies happy.
What is the logic for the price? It went to a certain low. Now it's a certain high. Friends of mine who are holding it are predicting a number, and it's like it's a big number.
Yeah, look, there's a whole lot of currencies out there. I think there's only about 3 or 4 that make sense. And they're the ones that you need to oil the system, whether it's ETH or whatever it happens to be. I think, Bitcoin, because it's first, has got a kind of a funny place in the universe. But I do think gold is the same. We talk people were talking about kind of lending on gold earlier. I'm talking about having gold models that can do interesting stuff. But fundamentally, what can you do with it? It looks nice, makes you feel good.
But the gold is
So does my
separate.
wife.
There is a base. There is a supply base. It's a whole discussion I won't do, but I understand the point. But I think there is a distinction between cryptocurrency and gold. That's Anisha, your take on where is it headed?
So actually, about a couple of years back, I wanted to kind of understand this better. So I actually started practicing and helping people set up crypto exchanges, etc. See, my view is that, like what Bruce said, crypto is a completely different animal by itself. No one knows how it's getting regulated, not in your control. But blockchain, tokenization, right, linked to real world assets, a lot of potential, and that makes a lot of sense. Crypto generally, like I agree with Bruce, there are a couple of players that, probably are more credible than the rest. But otherwise, it's this whole different world out there where people are just kind of misusing it as well. So I would actually steer more towards tokenization and look at it that way rather than just generic crypto.
Thank you.
Can I give you an India?
Yeah, sure.
Give an India use case. Robinhood this week announced that they are introducing, time's up, they're introducing a tokenization for people to invest in markets that are not accessible to them. As someone who has got his money sitting outside, it's really difficult to invest in India other than buying ETFs. So I think that is a great way of being able to invest in markets you can't get.
Thank you, Bruce, for that. Thank you, Anisha. Please give Bruce and Anisha a big round of applause.
Thank you.
If there is a question, you can talk to them in the break or after the awards. We have one more session and then we have the awards. And Amar is back here. When I grow up, I want to be like him, have a hairstyle like him. I'm sure I will very soon. It's expecting Bitcoin to be rational. That's the kind of expectations I have.
Absolutely.
So, yes, that's you. You know, wearing socks, but he is actually wearing socks.
Yes.
Are we paying him a lot of money? Okay.
He didn't have any.
Yeah. See, you
Yes.
So much for the stage.
So does Anurag Gupta need any introduction? Well, I must say that Anurag has been an absolute doyen in the business. We all know all these get-togethers that have happen, whether it's business world or whether it's exchange for media. I think he's consistently done these over the last how many years, Anurag?
22 years.
22 years and relentless. I mean, I can't put my words how Anurag manages to keep in touch with people. He's flying around the country from Delhi to Bombay. Once he was the other day he's in Delhi, today he's in Bombay. Fantastic, Anurag. And some of the lessons I think so some of the lessons I think you can give it to the fintech.
Change for Media, which is my first venture. Those of you who are from marketing, advertising, media, or communication, is the number one community for marketers, ad agencies, and communication professionals. So he's a friend. He's the former chairman of the Bombay Stock Exchange. He's the chairman of the Tourism Finance Corporation of India. He's on the Aditya Vikram Bill, he's on the Sanjeev Goenka company. So he couldn't come in. He was chairman of our jury. And, you know, Devika said, will you get him to do it with you? I said, okay, you have to pay to get it done. She said, no, you don't have to pay money. So I said, okay, I'll do it. So that's why we are doing it. But, you know, we genuinely believe in this, so I don't see it as work. So I'm moving from to go from one city to another. No one. Sleep. You know, mostly I sleep 8 hours. So I think dreams and responsibilities and loving your job makes you do whatever. I did some job. It's like full. I'm getting my friend for 25 years. He's built exchange for media. You see in business world what Sunil's idea. And you know, you do well when, you know, I was telling Mr. Arun Samuel, who's the chairman of Wings, and he's a big entrepreneur. He has a very large company. And I was telling my friend, who's the editor of ET, he's a young friend of mine. And I met him because he was a media reporter at ET. So I met him 17, 18 years back. He just started, he's 41. So I guess I met him when he was 24, 25. And he became the editor of ET, Srutijit. And he was going, I was in Bombay. So I said to him, let's have lunch at London. So he said, I come there on a Friday because I play soccer. So I said, where do you play soccer in Bandra? So he said at this Wings, which is Arun Samuel's thing. So, and I said to him, I know Arun Samuel, I just got to know about him 30 days back. And I said, it is the best kept secret in the advertising, marketing, media business. I don't want to give you a turnover. It is spectacular because I don't have the permission to do that. He's built this, and I know everybody in advertising, marketing, media. I met Mr. Alok Mehta's daughter just now, who's a Padma Shri, and somebody who's again contributed to our growth. I just met a friend's wife who was on stage. Pooja's husband is the CEO of Z News. So people like you contributed. So I was telling you, it's all about serendipity, God's kindness, whether it's Christ, Ram, Allah, whatever. And my presentation, I'm going to talk to you about FinTech in my award address. I want to talk to you. We put too much emphasis on what we do. God is making it happen. I posted 3-4 days back that anybody who believes they are the doer, so the sufferer. And sometimes they believe. You're Bengali, so you're very wise and you know all these things.
So we'll come to the topic quickly. And today what we'll do is, the idea is to have a helicopter view on this whole thing of keeping customer at the center and customer first, because if the customer is not at the center, there is no hope of building trust. So Anurag, the first question is, I was having a conversation with Mr. Setu Ratnam, and we were going back about 15, 20 years, and this whole bit of customer service and the PSU banks. So I remember we were doing the rebranding of Union Bank, and the whole refrain was that the private sector banks have stolen a march on the PSU banks. When I was discussing this, Mr. Seturaman mentioned that actually things have changed a lot. The PSU banks have got their act together and they are far more customer sensitive today.
So what do you think? What's your understanding? Mr. Seturaman has a locust and I was saying that because he's been on 30 bank boards. So he clearly has a, he became a director in one of the PSU bank when he was 31 years old. He's 65 now. So in the last 34 years, he's been on 30 plus bank boards. So he clearly has a locust and I will give you my experience. Unfortunately, my mother passed away 8 months and 8 days back. She was 83 years, 4 months and 19 days. If she was alive on 6th June, would have been her 84th birthday. And last year on 6th June, I went to, my parents live in Old Gurgaon. I'm from Old Gurgaon. And I live in Delhi. I got to be married to a rich lady from South Delhi. I was given a wedding dowry, so I shifted to South Delhi. So I live with my children in South Delhi, but I am from Old Gurgaon. I am a middle class boy. Now, no longer middle class, no longer boy, but right. So I want to say that everybody middle class as you. No, no, I'm middle class. There's no question that my friends, it's not media helped us build. Now she's an entrepreneur. And then I want to tell you the story. And my father got after my life. Your KYC is not, my father is 85, he'll be 86 soon. And my mother told him that he's come to wish me a birthday. Leave him alone. Right? He's telling me that last year, 6 June 2024. He's come to wish me happy birthday and have lunch with me. Why you are pestering him? He'll not have the day. Now together on me, but and I'm on the receiving end. And to this year, 5th June, I went to see my dad. 6th June, I didn't go this year. And me and my dad went to the State Bank of India in New Colony. Anybody from Old Gurgaon? And I must tell you that the experience was very pleasant. My father believes in touch and feel, so I have to go, and I don't say no to my mom and dad for anything. Definitely not my dad anymore. And the experience was very positive. There was when I walked in, we asked where should I get my KYC done. They guided me. There was one person. It took me 10 minutes.
A lot of hand-holding was.
But lot of hand-holding. And I think the PSU banks have got better on 3 counts. One, because of the new government, I think the crony capitalism has reduced. Bad loans have refused. Of course, you can always say that the haircuts, not that I should be talking of haircuts, either in our life or in banking, but that's a old problem. Second is, I think today when we are talking today is, I think the 120th year we're in Bangalore of Canara Bank, 120th. You can Google, but it's a significant day for Canara Bank. I know it because in the early morning, I saw Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman's tweet, and originally the Canara Bank MD was supposed to come today, right? I think the banks understand that there is a touch and feel that still matters, especially if you serve an audience of people who are above 70, who are used to going to a bank, who are not like UPI savvy, so to say, right? They want touch and feel. I remember on this 5th June, I saw a person who came in and who talked to the bank and said, oh, this was detected. Why was my me? And he's asking and then the young lady who was at the counter is explaining. So I think they've got better. And the third thing they've got better is they've upgraded their infrastructure. So there is a space for people to sit. There's a tea thing. So you can't say that PSU banks are the same PSU bank. They still may have some way to go, but I think they're more humane than private sector banks. Let me say that.
They bridge the difference.
Yes.
The second question I want to ask you is, in today's context, what's happening is a lot of things have changed. Speed of banking has transformed. The way people are accessing bank accounts, financial services have transformed. But the question we all need to ask ourselves is that, are we at this point consumer first? Because companies have escalation matrices. Companies are actually doing a lot of things to acquire customers. But is a lot being done to manage the experience of customers? Because once the customer gets in, is the customer happy or not? Is there enough being done on that space? What do you think? Your experience?
I think the use of technology has much more advantages than it has a downside. The only 2 disadvantages I see is the impersonal nature. So if you're a senior citizen and if something more, you need an explanation. You want to talk to someone. My dad doesn't understand IVR. I mean, he studied at BITS Pilani and so on, but he likes to talk to a person, okay? Get an explanation and be detailing oriented. So there is a lack of touch. and there is cyber crime. There is cyber fraud. I have a young mentee, she runs an agency, and her mother got cheated of 44 lakhs. That's all her life savings, right? So I think the private sector banks are catching up in empathy, but they're very, I mean, there is a certain private sector bank, which when it got rebranded couple of years back, it said, we will not charge you interest on zero balance. You know which bank? I don't want to, because it's a listed bank. I'm using them, I don't know how it goes, right? So there is a term called conditions apply. When you deal with private banks, and so there are lots of conditions applying. If you don't have, we'll do this and we'll do that. I think they have to get to more customer-centric banking. They have to be more humane. They have to be compassionate, and there should be no conditions apply.
That one size fits all cannot work, because you could launch a service, you suddenly make everything digital, and you completely forget a large section of your audience who are actually not used to technology. So recently, Anurag, I think it was 15 days back, there was an article in the Economic Times where the RBI governor has spoken intensively about mis-selling and misappropriation. So a lot of things, in spite of low cost of funds, high interest rates are charged, and a lot of people in the finance, in the NBFC space, in the insurance sector, what's happening is that elderly, their insurance premiums are almost double when compared to the other insurance premiums. So I think RBI came with a mandate to say that it should be capped at 10 to 15% more. And there was actually a complaint. RBI governor is saying that there's an increase of 33% in consumer complaints. So what is your, you deal with, you have friends in fintech, you have so many partners in the industry. What's your experience? Are we really becoming consumer first, or there's some? I think you can't survive if you're not consumer first. If you're surviving, there may be learning come for some. I don't think the intent of fintechs or banks is to be able to fleece. That's my understanding large of most players. In every business, there may be one or two players that may want to make a fuss, but large. And we live in a world where everything is very traceable, comparable, and there are too many options. So if you aren't efficient, then the consumer will go. And I want to give, he's an awardee in the evening, and I met him in the flight, and he explained to me what they do. And luckily, flight is the best time when you get with people. And, Deepak Arwal of Moneybox was me, and he said they cater to the rural sector. So a driver who's taken 1 lakh so they're between MFI, which is 40,000 rupees of loan. Banks who do 10, so they're somewhere 2 to 4 lakhs. He explained to me, I hope I'm articulating it right. And he said, my driver, who I pay 25,000, would want money on the 16th, 18th. And I said, why do you want it every month? He said, I have a 1 lakh loan where I'm paying 36%. So I'm only returning, I'm servicing the interest. So he said, I will get you an 18% loan. I will keep your papers. And he was able to return. Then he brought another person. So he saw an opportunity. And, then he, the cattle stock is a big livelihood and hence an asset. So he expanded. So I think there are lots of people who are seeing pain points, and they're building products or services catered to serving those pain points. This is one example. In the fintech, there are many sweet spots. There are many subsectors. Early salary is now something called something else. That company, they were winners in our four BW 40 under 40 4 years back in COVID or just before COVID, right? So I think there are different pain points or problems which people are addressing. And by and large, the founder's intent is not. There's a learning curve. And today, if you're a company in the digital domain or in any domain, you have to be very responsive. If something is not working, and people are social media, if you detect money, they'll go, so you have to be very sensitive and transparent and competitive. Because there are too many, even within a sub-segment, there are 10 players, 5 players, 6 players. So if you don't do something like, there is a broking app which said no broking fees.
right? We only charge you when we make money, and see what they did with themselves. So clearly, if you're able to show confidence in what you do and give a differentiated product, which first creates the win for the consumer and then for the company, you're here to stay for long.
Excellent. One last question. Uh,
How did you lose dealing with that people from advertising and media? Your friends.
Yeah. So, from your experience of running a company and for so many years, and you've been having these conversations with various clients, you're constantly in touch. What is the one lesson that you would give to fintech companies, especially companies?
I don't think I can tell people like Deepak Agarwal anything. Honest, it's an honest. I need to learn from them. I'm using Deepak because I met him. I don't think I can teach them anything. I swear, I feel I can learn from them. And genuinely believe I know some things I blessed, we are doing something, it's working. But I genuinely believe I have to learn from them. And I wrote this piece many, many years back on reverse mentoring. And I had reverse mentors who were 19 years old, Ashish Brigi, my many friends. Sunil is my friend, is an entrepreneur who built E4M. And I think you have to learn from these people because, for example, 5, 6 years back, somebody came to me with an idea. I used to say, "Nahi chalega, ye to hoga hi nahi." I don't know what will work, what will not work. And they say, you don't even know what you don't know. I mean, somebody would have said to the Uber founder, this won't happen, right? I remember there is this guy who's the founder of Keto. His name is Varun, Punjabi name second. He was interviewed in Business Standard last year, and he said, Anurag Batra asked me for funding. Yeah, I didn't understand what is crowdfunding for social impact. I did. I said, ये कैसे चलेगा? लोग देंगे पैसे. So it's my ignorance. So I don't think I can teach. And I hope you don't learn anything and blame it on me. Okay? There's nothing I can teach you. Okay? I can only teach you that have a good lifestyle so that you don't lose hair, have less stress, don't work in the media sector. You should get a new nurturing thing. He now works as a CEO of a large media company. That is what I can tell them, but stay curious. That's humble. Those are the two things I can do. We are in a collaborative work. FinTech is a collab and experiment. We don't know what will work. What so they know all these things. They've been able to come here. I don't think I can teach them anything.
So we'll conclude by saying that great things are happening in the fintech space, and I think the intent is all there. But more we have conversations, more we have conversations with the customer, the more we are actually equipped to kind of step in at the right time. And I wish the fintech industry grows in strength, and hopefully with enhanced customer focus and customer first attitude, we will be able to, the entire industry will be able to build a great digital India by 2047. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you so much.
Thank you for doing this. And you turned an entrepreneur a couple of years back. I'm sure you're doing well. And he's a very prolific writer. And he writes on, apart from business, on spirituality. So I can only say that he sends me his pieces. Mostly I've seen them before he sends, because in the morning I spend 2 hours reading the newspaper. Then yes. So Arijit runs something called the Unlock Company, which is in some way doing interventions and helping leaders and individuals, entrepreneurs within the companies unlock value and so on and so forth. So give Arijit a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Now.
It's time to stop eating snacks and sweets.
It was wonderful to participate in the fifth edition of the Business World FinTech Awards. The submissions clearly demonstrated that innovation in the FinTech sector
Looking forward to meeting all of you on 2nd of July. Best wishes, Namaskar. Hi, my name is Saurabh Bhattacharya. I work as an additional executive director of the Center for Smart Governance. This was my second edition as jury of the Business World FinTech Summit. I had the opportunity to evaluate some world-class ideas that are taking shape in the Indian FinTech space. I was mesmerized by the thinking that is shaping the space. The belief people have on the ecosystem was energetic. Be it payment solutions or banking the unbanked, Indian FinTech is impacting the lives of millions and making itself count. It was a difficult decision to choose one of the all brilliant ideas, but we have tried to make a judicious decision. I hope this summit provides a great chance to all to debate an idea. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catalyze. It was an honor to serve on the jury of the 5th edition of the Business World Festival of FinTech, where we reviewed the very diverse range of entries that I believe reflected the dynamism and the depth of India's FinTech ecosystem. To all the winners, my warmest congratulations. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you tonight. May you continue to build solutions that are not only innovative, inclusive, and compliant, but also deeply responsible and resilient. The world is actually watching India's FinTech industry, looking to us for models that meet the needs and the aspirations of both the unserved and the underserved, and I would argue, especially women. So let us lead with intention, integrity, and impact. Thank you.
Hello, good day, all of you, and thanks for coming in great numbers for the 5th edition of the FinTech Business World Summit, being hosted by Business World and Partners on the 2nd of July 2025. I am Prasoon, and I head the Security Services Division at Society General Bank from GSA India. It was indeed a great privilege to be a part of the jury on the day when we were evaluating some of the finalists for today's event. There were a lot of ideas coming from different people, different entrepreneurs from different parts of the country. And indeed, it was amazing to hear the insurance sector, trying to let insurance penetrate to the underprivileged. Or for that matter, making insurance a lot frictionless, reducing the back office costs, and thereby passing those benefits to their consumers, be it in the form of processing time or anything else. In the open banking, I really like some of the ideas which were pitched by different entrepreneurs trying to monetize data, otherwise which is lying back in their lifetime. There were a lot of ideas in the sustainable finance space. Indeed, a few years back from now, there were hardly any people who were talking about the environment, social governance, and some of the sustainable finance ideas, which today entrepreneurs have taken up. It's indeed great to hear such ideas from many of you. There's also a lot of wealth tech ideas that came in and were pitched. These were using Gen AIs and the elements of the world to make decision-making more intuitive. Thanks to Business World in creating such a great platform for ideas to be pitched and for entrepreneurs to come and share what they think with the rest of the world. There are, of course, the winners, but it doesn't mean that people who win, they are the better ones than people who would not have been to the podium finish today. All of these business ideas at some point of time will be beneficial for their consumers, and we wish you all the best of luck. Looking forward to see you all on the 2nd of July. Thank you.
It was a privilege to be part of Business World's Festival of FinTech jury panel. It was quite an insightful experience going through different kind of nominations which are tackling problems of fraud and financial inclusion. I wish all the nominees the very best and looking forward to meeting you all on July 2nd.
Right. Good evening. School and college, but if you don't, you can. Wow. Sure. Yeah. Sure. me just show you a book that I read 3, 4 months back. I can be sure, about 4 months back, maybe 3.5 months back. So, Chandler. Serenity. This style is not from me, huh? First I didn't have it, now it's not working. Basically, the book says that we give ourselves 2 minutes for success. We take failure. It's a book by Brian Class. I read it some time back. It has lots of stories, lots of happy stories. But there's one sad story that I'd like to tell you. It's about people in the same company in different cities. We're meeting in New York. In the shirt he's wearing, it didn't have the change the shirt. So he goes back to his hotel room, starts ironing his shirt so that the tire looks good. She goes to her office. The office is in Twin Towers. The place of the Twin Towers, the door is so second, say about shouldn't be saying that, but it's a lovely book. And not long after my mother expired for almost 18.5 months back, this book was sent to me by the publisher. And it's a book. He carries 2 pieces of paper in his pocket, one in ink and the other one in and ashes. Be big, stay humble. With a small speck. Even know that, anything can happen in a second. So, sometimes you're too full of my life. This is because 20 years back and gifted a lot of it to my friends. I love gifting books. Some of you who know me know that. It basically is spend time with your loved ones. That's the message. My mother taught me, luckily I spent a lot of time with her. It's never, it's never. And it is about a guy called Louis, Down, and he gives him a story and a sermon. And a lovely book, simple book you can. So what are you doing? look one thing. I'm not gonna show all these. I'm cutting from my time. But I want giving you the three cloud. I came across something and I used it. Most of the things I do are not except how I behave. Very original. First rule, surround yourself with people whose eyes light up when they see you coming. Most of the people are working, think I like them and they like me. Even if they don't, I will ultimately like them, right? I work with them because I like them, right? Second is, slowly is the fastest way to where you want to be. There's no Mr. Arun Sambi is the best kept secret in our industry. He's built up slowly in the last 7 years. He's built it slowly the right way, right? Today, nobody is free. Last month, a social influencer killed herself, as you saw, because she couldn't get the number she wanted. Right? And last is the top today, your winners. You achieved something, you're being recognized by a jury that understands this domain. The top of one mountain is the bottom of the next. So keep climbing. I wish you more success. For I
Now, for the sixth category, get another gold winner, please. Red check over here in the gold league. The winner, it is NESL. Good job to the WW Champion team, Managing Director and CEO to join us to receive the gold. Red check photograph. Let's keep it going, the night is down to our week. And with this, we will move on to the next silver award, we request Dr. Anurag Agrawal and Alan Samuel sir to please stay back. And we request the President Viksit sir to please take your seats and enjoy the rest of the evening. And to join the league, to give away the next silver award, we have Ms. Pooja Singh, the CEO and BW FinTech to please join it. With a huge applause.
That's all music.
Dude, my boss. Michael Finance, BW Festival co-founder and co-chief executive officer to join the stage.
Customer Experience Award. So it's really a pleasure to get recognized for the hard work, and that's thank you. All the best. Keep making the impact. All the best.
A big cheer to the gold winners one more time. Let's keep the excitement alive. Let's have a look at the next winner, AV please. And the silver goes to Zephons.in. Could we have the team join us on stage? Well, tech of the year. We have the Shivangi Mishra, Head of Corporate Communications. Once again, a big cheer for the silver winner, Best Tech of the Year. Now moving on, in the same category, yet another silver winner coming up on your screen. Best Tech of the Year. Silver goes to we have Changer Technologies. We have Mr. A.B., CEO and co-founder to join us on stage. Congratulations and a big cheer. Keep it coming, please. A huge round of applause as we head towards the next award. Well, Tech of the Year, Gold. Well, Tech of the Year, Gold B. And the winner, put your hands together. Let's welcome Optimum Tech. Let's speak. The winner, the gold. Kareem Brahma, Vice President, Strategy and Operations and Team. We also have Rahul Rose, Founder and Chief Executive Officer on stage.
The clap, no GST, clapping is part, but I'll give you the third fourth. When you do yoga in the morning this morning, I haven't done.
The guy comes, he asks you to clap and charging you money. You're charging him no money for clapping. It's good for heart muscles. Clap for that. Yeah, that's not, Google it. Don't believe me. It's good for your heart muscles. Yeah, it may be good for our ears, but
You'll be right. Like I said in the morning, it releases endorphin in your body, which is the most amazing natural mood booster and painkiller. So let's hit the note together. Clap it out loud. One more time and keep the energy going. Next, AV reveals the category. Financial inclusion for the year. In the Bronx League. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome BLSE Services. We have Lokanatha S, State Head, Karnataka, Prasanna Kumar V, State Coordinator. Clap, 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 clap. If you're tired of clapping, you can cheer and make some noise as well. Moving on in the same category, let's have a look at the Silver League winner. Financial Inclusion FinTech of the Year. Silver League winner. And once again, joining us on stage is Moneybox Dynamics. That's the people of Iran, co-founder and co-chief executive officer. Congratulations to the Moneybox. So now, let's go for the gold in the same category. Financial Inclusion FinTech of the Year. Gold goes to Riverton Funds, Price Money. There's Ukia Murray, Chief Compliance and Risk Officer, who joins us on stage. Congratulations to Price Money. Congratulations. Next category, on your screen. So we have a next category. That's the cryptocurrency brand of the year. In the Bronx League. It goes to Yoko's crypto platform. And we have the head of growth, Mr. Kiran P. joining on stage and team. Cryptocurrency brand of the year. Bronx League. One more time, a huge round of applause. Thank you, Ms. Pooja, for doing the honors. Please sit back and enjoy the rest of the evening. And we also would take this opportunity to invite the next presenter to join the two gentlemen. We have Mr. Bruce Keith, co-founder and CEO, Investor AI, to please join on stage. With a huge round of applause. And with the trio on stage, Let's have a look at the next category coming up on the screen. Put your hands together. Put the winner of your software solution. So we have a Viksit Bharat, Chief Product Officer for Government. Opening software solution of the year. Gold category. Congratulations to the entire team. Moving on to the next award. It's your tech of the year. Silver. Let's put our hands together. Renew mind and let's renew our energy in the house. A huge round of applause. We have Mr. Bharat Shaker, CEO. And also requesting all the winners and all the leads to stay back for the group picture for the editorial coverage at the end. Request you do not leave the premises. Request you to stay till the end for the group picture for the editorial coverage. Thank you. On that note, quick look at the next winner. Again, in short tech, over here. This time, the gold winner goes to Policy Bazaar. And we have Mr. Matthew Khan, Associate Director, with Jordan, to receive the award. Let's welcome Policy Bazaar. The company Khan, Associate Director. It's short tech over here. The gold winner. Congratulations to Team Policy Bazaar. Moving on quick in the same category, we have yet another gold winner coming up on the screen. It's your tech of the year. Yet another gold winner goes to BW Partners. So we have the Deputy Vice President Brand and Marketing, Mr. Parminder Singh, and Senior Director in Charge of Relations, Mr. Sanjay Singh Chauhan. Come on, let us be their partners and join hands for BW Partners. Moving on quick. The next category on your screen. Views of AI in FinTech. And we start with the bronze lead. And the winner. Context of AI. We have two around. The third founder of each one. Two around. financial software and systems. We have a support model associated with marketing and software.
आपका कनेक्टर नहीं कनेक्टर नहीं इधर है अच्छा केबल है
But follow on so far. Congratulations to NPSC one more time. A quick look at the gold winner in the same category. So look at the AV. Payment Solution of the Year. In the gold lead. Three hands together. We have the team. Pioneer. We have Mr. Alan Saloni. Alan Saloni, Principal Officer, and then RO India. Where you get Manager A5. Alan Saloni and team. Let's join hands for the gold winners. Payment Solution of the Year. Next, Lending Platform of the Year. Silver League. One of our partners, integral part of this edition, Coding Solution, Mr. Sukan Sharma, the director. Congratulations to Coding Solutions. Before we head to the next award, the category, a big shout out and thank you to Mr. Bruce Keith for your time. Just want to have a quick question with you. You said you come from UK, right? Or you spend a lot of time in the UK. Just want to ask you a very interesting and very, very meaningful question. India versus England happening right now, the second test. Who is going to win?
I'm from Scotland, so I don't care.
You said you went. That's a very diplomatic answer. We know India's going to win. And now, moving forward, the next award, and to present this one along with the duo right on stage, could we have Sunil Kumar, President Exchange from India, join in with the picture. Come on, everybody. All of the team. Next is the FinTech Product of the Year AVPs. In the Bronze League. What has that happened? Care Analytics and Advisory. We have Sujit Pillai, Chief Technology Officer. Mr. Sujit, please join us on stage. FinTech Product of the Year. Bronze. Moving on to the next award in the same category and again in the same league. Let's have a look at the winner. FinTech Product of the Year. Once again in the Bronze League. And this time it goes to. Let's have a lot of buzz around for next. A big cheer. Rutin Kumar, Mr. Rutin and Mr. Dharmendra Singh, Vice President, Sales South Asia and the Regional Marketing Director South Asia. And let's keep the buzz going. And there's a small hint for the next winner. Next award coming up on your screen in just a bit. Before that, we have Future Excellence Stage, rivaling the entire team. The bronze winners and FinTech Product of the Year. And now moving on, in the same category, one more bronze winner coming up on the screen. Let's have some buzz for them. Yeah, clap and some noise for Ease Buzz. We have Mr. Jonathan Bernard, Senior Associate Vice President, Business Development. FinTech Product of the Year. Bronze. Ease Buzz. And now we move to the next league in the same category. FinTech Product of the Year. Silver League. Let's join hands with the silver winner, Lending Club. Mr. Bhavan Patel, CEO and co-founder, to join us on stage. A big shout out.
I meet some of them on the event, and then I had a good chat with them last year. Also want to acknowledge three of my colleagues. One is Snehal Dev. She was head of South for 12 years, worked with us and contributed. Sri Rupa, she started a BW Legal World.
And a lot of people say they're relationship oriented, but once they don't have anything to do with you, I'm an employer for 25 years, so right. But Shrirupa is very relationship oriented. When you don't benefit from me, if you're still nice to me, that's when you're relationship. Shrirupa now runs an AI company. She's building a legal tech company. So, and my colleague Shruti Arora, she worked with us for almost 3 years in 2 stints. Now she works for an educational institution, so they are here. But my friend wants to say a few words, so we'll grant him that.
So, sir, first of all, thanks. I have appeared in front of your jury for 3 times. One for my 40 under 40, another time when my co-founder applied, and this is the third time when we appeared. Unfortunately, I was not available that day and Deepesh was there, but I must say that it is one of the most transparent process and the jury, and hence I prefer that I should personally go and take this award from your hands. So thanks for maintaining the process and the way you have been dealing with it. Second, I want to talk about the team behind it. I know all of us have been on internet and you guys have been looking at the B2B sector and the kind of negativity it was going through during the mid last year. Few of the team members whom I want to recognize during this award ceremony, who are Mudit, Ankur, Nilay, my co-founder, Dipesh, Neha, Sumit, and around 100 team members who did not even sleep properly for a couple of months because there was a huge change which we had to do in our system and made sure that we come up back as soon as possible because there was a huge regulatory change. But today is a situation that Lending Club as a P2P lending company originates 95% of the P2P loans in country. And this is the team who made it possible. So team, this is to you guys. You made it possible and hence we are here. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Probably the best acceptance speech award also goes to him, right? We have a big cheer. Come on, everyone. Let's keep the excitement alive. Let's have a look at the next category and the winner coming up on the screen. FinTech Chronic of the Year. And this time it's the Gold League. Ladies and gentlemen, we are together. Let's get the gold winners for year's Software Solutions. Mr. Amandeep Singh Gujral, Director of Product Designers and team. Product of the Year, Gold, Focus, Software Solutions.
Krishna Chaitanya, and that Sangeeta Krishna Chaitanya is the Chief Product Officer. So just want to be factually right. That was in the last one. That's it. And not your mistake.
Thank you, sir. I can be assured of my paycheck now, not my mistake. And on that note, thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Please sit back and enjoy the rest of the evening. And to join us to give away the next set of awards, we have our executive committee member, the Center of Excellence, Karnataka. Could we have Mr. Timana Gowda to join us? Thank you so much for joining us this evening, sir. And now we move on to the next category. It's the FinTech Startup of the Year, and we start with the Silver League. This time, once again, it is NPSA. Who's giving us those? They're meeting. NPSC, can we have Mr. Anirban Chowdhury, Head Sales South to please join us on stage? For FinTech Startup of the Year, Silver, NPSC. Ladies and gentlemen, heading towards the last thing of awards. Now, let's have a look at the biggie. FinTech Startup of the Year, Gold, coming up on your screen. Join me in welcoming the gold winners. The FinTech Startup of the Year goes to Netflix. Mr. Pramit Joshi, OVP. Congratulations to Team Privilege. And now, ladies and gentlemen, next category, exciting one. Let's have a look at it. Young leader under 40. We start with the blonde lead. And this goes to Mr. Steve Shah, co-founder, TechWealth Capital Services. We have Mr. Mahesh Shah, who is receiving it on behalf of Mr. Steve Shah. Mahesh Shah is the Chief Technology Officer. Yeah, that's where the confusion was, the photo, and then we thought like it could be Aadhaar card photo, but then there's a clear correction that he is receiving on behalf.
Promise you, all the editors put their 10-year-old photo. You can do an empirical search, I promise you that.
Big round of applause, come on, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Akash Naidu, young leader under 40, the gold. And now, we need the biggest cheer as you see the category. Let's build the energy, the excitement. Coming up next, Women Leader of the Year. Silver category. In the Silver League, it goes to Ms. Smriti Agarwal, co-founder, Staffing. And we're going to have Mr. Mahesh Sharma, regional manager, to connect on her behalf. A woman leader of the year, Silver. We can join hands and convey our wishes to Shruti Agarwal, loud and clear. Come on. She could not be here, but Mr. Mahesh is receiving on her behalf, but all our wishes. And now we're going to get into the biggie. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Women Leader of the Year. Hallmark Gold. Visionary leader driving financial inclusion for first-gen investors across India. Achieve rapid scale with 11 crore AUM and 20% MOM user growth. The gold Hallmark winner, Women Leader of the Year, goes to Amrita Sinha, co-founder and Chief Business Officer, catalyze. We heard her thoughts and wise words as the panelists. Fantastic insight shared by the leader, the Hallmark Gold winner, Women Leader of the Year. And moving on, the next award. FinTech Leader of the Year. We start with the Silver Leaf. And this one goes to Mr. Rahul Ghosh, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Keynote Tech. A big cheer to Mr. Rahul Ghosh. We continue the same category. We have another winner who shares the silver lead. FinTech Leader of the Year, Silver. Put your hands to Mr. Nalin Negi, CEO, Bharat Pay. He's not here tonight with us, so we have Mr. Hari Babu M, Director, Regional Head, to connect on his behalf. Come on, let's clap and compare with his team, Mr. Nalin Negi. We have Mr. Hari Babu receiving on his behalf. And now we head towards yet another hallmark of Biggie, presenting to you FinTech Leader of the Year in Gold. Let's join hands for the hallmark winner, the gold. With India's largest POSP network with 500,000 big advisors across 19,000 years of codes. Pioneered embedded insurance with India post 25,000 plus policies to daily and much more. Ladies and gentlemen, the hallmark gold winner, join hands to the FinTech Leader of the Year goes to Virendra Mayavanchi. This the Brooklyn Associate Director, Public Relations will collect on his behalf. A big cheer to Mr. Virendra. We have a student receiving on his behalf. Right. With this, we're going to get into the final few awards. Thank you, Mr. Timana, for doing the honors. Sorry, Arun sir, we're going to trouble you for a few more awards. And Anurag sir, just a couple more. All right. Last league. Are we ready for this one? One gentleman said yes. First dinner plate to you, sir. Come on, everybody. Excitement. Are we ready for the final league of awards? Yes, there we go. And now let's reveal the category. And while it's coming up, to be a part of this, could we have the lovely lady, one of the biggest pillar behind this edition and the previous edition and so on, the biggest pillar of our FinTech Festival. Could we have Devika Kundu Gupta, our AGM conference curator, Festival of FinTech from BW Business World to join in. A huge round of applause to her, please. And now, let's reveal the category. FinTech Brand of the Year. Yes. Bronze. Goes to. They've been on stage already and they come once again. Order, Mr. Rohit Garg, the CEO to join us. FinTech Brand of the Year. Bronze winner, FinTech Brand of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, keep it coming. Clap it out loud, 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 loud. Next, we move on to the FinTech Brand of the Year. Let's have a look at the winner in the silver category. Silver winner, FinTech Brand of the year. Silver goes to Pioneer. We have Alan Saloni, Principal Officer, who's joining along with the team. With Silver League winners in the FinTech Brand of the Year. And now let's move on. All eyes on the screen with the FinTech Brand of the Year. But this time, yet again, it's a silver. In the Silver League. The FinTech Brand of the Year. One more to get the silver. Goes to Dragon Prepaid Ocean Services. We have Divya Benish, Regional Head South, to join us on stage with a big applause. Come on, everybody. The second last award of the evening. All right, with this, we've come to the final frontier, the last award, and definitely not the least, one of the biggest awards of the night. For this, we need to build in the excitement. Are you ready for this one? And this award, we will tell you after a short commercial break. No, we will do it right now, but we want everyone to join hands. Could I see everybody put your 2 hands up in the air, please? And this also warms us up for the dinner. So 2 hands up in the air and clap according to the beat. Just clap according to the beat. Clap once, clap. Clap. Build the excitement. Clap. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, the FinTech Brand of the Year, the Hallmark Gold. Let's have the AV. Keep it coming. Keep clapping. Be a part of the final, the big of the night, the Hallmark Gold Award. India's first digital bond platform enabling 2,500 plus crore investments by 2 plus users. Innovative retail friendly features like fixed deposits, liquidity tools, and smart portfolios. Integrated 7.8 million plus users via bond lenders. The finest and the gold Hallmark winner. FinTech Brand of the Year. Sector Capital's benefits. Your first input.com, Mr. Mihin Shah, the CTO and team. And now it's not over until it's over. We have the final one. I'm sure most of you are looking forward to this one. It's the Penalite Lucky Draw. How many of you are a part of this? You've dropped in your visiting card and you're waiting this? You should know. That is, the golden rule of a lucky draw is you have to be present here. In case if they're not present and we give them 10 seconds, if they're not here, it goes to the next one. That's the golden rule of lucky draw. So are we ready? Hope you've dropped the visiting cards. Tell me how many of you dropped the visiting cards? Very few. This is going to take too much time then. So let's do this. So to be honest, all right, it goes to Nishali Chand from Amicor Fund Services. Hope you're here. You get a super cool, amazing chair from, did I choose here? Somebody's on behalf. No, this is not allowed. You can't share the chair. Like. Table, yes. Next one. Okay, we do this couple of cards in case if we don't find the winner, then we choose the first winner and we. Okay, done. Monday to Friday. Okay, Nandini George. She's not here. All right. Now, all those who are here and you dropped your visiting card, clap. Manifest it. Show for yourself. Come on, let me hear you make some noise. You want to win it? Do we have Rahul KS? Sign desk? Rahul, hey, naam to suna hoga. Rahul, are you here?
I would have changed my name to get this. That's Rahul there. Yeah, I just changed my name.
All right, audience poll. Do we do 2 more cards? Yeah, 2 more. Write it down. Akshat Sharma. Akshat Sharma is here. The fixed income, yes. There we go. Could we have a huge applause to Mr. Akshat Sharma? Can we have you join us right here? And could we have a representative from catalyze to please join us? Congratulations. And of course, the gift will be sent to Akshat. catalyze team will make sure that it reaches him. All right, before we conclude, can we have all the winners, all the leagues, to please join us right here on stage for a group picture. And also request you to please get your mementos. We have you carry your awards and join it. All the league winners, bronze, silver, gold in all of the categories. Please join us right here. Winners, assemble. Let's see the